Tripping another ex, there's somebody missing. Oh, please don't worry, paradigm's a long barrel leaking. A victim of the crime, and I don't realize you make me lie to you, you are leaking. On Palm platform, I realize the devil's playing with me. I wanna be next to you right now. See, I can feel
What's up, everybody? I hope everyone's having an amazing morning, evening, afternoon, whatever it is in your time zone. I know Waluigi is. It is. God, I gotta say it for you. It is Friday, March 11th, 2025. Literally saying the wrong day for me, but it's the right day for most of you, so I'm gonna keep on saying it that way. We are live and alive, or at least that's how it seems to me. Could be ripping off Hassan Piker, don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic line form streamer. Trapped in a cyberbrain body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whatever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. That's right, chat. The cyber future is here. It's just unevenly distributed. Anyway. People are talking about the Ben Glebe, Jink Uger debate. I saw the beginning of that, but I mean, like, it's just like Jink finding somebody with, like, worse takes than him, from what I can tell, right? To be like, look at the, remember? I'm on the left. Like, what is it Ben Glebe literally defending the Trump administration's policy of, using immigration to suppress free speech, treating the, I just remember the phrase, like, right, I turned it off as soon as I heard, Ben Glebe say that, something to the effect that, you're here in our country, which is a privilege, not a right, you know? And I was talking to Vamps at the time, like Vamps, my lovely and talented thumbnail artist from the UK, and I was like, yeah, that's right, Vamps. Like, you want to come to my country? You want to come to my country? It's a privilege, goddammit, Vamps, and I better not hear you saying any one word against our president or the Make America Great Again coalition, right? That's how we show that we put our money where our mouth is, that we walk the walk and talk the talk about American values like freedom of speech, right? By denying it to people that are here with a green card or any kind of status that we even. Oh my God, Chad! It's not going to be long before, you know, just talk shit about, you know, Trump in any way, and you get sent to El Salvador, right? It's not going to matter that you're a full-on citizen, born here, raised here. It's not going to matter because it's a privilege. It's a privilege to be here in Trump country, in God's country. How are you doing out there in God's country? How is God's country doing right now?
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Communist invading radicals, welcome in. Where does this mix come from again? It comes from for some reason, there was like really good video games in the late 90s, early 2000s, and this was one of them on the Sega Saturn. Like, so I tried to play it was like 3 years ago or 2 years ago or something, right? Square? No, Atlas, the other RPG company, released a non-Persona, non-SMT title that I later found out was actually part of the Devil Summoner series that I've never played before, and it was called Soul Hackers, and I was like, oh cool, I want to hack somebody's soul. That sounds like my kind of thing, you know, like, right? I have been known to dream of butterflies, right? So yeah, you know, let's try out the soul hacking, and well, you know, we tried out the game. We started off the game, and it really did feel like a generic SMT. You know what I mean? I didn't get too far in it. Maybe it gets good later on, right? But yeah, the reason that I played it though is that I heard people say Soul Hackers was really good, and I later found out what they meant was Soul Hackers 1 was really good, which was a game, yeah, in the Devil Summoner series from the late 90s, right? And so I took a look at it, and yeah, it looks like this is the game that's actually good. You get to be a spooky hacker.
Series Dizzy super chatted $5. Is this teal? Open mouth smile seriously though. Love your new setup, Irene.
You love my new
Great to
setup?
see you looking so relaxed and happy. Butterfly.
Oh, thank you so much. Oh, that's really sweet of you, Ceres. Thank you so much, and thank you for getting us started off on the butterfly goal. Yeah, this is indeed teal. It's hard to. Does it say it in? Does it say like on the goal? Does it say like 100 baht? Is the like? Does it say it in Thai denomination? Just wanted to say hi. I only discovered you because of the Ethan Klein drama. And now I'm a subscriber because I also want to support my comrades. Well, thank you so much, Carlos, and good to see you here. Hope you get to at least catch the VOD if you're not able to hang out with us today. But good to have you drop by and leave such a nice comment. Jink and Anna are continuously falling apart every single day of the week, the hour, and the year. Yeah. Who's falling apart harder? Ethan or Jink and Anna? You know, Hassan said something interesting, I think in his stream from yesterday. I can't tell, chat. I can't tell what day it is. You know what it is? Saturday for me? It's Saturday, and it is a holiday tomorrow. There's a holiday that starts tomorrow that I think is New Year's, basically. Wait, let me make sure I know what the F I'm talking about. Yeah, it starts tomorrow, so I'm right about that. Yeah, it's New Year. It's New Year. So tomorrow is New Year. A Thai New Year. And what year will it be tomorrow? Wow. Mark Gold with the member chat. Shout out to YouTube chat. Free Palestine. BP? Did you just get elected vice president? No, just kidding. I'm sure that. Wait. How am I missing what VP means? But yeah. That's Mark Gold flexing. That. Oh my God, chat. Not much to flex, do I? I need to get a pump going before I try to flex. Jesus Christ, I used to have like some biceps. I'm gonna have to work on that, chat. I'm gonna have to. Should I start lifting again? What do you think about that? Should I start? You know, because it's a whole thing, right? You start lifting, then you start drinking protein shakes after you lift, then you start taking. Oh my God, what's the stuff called? It starts with a C. What's that shit that makes your creatine? Yeah, I'm like that shit that makes your muscles happy. Wait, so New Year's is celebrated on January 1st, but also this is like the real Thai New Year's. I'm trying to figure out what year it is though. Vox Populi, thank you so much, Mark Gold. Solved the mystery for me. Solved the mystery. I mean, you created the mystery, but you also solved the mystery. So much like our fearless leader, Donald John Trump, you know, you get a reward. You got a big reward. A big reward is what you got for that, right? We got a laud. Yeah, you got it, Legala. It is exactly what I was thinking. I was thinking of creatine. You got to feed your muscles creatine. Yeah, that's what I mean. Is like you start off like, you know, you're just like, well, I'm just gonna lift, you know, because like my biceps are not. Wait, you look, deltoids are still sort of there, but biceps are not, so that you'd call that like an imbalance. I mean, you wouldn't, I don't know, and what, like bodybuilding, that'd be like, you know what I mean? This should be bigger for the size of this, right? And so that's what you start, is like, all right, I'm just gonna even it out, right? I don't really need muscles, I got speed. I don't need muscles, I got speed. You're just like Donald John Trump, getting the credit for solving a problem that you yourself created. But it's a good problem to have. Vox Populi. Okay, so yeah, that means that what we got 8 on Vox Populi already. Interesting. It's gonna be an interesting day potentially, because we do have some. I think today that I have balanced out the bonus content with the main content. I think the bonus content is equally interesting to the main topic today. What's the main topic today? It is catching up with TYT. We haven't really been talking about them. I haven't really been looking at them, but you know who has? You know who's been keeping tabs on TYT for us? That's right, Zach and Gavin of the Vanguard, and also Francesca, who's, you know, been on the, you know, been on under the what do you call it? The targeting thing where they put the target on you. She's got the little laser sight of TYT on her. She's been targeted, yeah, by TYT, so she's got to keep up with TYT. And Olayemi, who's always got something like pretty spicy to say. Do you remember back when like TYT, like Anna Casperian was just turfing out, and nobody wanted to say it because they'd all, like, a lot of them had been friends with her at one point, right? They didn't want to. They I don't know, you know, like, I sort of understand it. It's sort of unreal, right? You see Anna saying these turf talking points, and you're kind of like, is this real? Maybe she just misunderstands. Maybe we need to, like, define, like, maybe she doesn't understand the purpose for inclusive language, even though you can go back in a year from when she started bemoaning the birthing person language, and you can find Anna Casperian defending language like birthing person to transphobes, right? So no, she definitely does understand. But there's a moment of disbelief, which I totally understand. You know, it's like a anime betrayal, right? You don't want to, like, you know, like right, you get betrayed by your anime, like, you know, BFF, and it takes you a while to be like, oh no, this is, like, on. They're gonna kill me if I don't fight back, right? You know, I gotta do this, right? It's just yeah. So, you know, everybody was kind of getting stuck, just like I often do, in this kind of analysis paralysis of what does she really mean? What is she talking? Maybe she misunderstands. And Olayemi's just like, you know what? I gotta say it. Like, this is not a grace, you know, that would be extended to her. And she's right. She's right. You know, you make one, yeah, it definitely, like, the amount of forgiveness, the amount of charity people have for you has a lot to do with, you know, your privilege, has a lot to do with your identity. And Olayemi's just pointing out the simple fact that if she was to pop off like this, you know, people, you know, would not be like, oh, let's reach out, you know? So Olayemi says the obvious thing, and that's what kind of triggered everybody to be like, yeah, you're right, actually. No, actually, Olayemi's got a point. So I do see her as somewhat of a leader in the new online left. And it's great to see her opening up a podcast, which is what we're going to be watching today. You either hit the bonus goal or live long enough to see it become the main story. I mean, sometimes that Crosshair. Thank you, Simon Pierre. I don't play enough FPS to understand, like, terminology. At least it's not Ethan Klein. I concur. Thank you. Oh my God, Rave. Thank you for looking it up. Yeah, look at this chat. Look at this chat. Okay. So, I said before, I am a day ahead of all of you. It is Saturday for me, okay? I'm actually 15 hours ahead of you on the West Coast, or what is it, 13 hours? No. There's 14 hours on the West Coast and 11 hours on the East Coast. But for practical purposes, a lot of times, like when I stream, you know, I'm a day ahead. I'm in the world of tomorrow over here. But I am also in... What is this, like? I'm like 500 years ahead of you. Because here in Thailand, it is about to be... Wait. You're saying it's 2,568 right now. Is it about to be 205,000? Oh my God, I gotta look it up. Chat. What year is it in Thailand? Here is it in Thailand. Because it's about to change. Yeah, it's 2568 right now. It's about to be 2569. Unless this is some kind of BCAD thing, which in that case we're all fucked. As far as me figuring out what to say, but yeah, no, it's I'm not just a year ahead of you, chat. I'm like 500 years ahead of you. Sorry, I'm not just a day ahead of you. I'm like 500 years. 500 years ahead of you all over there in US. Are you using Celsius? Well, I have to. I think that I don't think people understand Fahrenheit over here. Good question, though. I mean, I don't like. Look, okay. Here's what I know. There, 0 is freezing, right? Okay, 0 is freezing. Below 0 is fucking cold. 30 is starting to get. No, 30 is hot. Like, right? Legitimately, right? 30 is hot. Vox Populi. Gotcha. That's all going to Vox Populi. Do I have that? Yeah, 8% going to Vox Populi, and then 13. What are we like? We're at like 14% now, I think, right? 100 is boiling? Oh yeah, 100 is definitely boiling. You don't want to see the weather forecast call for 100 here. That'd be death. Be super bad. Put the bonus goal up to 13%. We are well along our way towards getting some bonus content. We are even further along our way to putting this butterfly in my hair. 2 out of 10 to getting that. 30 is hot. I'd go to sleep and wake up until it was cooler. So 30 is like, is 30 legitimately hot, or is 30 like 85? Because to me, chat, am I weird for this? I don't think 85 is that hot. Like, I don't get legitimately hot until 90. It's 4:15 a.m. in the UK. Only work with Eastern Standard Time in the US, which is behind us. Yeah, I mean, part of the year. Oh yeah, didn't Trump say he's gonna do permanent daylight savings time? Something like that. But that's not really, wait, is that what you want, chat? Like, people do want an end to the time changing, I think, right? It's nearly 90. Okay, so 30 is legitimately hot then. Okay, I'll bow my head to 30 degrees Celsius. It's about 43 here. It depends on the humidity. So 43 would be like over 100 then. I live in Texas. 85 is perfect. That's how I feel, right? 60 degrees to 80 degrees. That's my comfort zone. I have a large comfort zone. And sometimes I see people looking at it. Anyway, chat, that's neither here nor there. We are about to enter Thai New Year. And that means one thing and one thing only. The water gun wars. Wait, like, I gotta make this into like the Clone Wars somehow. What is Yoda? Yeah, begun they have. Begun it has the water fight. There's an official song? There's a song that goes with Songkran. So yeah, the symbolism of the water is actually like renewal and maybe a little bit of cleansing, you know, cleansing the mistakes that you made in the previous year and starting the new year. Let's hear the official song first. Ooh. Are you ready? We're a little early on this. It starts tomorrow, but I'm getting ready. I don't want to be caught. I need lyrics. I want to sing along. Oh, I'm so ready for this. Chat, you'll be happy to know I'm learning the language, including the writing system, because I gotta be able to read signs. while I'd love to tell you that I'm learning the words or recognizing some of these words from the song, I'll just say that I recognize the sounds, right? I'm hearing some of the vowels that we don't quite have in English, and the way that the consonants are pronounced here. Songkran. This is epic, chat. I'm so ready for this. This is like an adventure. Roy. I need to learn the song. I think Jai means heart, right? Like it always means something to do with your emotion. That's the one word I recognize so far. Speed up at the end. Did you catch that, chat? Okay, something to do with emotion or something. Feelings. That's what Jai means. The heart. Trying to find... an example of what this looks like. Damn it. There's a lot of like passport bros that have got Songkran videos. Oh, the other thing about the Songkran is that like you're not like, you know, so the first thing that I thought was like, okay, I'm gonna go to Songkran, I better have a really good water gun. You know, I want to have like, I'm an American, chat, so we believe in peace through strength here at America, here at John Trump's America. So the most obvious thing for me to do then is to arm myself up with a super soaker, a hard spraying, you know, you like a kind of a water gun that can hurt you, right? And that's actually not cool. Like if you come to Songkran with a super hardcore water gun that can like, you know, spray so hard that it hurts, they'll actually, you could get in trouble, right? That's not what they're looking for, right? There's an official water gun kind of, or official type of water gun that like, it gets you wet, but it doesn't hurt. It might get water in your ear, it might get water in your eye, it might mess up your cell phone, but it doesn't hurt, right? And that's the idea. I am trying to find you a video of just like a normal Songkran experience. The other thing they do is they fill up these buckets, these giant buckets with ice water, right? So, you know, if you're just like, if you're getting sprayed with the water guns and you don't really care, then they'll come and get you with the ice water. They'll get you with the ice bucket challenge, chat. That's what they'll do. They'll spot you out, looking so confident, looking so cocky. And all of a sudden you get ice water dumped on you and you're not not so smug anymore, right? Okay, let me try to look up the year. Look up 2024. 2024 was last year. That's the most recent Songkran that happened. Just trying to find something that won't get me copyright struck. There's a dance? Okay, I think this one should be okay. I hope this one. Oh no, they're playing like. Okay, I gotta just mute this. Like, right? It's just like, oh my god, right away in this video here. Let me show you what I'm looking at here. All right, this is Songkran 2024. What is going on with my? I don't understand, chat. I don't understand. Why is this small again? All right, so we can't have this on because they got copyrighted music, it sounds like. But here is what it would look like. Now, that's a super soaker type gun. Okay, it's not an official super soaker, right? Whoa, those are hardcore. Those are super soakers. I've been told you're not really supposed to have those. I don't understand. It's not. Why is it not the same? Oh, because this one's like letterbox style. This is like a movie. Sawadi. Wait, what did it say? See, that's the bucket. Yeah, you get dumped. That's the ice buckets. Sawadi pi mai. Wait, what does that mean? Sawadi pi mai. My sometimes indicates like a question. Like it's kind of like in French when you say something 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 no. Right? So there they are, chat, walking down the soy. That's the soy that they're walking on, okay? So if you want to understand how a city is laid out in Thailand, all right? You got your streets, and a lot of the streets are somewhat like, north, south, east, west. Not all of them. Some of them are diagonal too, right? But you got your main streets, and that's a mean street because it's full of motorcycles. It's full of cars. I don't understand what the rules and regulations and common practices for driving are. I can't imagine driving even a car here, let alone a motorcycle, which is really how you get around. Like if you want to get around through traffic, you got to be on one of those. And the word for is like something like motorcycle. Like the word for motorcycle in Thai is actually a borrowed word from English. So that one's easy. Same thing with taxi. Taxi is a borrowed word from English. So yeah, this is what we're going to be dealing with. This is what I'm going to be dealing with, right? Oh wait, no, I don't think you're supposed to shoot you're not supposed to shoot the cyclist. Oh, he's got a gun too. Okay, but still, look, that's the one thing I've heard. You're also not supposed to shoot people. Like, okay, if somebody comes by and they've got like on a tuk-tuk, and a tuk-tuk, is that what it's called? If they, the motorbike that's attached to a carriage, and the people on the back, they got water guns and they're squirting at you, it's okay to squirt at them, right? But if it's just like somebody on a motorcycle, then you probably, it's a little dangerous. Maybe you don't want to cause a wreck. It's hard enough to drive one of those things in Thailand. You don't want to, have to worry about people shooting you with water. But I mean, people here, kind of, oh, that's what I need to get, chat. I need to get those. I need to get like they got the goggles. That actually looks like the kind of stuff you'd wear for chemistry class. Like maybe I can go to a university bookstore and get that. Because like the one thing about the water is there's no real verifying the source. All right, you would like to think that it's all very clean and safe water. However, they could have filled up their water anywhere. Oh yeah, that's the other thing that kind of sucks about the water fight part of it is like, look, you can bring your water gun and you can get refueled. You can get ammo up. You can get your ammo replenished, right, on any street corner because there's people there with water. But A, you don't know where the water came from necessarily, and B, apparently it's like 5 baht for a refill. I mean, which is not much. It's 15 cents. Is that right? Yeah, I think 5 baht is like 15 cents. So 15 cent, yeah, that's moat water. That's moat water, chat. Oh yeah, I forgot. Wait, are they in Chiang Mai? I don't know how many cities have this, but I know that Chiang Mai has a city like that. There used to be a moat, and then they took the moat away, and then they rebuilt the moat around the old city. Right. So these are monks. Oh yeah, you don't squirt the monks. You got to be respectful to the monks. Songkran deaths? Wait, what? 20 plus deaths from road accidents recorded? Oh my god, chat. That's wild. Kills 63, injures 550 in 2 days. Damn, 63 people died, 550 injured in the first 2 of Songkran's. Yeah, so now technically the festival goes, I think, from the 13th to the 15th or something like that. But it's there we go. He's running the gauntlet. But yeah, so the yeah, but in certain places they extend it for a week because it's a lot of fun, as you can see. Right? There's dancing, there's music, there's DJs, there's water fights, there is ice bucket challenges that you did not know that you were about to take, but nonetheless, here you are getting an ice bucket dumped on you. There's an official song, there's an official dance. There's so these are some of the so it is a religious festival, right? It is a New Year's festival, but there's also stuff going on at the Wat or Buddhist temples. That's more religious and less water fighty. Oh my god, come on, Waluigi. Stay with me. There we go. But yeah, this is what I'm dealing with, potentially. Look at that, roving bands of water combatants riding around on buses, riding around on tuk-tuks. Yo, like I was telling you about that, like like people say don't shoot at motorcycles, and then you see people doing just that. Okay, so I guess he's just saying that the festival is going to go on even though there was a recent earthquake. They're not going to cancel the festival over the earthquake, obviously. Yeah, very cool. Well, yeah, this is the hottest time of the year here. Oh, so wait, no, let me show you this. All right, that is the. Oh my God, come on. Let me roll this back. Come on, why is this so hard? Yes, back. Go back. Okay. The parade. There we go. So yeah, you're giving water to the statues of Buddha. Which I think, Chad, is that a different Buddha figure than in Mahayana? Does the Buddha look different in Theravada, maybe? It's not like, you know, so you're, I don't know, if you were to say that there's a bog standard Buddhism, it would probably be Mahayana, which is what you're gonna see more in China. But most you know, Thai Buddhism is Theravada. There's another kind of Buddhism that is from Tibet that is different than either of these two. Anyway, just a little preview of what I'm going to have to deal with tomorrow the second I step out. So, like, you don't get sprayed usually inside a building, but once you step outside, you're fair game. Now, like, not you know, if you don't have a water gun and it doesn't look like, you know, you're going to get sprayed less, right? But you know, if you're dry, if you're walking around and you are dry, you are a juicy target, right? So yeah, you will get sprayed, and I'm trying to. What do I need? I need goggles. I need earplugs. Wow. Right, so you want to keep the water out of your ears, and you want to keep the water out of your eyes, and then that's Bangkok, I think. And then I need some like a case for my passport and for my phone, right, to make sure, especially make sure the phone does not get wet. All right, anyway, that's Songkran. That's starting up tomorrow, and I'm trying to psych myself up for it. It's a non-fatal purge. That's a good way to describe it. Is this Thailand? Yeah, this is the New Year's festival in Thailand. It's right now in Thailand, like I said earlier, I'm a day ahead of all of you, right? It's the 12th, it's Saturday for me, it's Friday still for a decent amount of you. It's about to be Saturday for most of you, or for some of you. But I actually live not only a day ahead of you, but I live 500 years ahead of you, because it is 1568 according to the Thai calendar. Tomorrow, that 68 flips over into a 69. All right, it flips over into a 69. And yeah, it's a new year. It's a new year on the Thai calendar. New Year in Thailand is called Songkran, and it is a festival of renewal and rebirth and cleansing and new beginnings. And what's the best way to start a new beginning? By getting a bucket of ice water poured down your back, right? That's how you start off a new year. A new year, we got new gear, water glocks. The Christian version of this is dunk tanks. Did they ever have a dunk tank with Jesus? Like, I feel like you could do... Wait, would people do that? Would people dunk Jesus? Do you think people would dunk Jesus, chat? Or would they be like... Would that be like the hardest dunk tank? You know, the hardest dunk tank for me was when my teacher sat in... There was this one teacher who we all respected. We all loved and respected this lady. Because she was the anatomy teacher, and anatomy was one of the hardest courses, but because of her, it was a little bit easier, because she had a passion for it, and she'd make it interesting, and she'd, you know, these long ass anatomy lectures, right? She'd make them, you know, doable. So, you know, it's like nobody wants to dunk her, but you know who we wanted to dunk? That biochem teacher, that rude, arrogant piece of... Anyway, chat, I made my peace with the biochem teacher eventually, but there was a time that I really would have loved to see the biochem teacher, yeah, just completely dunked in that tank, right? In Mexico, we call tuk-tuks moto taxis. Yeah, there's also they also borrow the word motorcycle, I can't remember how it's pronounced, but the word for motorcycle here is a borrowing from English as well. If you got drift clothes too, they dry out so fast. Wait, what are drift clothes? Do I need to get some of those? There's like a I think there's a street festival tonight where they sell oh god, you live what? Yeah, Shakespeare lives like 2,000 years in the future from me with the Jewish calendar. Yeah, look at that. 5,785 is what it is in the Jewish calendar. Jesus would forgive them, Lord, they don't know what they. But isn't that weird though? Because then, you'd be doing a baptism. John did dunk Jesus, technically, canonically. Yeah, John the Baptist. Was that the guy? Like, all I remember about John the Baptist, like, was that the dude ate bugs, right? He was a big fan of the insect diet that the World Economic Forum is, of course, trying to foist onto all of us, along with Hobbit homes and all the other affronts to our American freedoms. Jesus can walk on water. Would he dunk? He wouldn't. He would. Yeah, he's like he's like oil and water. Jesus is the oil to the water's water. Dry fit like spandex. Oh, I guess I do have that on. Okay, I thought you were talking about stuff like, because like I've seen like shirts. Oh my god, chat. Why? Why am I so... Okay, I'm not. This is like fairly smooth. Maybe I just have the FPS turned way down. I don't know. Dry fit, it's one of the newish textiles. Oh, maybe I don't have dry fit then. I'm going to be so happy with all of my complaints about... Yeah, bugs are full of protein. They sell them here. Grasshoppers, fried grasshoppers. Really, I think they're are they crickets or grasshoppers? I can't remember. I think maybe they're crickets. Yeah. Apparently only Yemeni Jews know now which two species of locusts. Oh, okay, so there's two species of locusts that are kosher, and then maybe many species that are not. John ate locusts and honey. Did he dip them? That sounds like a good dipping. Oh, chat, speaking of dipping, I'm gonna do like not a full, it's not like a mukbang. I mean, mukbang is so 2011, isn't it? I'm gonna do something. All right. You know what this is? Anybody want to guess what I've got right here? Loose fit versions of dry fit. It's cheap gym gear at Walmart. It's really breathable. Technically speaking, they would all be kosher. But bugs in general are not kosher. Yeah, I was thinking, yeah, they're like a little similar to shellfish in some ways. Arthropods, right? So like I don't know if arthropods are the rule is with arthropods. Is it ground chili pepper? Good guess. This is actually tart plum. A lot like umeboshi. If you've ever had umeboshi plum, this is what this is, but powdered. And like I don't know if this is like a... I don't know if this is a like this is a like a official combination, right? I don't know if you normally would combine these two tastes, but it tastes pretty good to me, right? Jackfruit and oh yeah, it's got salt in it too. So it's salt and sour plum. Wait, snorting peppers and fight milk will get you in the spirit for Songkran? But yeah, this is my favorite fruit right here. Sometime I'll get an actual, when I get into my apartment, I will get an actual a full jackfruit, and I'll show you what it looks like to open one. Now, a lot of you have seen this before, maybe in its unripe, in the young jackfruit, right? The unripe jackfruit is not sweet. and it's used almost like a vegetable. In fact, it'll substitute for something like pulled pork in a lot of dishes, right? So if you want to make barbecue that without where no pigs are harmed, right? You can do that with the young jackfruit, right? With the unripe jackfruit. Now this one's ripe. This is the ripe jackfruit. This is the adult jackfruit, and it is sweet. Some like say that it combines the taste of a banana with the taste of a pineapple. I taste a little bit of durian in there too. Oh yeah, look at that right there. That's a seed. Every one of these pods has a seed. If you squeeze it, the seed will jump out. It's kind of covered in like a latex type thing. That's the other thing. The texture of this is like the one thing that I think, if you don't like jackfruit, it's probably from the texture. Because the texture is a little bit, like unless you get a super ripe one, the texture is a little bit firm, and some compare it to latex. But pretty tasty latex, so I will allow it. But yeah, goddamn, this is really good. This is a really good combination here. Grasshoppers become locusts when a giant mass of other ones. Wait, what? Grasshoppers turn into locusts? I got fresh Brazilian mango today. I love mango. That's my other, yeah, as I say, like, that jackfruit is my favorite fruit. Probably just because I can't get it in the US. But, mango. The mango here are, like, also in another class, right? Like, in the United States, you can get your red mango, which is great if you want to floss your teeth, right? Bite on into that red mango and pull it out, and you will be pulling threads through your teeth. They'll probably stay stuck in your teeth too, right? So it's not ideal. Yeah, this is good. But you got so that's the red mango. Then you got the yellow or manila colored mango, and Autofalo, I think is what its name is. And this is a really good mango, right? If you can find it. You'll probably find it more on the West Coast. And this one, if you're lucky, it doesn't have threads, right? It's just sweet and soft and juicy and delicious. But in Thailand, what I've seen, I need to learn the names of the varieties of mango, because you get like a big mango. They got the big mangoes here, and they're like the yellow Atafalo mangoes. I'm probably mispronouncing that. If somebody wants to correct me in chat, I think I'm mispronouncing the name of the mango, but I have iced mango, dragon fruit, passion fruit, and coconut water for breakfast every morning. That sounds like a good breakfast, Rave. Who made that jackfruit for you? Was it Hassan's mom? Chat, we almost had a situation where the housekeeper became, part of the stream the other day. They're like, my streaming time, right? The time that you would be awake is the normal time that people would be out of their rooms, allowing the housekeeping staff to, make up the rooms. Now, I'm staying here for kind of a long time, so I'm not asking for my room to be cleaned every day, but they get kind of nervous, I guess, if it's not cleaned for a few. They don't know what's happening in here, if you I don't know what it is. But when I ran into the woman that was doing that work, she was like I tried to explain to her, and what I need to do is just do the thing where you get there's like an app, and you can type something in English and it'll translate it to Thai, like roughly. But I thought I was getting it across. I was like, I have to work. She was like, would you like me to, clean your room, right? And I'm like, oh, I have to work. But then she said something like, I can't remember, like, would you like water or something like that? And I was like, oh yeah, like I could always use some more water. I'm running out of water, chat. I gotta refill this soon. But like, I was like, oh yeah. And so that was just her way of like, coming in and then, just fully like in her mind, it was like this. Look, she's like, I don't care if you've got, you're working remotely or something like that. Like, I can work around you, right? She's used to that, right? I think that's usually what they do, is like, they'll just kind of come in here and work around you. And I don't want to put somebody on street. Like, I could explain to her, like, would you like to be on stream in front of my mostly American, but also, living in other places, audiences? Like, I'm not going to be able to explain this to her. So, just out of courtesy, I sat here and I got ready for stream, but that's why it took me so long to get to stream. But yeah, we almost had a situation where there was somebody cleaning the room in the background. And I don't think she would have minded, but again, I need to make sure, I need to be 100% sure, like, somebody wants to be on stream. I'm not trying to be, some IRL streamer asshole that's just like, using people for content. So as soon as you get a burner and a wok, you can go buck wild. Oh, with veggies. Yeah, I've been there's so many veggies, chat. There's veggies that I've never heard of. Did you know that you could eat the morning glory? There's something called morning glory that's a vegetable here, and you can eat it. There's water spinach, there's winter melon, there's like, there's vegetables that I'm eating and I'm just like, I don't know what this is, but it's delicious. And the only way I'll know what it is to buy it at the market and try to learn to cook it up. I freeze a lot of fruit smoothies, baby. Smoothies all spring and summer. That's a good idea. Of jackfruit, the skin changes color. Wait, which one are we talking about? Where the skin? Here they are mostly yellow and red. You're talking about mangoes, but the skin changes colors as they age. That makes sense. Oh yeah, and a green mango. What's the story, Morning Glory? I mean, it's a different water spinach. You tried it before? Yeah, I had a dish with, I think that was, they called it cabbage though. Like, I swear to God, chat, like, translation. I'm not sure how standardized it is, right? Because I'm pretty sure the dish that I got was water spinach. I'm pretty sure that's what was in there. But it was, the title in English was cabbage. Standard for hotels, I think the same here. Yeah, and like, I don't know, like, she might have a certain, like, I don't know, like, how work works here. Like, she might get paid by the room or something like that. I don't know. I should, like, actually honestly look it up, because I don't want to be I don't want me clicking do not disturb to end in her getting, paid less, right? If that's what that is. But grasshoppers turn into locusts due to having very little space, and apparently the smell of other grasshopper droppings, it turns them into swarms. Wait, okay. So is a locust is a grasshopper then? We have a Ren Fair in town this weekend. Get your fruity meat on. Ooh. Yellow mango, Hawaiian mango, cara cara, oranges, clementines, sweet limes, guanabana. Oh yeah, the other thing, guava. Yeah, I ran into some guava here. The guava really benefits from something like this or the other. They have a lot of little, like, there's a lot of fruit that you'll eat and you'll dip it into something, right? So there's this is just, very sour and salty, right? You can also get sour, wait, no, what is it? It's like, it would be like sweet and spicy. Yeah, sweet, salty, and spicy is another, kind of like powder that you can get. And apparently you dip you take guava and you dip it into there, and like, I don't know, I feel like the guava that we got was like super unripe, right? But my understanding is with anything like guava or passion fruit, generally how it's made is that, like, you'll like blend it up and then you'll like blend it up with like sugar or something like that, and then make a juice. And that's, the guava that usually people, that's what people know about as like the taste of guava, right? Because the actual taste of guava, like, there's a little bit of that guava taste into it, but there's a lot of green or especially with the green. Yeah, because we got like basically a green guava, and it's very cheap. It's very cheap. Like generally, you can get like this cost 39 baht, I think, because it's jackfruit. But had this been guava or watermelon or pineapple, it would have been like a normal price for like this much. A normal price for this much would have been like 15 baht or 50 cents. Oh my god. What's going on? Do I need to turn off? Doesn't look like Steam is running. Something's running that's slowing me. Oh, it's Discord. Let's kill Discord. Oh no, wait, before I kill Discord though, let me open it up and because I did see. Ooh, Trump's bragging about people getting rich from the tariff fallout. Yeah. There is a scandal now about insider trading. And the markets went nuts right before. Okay, so if you've just joined us, if you've just signed up on Discord, I have just, or not just, but like, oh my god, it's been a few days. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I just wanted to make sure, but before I kill Discord, that I let people that are joining in end task. Hopefully I ended the right task. Yes. It's Firefox. Firefox is what's going nuts right now. I don't understand. Kill a few tabs in Firefox and hope that... Oh, ikama is super tasty, super cheap, and a banger fruit vegetable. How do you eat ikama, Hajiam? I love ikama on salads, okay? YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth stream. Let's check and see what it looks like on the OBS side of things. We have not dropped any frames. So if there's been any frame droppage, it's been like a CPU. Okay, we gotta do some. Okay, no, are we going? I'm trying to get Firefox to use less memory. Oh my god, CPU looks rough. Something about... What happens if I just kill this for now? Try this. Chat, we're gonna get going in just a second. I know I've kept you waiting on the edge of your seats for way too long. We're gonna be talking about the subject of today's stream, which is the tea session, if you will, the kiki, if you will, between Olayemi, Francesca, Silly, and Billy. Just talking about TYT. We got our TYT experts all meeting and comparing notes, and we're gonna see what they say. Oh wow, that looks way better. Okay, did that help? Oh hell yeah, that's wild. Okay, anyway, chat. But before I get into it, let me let you know what's going on. All right, so we've got several goals. All right, the bonus goal is for bonus content. We've got bonus content on offer today. What is that content? Oh my god, this is the one thing is I can't read the poll without taxing the without taxing my system resources here. So we have Ethan Klein getting hit with legal karma. That's right. Ethan Klein had a lawsuit against him. We've also got an attempt by a mutual friend of Hassan and Ethan trying to unburn the bridge, trying to get Ethan and Hassan back together, and we've got both Ethan and Hassan commenting on that effort. Yeah, there's somebody that they both know and they're both friends with that wants to see if they can repair the broken friendship between Ethan and Hassan. Good luck. We got Walter Matheson versus George Santos, and we got Bernie versus Anderson Cooper. Any of those topics could be something I stick around to cover if we get from 13%, which we're at now, 87% further to 100%, right? And obviously, if we get to, to 200%, I'll cover 2 of these topics, right? So if any of this is of interest for you, just know that the thing that makes the bonus goal go forward. Whoa, bonus. Oh, wait, how do I point to it? Bonus goal go forward is when you do a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships, which is awesome because I get to say you just got weaseled and that's a good thing. And it means that more people in chat have emotes. So if that's something of value to you, if you want to see more people posting weasels, etc., then gifting memberships is a great way to do that, right? If you support me on Patreon, which thank you, Patreons. Again, I'm away from my account right now since I'm on the laptop, but thank you so much for your support. It helps me out every single month. There's some months that's the only way that I got by. So thank you for supporting me through Patreon, and I will be reading out your names very soon, as soon as I can get the actual computer plugged in and get back into my Patreon account. So that's what we're doing there. Or if you support me on Throne, which you can do. If you right now, all we have is the Thailand fund open. So if you want to support me in trying to get an apartment and all that kind of stuff, trying to get a good apartment, a nice apartment that'll look good in the background, right? This is kind of the, it's a weird time because I should have enough money to get by since things are cheaper here. But the first month to get into my apartment, I got to pay not 1 month's rent, not 2 months rent, but actually 3 months rent, right? There's an expectation that you pay rent in advance and that you pay 2 months security deposit to get into an apartment here. So I'm right now trying to decide how nice of an apartment I can afford. I can afford the rent, right? It's no problem. It's just like the 3 times the rent is what's kind of making it a little bit of a bottleneck as far as I might have to kind of downscale. And I'm gonna have to sign a contract for a year, so that's gonna be the background for the year. So if you want to contribute to what I can do in terms of an apartment, a great way to do that is to support me on Throne. Also, let me know because I can't see that. All right. So if you support me on Throne, if you support me on, I think somebody donated on PayPal or Cash App, let me know because I won't be able to see otherwise, and I need to give you credit for that. Also, Twitch. Supporting me on Twitch gets us further along the bonus goal, and also it's an awesome thing because I've been demonetized like every political streamer. I've been demonetized on Twitch, so your support on Twitch is the only way I get paid to be on Twitch at all, and thank you to everyone who does that. And with that, chat, I think I've said my piece on all of that, and we are ready to take a look at what is going on with... This is a new channel from Olayemi called Olayemi and Chill, I think. Yeah, Olayemi and Chill. And it seems to be a podcast that is being hosted this week in the podcast. We got Olayemi, Francesca, Silly, and Billy, and they're going to spill the TYT. Am I better now? Yeah, look at that. Look at that. I mean, it's still, not super great on frames, and it's not going to be because it's a cheap camera. It's the laptop camera. I'm pointing at you right now, the laptop camera. But it's a little bit better with less stuff. What's the rent like over there? The rent is cheap, but like I said, the big sticking point is that to get into an apartment, you got to pay not just the rent, not just 2 times the rent, you got to pay 3 times the rent to get in. So that's what I'm looking at right now, trying to decide how much of a, and I don't get paid again by YouTube until the 21st. I don't want to cut it that short. But gotta go here. All right, let us now switch. Yong. Best place for me. I'm in a good place here. Get down a little bit. And let's get into this. Let's see what this is all about. And remember, if you want to see the karma that legal karma that Ethan got hit with, if you want to see Walter Batherson dunk on George Santos, if you want to see the mutual friend of Hassan, actually, you know, this here. Let me tell you one more thing about the bonus goal. All right, just so you know. All right, if either mutual friend or Ethan gets hit with karma, gets picked, I'll cover both of those, right? Because they're kind of related, and Hassan talks about both of those matters in a clip that I want to watch. So you'll get the Hassan clip that talks about both of you'll get a little bit of the Ethan Klein karma if you select mutual friend tries to unburn the bridge. You'll get a little bit of the unburning of the bridge if you select Ethan Klein gets hit with karma. Just so you know. Let us now proceed.
Be nice. We don't need to stop calling people out, but like the people on the left that are your homeboys, like these are your homies, and you're like, oh, fuck them. Like, absolutely fuck them. Let me make a video letting you know why. Fuck her. Like,
Yep.
and what he said every show, you know how petty you gotta be to reach out to everybody in the TYT network? Like, not you either. She can't go there either. It's crazy.
I know. And I'm going to miss going on, obviously, John's show, Dr. Richie's show. I really love Indisputable. And I really.
So yeah, they're talking about Francesca's recent ban from the TYT network and how gracious Jink is to the Charlie Kirks of the world, to the right-wing weirdos of the world, versus how ungracious and how unforgiving and how there's no room for disagreement and having a beer with people like Francesca. People like Silly and Billy, right? They're enemies of the state. Olayemi as well, right? Anna's had a lot of smoke for Olayemi. They are enemies of the state when it comes to TYT.
Really love the damage report.
TYT
And,
Nation.
you know, the Vanguard boys know, we talked about it on their show, but I really feel, look, what you saw was the tail end, honestly, of months and months and months of real rage, anger, inability to sleep, honestly. And yes, definitely feeling implicated as someone who contributes to TYT. And I have run cover for them a lot before, right? And I have had private conversations trying to have real people in, i.e. Anna. I had private conversations with Jank before I invited him on my show to actually have a debate, which, you know, kudos to him. He actually went through with it. And I gave him a piece of my mind, but I knew, like I told these guys, you know, I knew that was the beginning of the end. But I have been trying, you know, speaking of kid gloves, I've really been trying to deal with kid gloves with Jank and Anna for a long time now. And at a certain point, you kind of got to let go. And at a certain point, when you try to call in and you're calling in and I'm calling you in, I'm calling you in, but they're not calling anyone else in and they're going on Glenn Beck or they're going on, you know, Patrick Bet-David's show or they're going on Tim Pool.
So what Francesca is talking about is not like calling into TYT. It's the phrase call in, as in the opposite of a call out, right? A call out is when you're like, hey, fuck this person. This person's actually a piece of shit, right? Right? That's a call out post or a call out video or whatever you want to call it, right? And then a call in is where you're like, hey, you know, I really think that Jink Uger could be better if he just recognized what I think is in his values already, right? You know, like Jink has shown that he has this and this value, and yet this one little thing that he's done right here, I'm not sure if this is exactly living up to that. So Jink, if you're out there, you know, hit me up. No hate, nothing like that, right? You know, that's what she's talking about, like a gentle, you know, I'm not sure about this. I disagree with this. I'd like to have a conversation about this. Versus, you know, like a let's burn him to the ground, right? And yeah, she's right. That's what she's offered a lot of chances for you know, to start a dialogue between the so-called Max left and Jink and Anna, and yeah, it didn't matter. It didn't matter. So in other words, ironically, chat, Silly and Billy's approach of just call him out and shit, you know, hold him accountable, has not yielded different results than Francesca's approach of call them in, you know, work behind the scenes, talk to them, you know, in private to say, hey, did you think of this? Hey, would you like to come on my show and talk about this? Jink did show up on Francesca's show, but just was hyper defensive. And Anna, they made plans with Anna, but it never actually happened. So again, but it didn't matter. It didn't matter what kind of kid gloves you treated TYT with, right? They got one approach for the left, and it is nuclear. And they got another approach for the right, and it is pathetic, right? They are doormats for the right. They flatten themselves out. They turn themselves into welcome mats, and they're like, Charlie Kirk, please wipe your feet on me. And he's, more than willing to do that. So that's what we're noting here. The different approach to TYT has yielded the same result from TYT.
And they're going on these places. And like I say, they go with an offering. And the offering is, look at these crazy lefties.
Yep.
Here's my offering. And if I sacrifice...
So in other words, you guys sacrifice your side. You offer to throw your side under the bus. You contrast yourself with the max left in order to convince the right wing that you are one of the good ones. You are one of the good lefties, and you appreciate I don't know, they're populist, which is really faux populist, but right, you appreciate their populist approach and hope that you can work together.
These crazy lefties who, believe in things like moving money out of police departments into public safety. Then you will like me and I can get on your level. And what's that going to get me? Nothing. So Ole, you've gone hard in the past. And I also have seen you be so empathetic, honestly, and kind of at the end of it, be like, man, I kind of feel for Anna, right? Or I feel for Jake, but you were coming at this from someone. The reason I appreciate your commentary is because you come at it from someone who doesn't owe them anything. You know what I mean? And not even like, I'm someone, I don't owe them because I think our relationship was mutual. I had a journalistic career, a pundit career before them. I helped them. They helped me. I, drove traffic and views, and you can see that. But I was, again, trying to say, look, I respect you. I want to be able to have this conversation privately. When the birthing person thing with Anna happened, I was like, look, don't go down Chappelle's road. Don't burn your legacy, over this thing. Seems a little weird. And she heard that and she backed off. But
really? Wow. Okay. Yeah. So it's not the only person I've heard that from. I think that a lot of the leftist mafia tried to reach out to Anna during that birthing person thing. However, like I said, there's that one glaring detail of so the whole, talking to somebody behind the scenes, what does that mean? What is the difference between that? What does it matter? Right, chat, whether I see a content creator that I'm nominally aligned with saying some bullshit, and I either come on my stream and say they're saying some bullshit, or I talk to them in private. I DM them. I say, "Hey, are you sure about that? Did you realize how you came off? Right? Have you thought about this? Right? So that gives them a chance. If in fact it is Anna misunderstanding the way that birthing person as a term or the way that inclusive language is used, it gives them a chance to say, oh, gee, I actually didn't. So, that's the kind of thing where you're showing that you're not just looking for clout by, trashing somebody else. You're not, making an aggressive move on their audience or trying to push them out of the space or anything like that. You're not trying to sandbag their career. You are literally, legitimately wanting them to be better. And again, with other people, this approach might make sense. However, yeah, we can see Anna has already made the argument that everybody's making to her about inclusive language to other right-wing chuds a year prior to that, right? And like Olayemi said, that there's a certain amount of benefit of the doubt that's being extended to somebody like Anna Casperian that would never be extended towards Olayemi were she to say some, even if it is a misunderstanding, right? Nobody's going to take the time. They're just going to blow her the fuck up because she doesn't have, Anna's, standing in terms of being, an institution on the online left, and B, yeah, there is a matter of privilege and identity that gets you treated different, if you're Olayemi versus you're Anna Casperian. So that's what we're dealing with.
It was so funny because you were one of the only people who was like, I don't really owe anybody anything. I'm just going to call it what it is. I know we're all
Oh, wait,
kind of
sorry.
pretending. And then these guys, Zach and Gavin.
Question from Natalie Marie, and I believe a few other people might be asking this question as well. What channel is this on? Let me go down here and show you. This is Olayemi and Chill. I'm gonna hit that subscribe button, and if you want to hit that subscribe button as well, let me copy the link for you. But yeah, this is Olayemi's new channel. It seems to be a podcast. Just guessing by the first episode, which is this. This is the only thing that's up there right now, but I'm guessing she'll do like a weekly, bi-weekly, monthly kind of conversation with different figures. So yeah, that's what this channel is.
Gavin have also done the same, and I think that's what happens when it's like, look, we're just kind of calling the balls and strikes here. We're calling it like we see it. We don't owe people anything, and what comes out is a lot of truth, and I think that's why people like both of y'all, and hopefully me as well.
Yeah. Well, I think it's also interesting to point out that, like, I was a big fan of TYT. It's not like I come at this as someone who's just, dropping in out of nowhere to comment completely without the context or having ever been a fan. No, I watched the network seriously decline from its heyday. And I think what's so wild about this most recent episode that obviously resulted in you getting banned, not just from TYT, but from the Damage Report, Francesca, is I think that they had a real option with what you were presenting and the things that you were saying to actually take TYT back to one of the things that made it so great in the first place in its golden era, which was a lively discourse, a lively debate that occurred on the main panel show every night. I mentioned this when we chatted also, Francesca, but back in the day, in 2015, when like Bernie Sanders was first running, one thing I really enjoyed was tuning in and hearing like, Cenk and Jimmy Dore and Anna Casperian all going at it and, kind of fighting. And, it's crazy to think of them all being friends, but it really did feel like a family back then. And obviously there were other people around too, John Iadarola being one of them, and yourself, right? But people would get in passionate arguments, and it really felt like you could tune in and watch people who all respected each other have intense discussions. And that's all that you were trying to do, quite frankly, in this most recent stage of TYT's ideological evolution. You had a little bit of pushback, just like Jimmy and Cenk used to push back on each other, just like Anna and Cenk used to push back and continue to push back on each other sometimes when they disagree. That's all you were offering, and they could have leaned into that. It would have made for a much more entertaining product, ultimately, than whatever the hell is going on now. You tune in, the vibes are miserable. You can tell that there's behind-the-scenes strife that's affecting the on-screen presentation of the product. The vibes have, putrefied in front of all of us. It's just not the same. And I think they could have, if it weren't for their pettiness and
Vibes are not immaculate.
weren't for their egos, they could have taken your challenge and said, hell yeah, let's actually do this. Let's have a fun, explosive, intense at times discussion where we not just hash out the birthing person thing, but every issue we disagree on. That's compelling content.
I mean, Ole had a great debate, I thought. I mean, with them a couple of years ago around policing, and I am like, that is robust. That's good conversation. Even, if you want to be real about it, like, I'm a contractor. Like, I never had a show. It's really weird to do a really long segment about me, but when I did float that.
So yeah, Francesca's talking about her status as a 1099 employee, right? Same as me, right? There's people that have a either a contract, in her case, I guess, with TYT for the work that she did do, or in my case with YouTube and with Twitch, which is, I can get paid, but I don't get any sort of benefits, right? So it's kind of like, whatever your pay rate is, you can take a certain amount out of, because you're not, it's not a job in the sense, and a lot of people are, the gig economy is all about making you a contractor, right? But it's important to note that Francesca was never a TYT employee, despite all the work that she did for TYT, despite the amount of time that she was on TYT network programs. She never got more than just the paycheck. And this is typical of Cenk, from what we've heard from Winners and Losers, Hank, that Cenk is just cheap as fuck when it comes to the welfare of people that are helping him make content, right? He's just wow, he wants to keep that poly market cash all to himself.
them, discussions and debates between me and John and Anna and Cenk. You know, there's also someone named Dr. Richie who is on their network. There's also J.R. Jackson, but Dr. Richie specifically, all he covers is like police acting crazy and, you know, racist in the streets. And it's good. And also Karen's going nuts. And he is someone who's openly talked about, like, how can we get a leash on these cops, honestly?
Yeah.
And even inviting Dr. Richie to maybe like hash out certain issues, you're not even seeing that kind of crossover. Meanwhile, they're making lots of money off of Indisputable. It gets consistently, there's over 1 million subscribers. It consistently gets like in the hundreds of thousands. I think their videos might even do.
Which is not necessarily true for the TYT main channel if you looked at it recently, right? As far as the number of views.
Better than the main channel.
Like the difference is that Dr. Richie has a loyal audience that he's built up, whereas Jink and Anna, they're only really making a lot of views on a video when the video happens to be a topic that is that fills a gap, right? Where there's more searching for that topic than there are videos about that topic, right? That's you know how the TYT main channel makes its you know gets its views, whereas Dr. Richie, people are subbed to Dr. Richie and they're you know excited to see what the next video is.
They do
video
actually.
The next stream.
Right. So that's just another kind of like glaring oversight. Okay, so you don't actually really believe, I don't really understand I don't think you know about like real racial justice struggles, maybe like, you know, what all this whatever, what the Black Lives Matter movement was even about, but you're going to make money off of.
I heard they put Black Lives Matter on the map with their coverage.
Right.
Did you hear Jink say that?
You know, you're right, Francesca, honestly, that I've tried to, every time I talk about TYT, honestly, in the last year or so, I always start by trying to be like, let me show you where I like feel, you know, I can understand where one could grow frustrated, right? Because I never want to be a hypocrite. Like as somebody who is a creator and who recognizes how it feels when a bunch of people are shitting on you and talking about you and stuff. I want to be sensitive to that. Even though Anna and Cenk are people who are like notoriously not sensitive to me in particular. And it's always funny because I feel like I handle them the nicest, but whenever they talk about me, that's when they feel they feel like they could get really, you know.
Yeah, just like just to reinforce what Olayemi's saying here, I believe the word that Olayemi used to describe what Anna was doing was that she put herself at the center of the Twitter discourse and just said, cook me, you know, right? She put herself in that space, right? Where it's like she's trying to become Twitter's person of the day. She's trying to get the negative attention in order to wheel around and be like, oh, look at how badly the left treats me. Actual Justice Warrior, Megyn Kelly, Jillian Michaels. Look at how abusive these so-called, you know, trans advocates are. Well, maybe it's just all about hating on real women, right? I mean, it's just like the most turf, like, you know, coded shit that you could possibly imagine, because that's where the audience that Anna wants is at, right? So she's, you know, like it might look like, you know, Olayemi says she like, you know, puts herself in the pot, you know, and she's cutting up the vegetables and she's like, she's like Bugs Bunny. She's like, what's cooking, Doc? And it's like rabbit stew. But like, you know, the witch isn't even there. Like Anna is cooking herself, right? Anna's putting herself in a place to get cooked by the left in order to earn brownie points with the right. And like, she's kind of like, what am I supposed to think, right? So Anna takes this as like, Olayemi, the kind of person that thinks it's okay, it's acceptable to say, cook your friends. You have to not be listening to what she says and like frothing at the mouth in anger in order to take Olayemi's video as saying, I want for Anna Casperian to be cooked. I want for Anna Casperian to be, you know, hated on, right? That's the opposite. That's the opposite. She's like, Anna, get out of the pot. You're cooking yourself, right? And Anna hears like, haha, love to cook Anna Casperian. Let's get those vegetables chopped up. Come on, let's put some garlic in there. That's not what Olayemi was saying. That was never what she's saying. even Olayemi is treating, you know, Anna comparatively nice, right? Not you know, she's not going after TYT or Anna in an aggressive way. And the response that she gets is just like, it shows that Anna's looking for this fight, right? She wants to show her right-wing audience that these lefties fucking hate me. Look, oh my God, chat. I mean, look, we got to say it. The actual Justice Warrior audience, that's one of Anna's new besties, right? If you look at actual Justice Warriors content, it amounts to this. Black person with power did a bad thing, right? Almost every single video is either like black crime, or it's like, oh, look at this black mayor that's doing something wrong, you know, like, how did she get to be mayor? Must be DI. Like, every single thing is just this racist appeal. So the fact that, you know, I'm sure that Anna was thrilled to have Olayemi as somebody that she can pretend to be victimized by, because that's what this audience, this actual Justice Warrior audience, eats up. This is what that's, you know.
Because I think Jane just called me stupid out the blue the other day on Twitter, and I find it funny just because, you know, what is it, 2 years ago now, and I think I said, you know, they very obviously were getting ready to do a grift. It seemed very clear to me, and I actually think I'll say what I think either I was wrong about or is just worse than I thought it would be. Because to some level, I didn't think they were like right wing or that they believed a lot of the things that they were saying. I thought it was very obvious that they know that there is a formula and how to move over to the right or what they thought would earn them more dollars. I think 2 years with like perspective now, I think they do believe a lot of the right wing. I think they very much so passionately hold a lot of these right wing views. I do still think it was a deliberate, and it continues to be a deliberate effort to try to hone in on right wing money that they know they can't earn by just being on the right. They want to be the leftist who shit on the left. Like, I can hang out here. It's like they want to be the woman in the room that is with all the men that are like, oh, all these bitches are this, that, but not you. You know what I mean? That's what they want to be like. Cool girl. I'm
Yes,
the
they wanna
sensible
be the
leftist,
cool
and their
girl.
version of a sensible leftist is a right wing centrist.
Totally. And it's fine to be a centrist, but you got to just own up to the fact that you're a centrist. And I will just say there's like been a couple moments where I knew that their coverage has been, you know, there's been massive blind spots. So I've always bristled at the idea that it's for money, because I actually do think that they deeply believe the things that they're talking about. Like, I do deeply think that Anna, it has a right-wing framing on like the housing crisis and homelessness, just number one, just by virtue on who she talks about, how she talks about it. Same with immigration. You know, Cenk said to my face, he told me, look, I don't have a problem. This is in the lame duck Biden's
Oh, chat. Look, I've run into an issue where like, this water is important here. I can't drink water out of the tap because apparently it's not safe to drink. It's okay to, like, you know, wash yourself with or brush your teeth with or whatever, but you don't want to drink that water. Some of the waters are probably not like, you know, like, can somebody check this brand for me and make sure I'm not like violating BDS with this? Can somebody, it's this is the brand Namthip. Maybe I can search it as well, but this is one. Yeah, a lot of the water that's available out here is just straight up Nestle, and I know that's a brand I don't want to put money in.
Moment, but before Trump assumes office, when we knew all of the stuff that we're seeing now was 100% going to play out, he told me, well, I don't have a problem as long as they just target the criminals and the, you know, the gangsters.
Oh,
Like,
that don't shock me at all. I remember
like-
my conversation with him about bail and the criminal system. Okay, my mans don't even believe in cash bail.
Right, exactly. It's like, what do you think that they're doing now? ICE has said, I remember when ICE wanted to defund ICE in the first Trump administration, they were like, look, we can't actually go after criminals because nobody will talk to us because they think we're just rounding up anybody. So let's, like, you know, focus. And we're just forgetting that happened. And look what's happening. Innocent people being deported. Then another thing, this is a moment, I forgot to tell the Vanguard guys that you guys about it, but there was a moment when I was hosting with Cenk a few years ago during BLM, but at the tail end of BLM, you know, the most recent uprising. And
Narwhal _
It's
by
always
super
finding the
chatted
outli-
$5.
Oh, thank you for the super chat, Narwhal. I was thinking, I was waiting for the, thank you for the $5 super chat. Yeah, I'm looking to try to find out like who owns this water company. Now, Nam means water, right? Not sure where. Oh yeah, tip. It wouldn't be thip. It would be tip. Is how this is pronounced. So it's pronounced Nam tip. And yeah, I need to figure this out. Yeah, we're 3/10 of the way towards the butterfly goal. If you want to see the butterfly in my hair, just make that sub goal happen, and you'll also get confetti as a bonus. Okay, I'm trying to.
Liar stories that they really like. So this was an issue where a mentally unwell man was in his bathroom having an episode, and the cops were talking to him, trying to negotiate him. He had a gun, trying to negotiate with him to come out of the bathroom for like 30 hours, some really long amount of time, right? He shoots through the bathroom. It, I believe, hits a neighbor, right? And then or doesn't hit anybody. It doesn't kill anybody, but he shoots. Then he is killed by the cops. And
all right, did anybody in chat find this already? Yeah, I found out who's behind Nam Tip, and it's not good, chat. It's Coca-Cola. That's right, Tajium. It's Coca-Cola. We're canceling NCC. Yeah, that's wild, chat. Because the two main brands that I've seen are this stuff. And then Nestle Pure Life, which is Nestle. Maybe this one's okay? This is mineral water, right? Maybe I should stick to Minere. I'll take a look and see who owns this, but I had a feeling, right, with how pervasive Nam Tip was, that it might be Coke or Pepsi.
People in the streets, BLM folks in the local community, I can't remember where it was, they took the streets and they were like, Black Lives Matter, what are you doing? Why'd you just kill this man? He's having a mental episode. Yes, he was armed, but you were on the precipice of talking him down, blah, blah, blah. Cenk was obsessed with doing this story because he wanted to focus on the neighbor who was like, I felt unsafe because this guy had a gun. And that was really precious to him because it was like, see, BLM, you're kind of stupid. You activists in the street who were saying that guy shouldn't have been killed. But, and so it was like how we focus on which stories and having these outlier cases to disprove the movement and to show how the movement's stupid is really precious to people like Cenk and sadly Hannah.
Because they're not, here's my thing. And it's funny because I feel like something I think is true about the leftist internet space, right? I think the leftist internet space has like a white tint to it that is interesting because like actual like traditional leftism and on the streets and
all right, chat, I've tried 3 brands of water. They are all evil. This one's Nestle. There it is right there. There's the Nestle. It is fucking from Nestle here. Chat, if anybody wants to find me a brand of water that I can drink, I would be much appreciative. I will
organizes is very Black, but on the internet, there's always this willingness. I feel like certain figures are propelled to the front, and there's always this willingness to excuse glaring prejudices. And everything that I've seen from Cenk and Anna from the moment that they have come into like my arena is prejudice when it comes to Black people, marginalized people, immigrants, all this. And I always find it interesting how willing people are to overlook their like obvious racism in exchange for, oh, they're progressives because these other things, as though like these are not disqualifying factors. And I think that was clear with even when you saw when Anna went on her little anti-left, not even the most recent, like I've left the left, her original anti-left press run when people first started criticizing over birthing person, and she was in her whole like framing it like she had a beef with me. What she was saying on a lot of those shows, she was talking about how she doesn't like to talk to Black people. I don't like to talk to Black people, or I don't feel comfortable with Black people.
Remember that.
Outright.
There's a quote, chat. Does anybody have the quote? Yeah, there's something specifically that Anna said that just really left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouth.
that.
You don't no, Francesca, the reason you don't remember it is because despite the fact that she could say something like that outright, the left didn't give a fuck. Like this white internet left that is talking about it, that's not something.
Look, here's my experience of the the online left, white internet left, as Olayemi's saying, right? Certain people are marked as acceptable targets, right? If you want to say something bad about Bad Empanada, go right ahead, right? You will get no pushback from the, from the Vosh circles, from the Destiny circles, from all these streamers that have kind of molded themselves in the image of Destiny and Vosh, right? You got no problem from them attacking Bad Empanada. But if you want to say something about, I don't know, like let's say SDL, like, right, there's probably some apt criticism, certainly of things that Sock Done Left has done in the past, if not stuff that, Sock Done Left is doing currently, right? And you'll get a different level of pushback depending on, I experienced this myself by just not even trying to like, have a go at Dylan Burns or anything, but just pointing out to him on stream something that he was doing that I don't think he recognized as harmful, and making the case of this is why this is harmful, right? This is why this is actually not just, you're hosting a debate, but you're sort of platforming tropes against a group that I know that you stand for, Dylan. I know that you're, for trans rights, right? Here, let's have a conversation and just let me let you know what I think that you're doing that you don't realize, right? And just the possibility of a criticism of Dylan Burns was too much for the online leftist stomach. But yeah, I mean, if somebody had to go at Olayemi, it would be a different story, right? There are people that are acceptable targets, in other words, and there's people that are not, and it's kind of there's a certain level of cowardice, right? That I see, when you're willing to you sort of attack people in a pack, because that's what this amounts to. That's what the whole function of the acceptable target is. What's up, Sharon Middleton? Thank you for the member chat. Happy to be here. Happy to have you here. Slow mode? Wait, is slow mode fucking people up? I found 2 water companies. Thank you, Shaxba. Sort of afraid of people. Yeah, okay, so Natalie's got the quote for us. Wow. I'm sort of afraid to talk to people outside of my own race? God damn. God damn. That's worse than I remembered, but that's what this is the thing. This is what we're talking about, right? Because Anna's not on the list or was not on the list. I think now things are a little different. I think now people have woken up to, what TYT is all about. Whoa. Work appropriate. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Joseph Winnie, you just got weaseled. Volt. Spelled with an omega? You just got weaseled. Nessie, not Nestle. You just got weaseled. Legala Deville, you just got weaseled. Charlie Kelly, feel like has been waiting to get weaseled. You just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. You are Weasel again. Wait, isn't that a show? I Am Weasel? Wait, how do I remember this? Oh shit, that's like a really old Cartoon Network thing, isn't it? But yeah, thank you, Work Appropriate, for getting us started here on the weaseling. The weaseling will continue until posting of emotes improves. But that's the only way that we can get those emotes to those people, so thank you for weaseling people. It warms my little weasel heart. Anyway, I should probably read to you, since I haven't hit this yet. I got the bonus, I got the poll open again. Here's what's going on right now, all right? 98 votes have been cast on YouTube for bonus content. First place, Ethan Klein gets hit with legal karma. More than 50% are voting for that. Second place, Ethan and Hassan kiss and make up. And again, I'll give you like a little bit, it'll be kind of like, you'll get both of the Ethan Klein stories if we get one, right? That's how it's going to work today. Third place is Bernie versus Anderson Cooper. And fourth place is our good friend Walter Matheson. Excuse me, on George Santos's podcast. Is that what that is? It seemed like a podcast. But yeah, regardless, that's where we're at now. If we get to let me add what I'm supposed to add. Okay, so like we're at 36% now. Yeah. 36 out of 100. If we get the other 64%, yeah, we're like a third of the way there, chat. If we get the other 60%, we'll cover a extra bonus topic. If we get to 200 somehow magically, then we'll cover 2 bonus topics. But that's where we're at now. Make sure you know that if you're on Twitch, you can come over and you can vote in our poll. The poll is not on Twitch. The poll is on YouTube, right? Because Twitch won't let me like leave a poll open for long enough to meaningfully count it. So if you're on Twitch, you'll have to come over here to vote if you want to. I'm not telling you to watch it on YouTube. You watch it wherever you want. I'm dual streaming for a reason. So if you're more comfortable on Twitch, if Twitch is cozy for you, stay on Twitch. But open up a tab of No Comment Check on YouTube. Make your voice heard through the vote, and leave a like while you're there because it helps me out a lot, and I appreciate it greatly. And that is where we're at now. Let me get back to the content.
Thing they find worth criticizing her for. Racism is cool. Like this other stuff, everyone's like, oh my gosh, yeah. But that's been clear. And if you hear what they say about Black people, even their own personal interactions with somebody, if you think someone who's in like the year 2023 telling us they don't like to talk to Black people and Black people make them uncomfortable and basically making it out to be a hostile environment, like I can't speak or Black people are this, that, that. By the way, when they exist in a space where they could count Black people.
Do you catch the trope, chat? Do you catch what this macro trope is? Marginalized group X is actually the oppressor, not the oppressed, right? They've got social capital and they're using it to, decide who gets to speak or not. They're silencing my free speech. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Chat, Black people are oppressing me. That's the trope. There's a version of this. Oh my God, trans people are oppressing me. Oh my God, gay people are oppressing me. Oh my God, immigrants are oppressing me. Right? It's just a classical fucking reversal of victim and oppressor. That's classical fucking Darvo. Right? This is a whole ass thing. This is a whole ass section. This is a genre. This is a species of right wing content. And trust when I say this is right wing content. This is right wing shit that TYT is doing. All right, it's not just like, they've got some different ideas and they're heterodox thinkers. No, this is right-wing shit. Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Tracy Eva, you just got weaseled. Skippy's House, you just got weaseled. Mike Well with the kangaroos, you just got weaseled, or rude, as the case may be. Libra Vision Network, you just got weaseled. GC, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. 10 weasels have joined the fray. Yeah. Wow, look at the weasels.
Are like flies in the milk, right? Like she's saying, oh, me, she has a problem with me in comparison to a million white creators that are criticizing her, right? And if you hear how they talk about just their own personal interactions with Black people, what would make us think they're talking about that? They're talking like that about Black people that are in the same space as them, that are like their colleagues, are supposed to be their peers. How do you think they feel about poor Black people and working class Black people and who they're deeming the immigrants and the homeless and the criminals? And they say as much. When I was talking to Jank was spitting back at me what is sure-fired propaganda, like literalized. I'm like, I am an attorney in this city. That is not how fucking the law works. People are not committing crime, getting out the next day and committing more crime, and they can't be jailed and all of this. And they didn't want
to. It's like some shit that he saw. Like it's like Batman or something. You know what I mean? It's like when they show Gotham City as this dystopia, right? Where Batman arrests the evil doer and then the judge like lets him out the next day, right? It's like, they go to Arkham prison and then they get out and then they're back on the street doing more crime. And it's just meant to justify, like judicial, legal, and police overreach, right? It's used to justify, police brutality and our carceral state.
hearing, and their response was what he said to me then when he started turning up was, we have been some of the greatest champions of criminal justice and all of this, blah 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 blah, the Young Turks. And that's pretty much their attitude. They act like 2009 Kanye, which is dead ass. They do. Like, every time I hear Jenk and Anna, it's this very like, I am king. I have opened the door for you peasants, and y'all should all be bowing down to me. And I think that's clear just in how they went about dealing with you, because there's no reason, even if they decided that, I don't want her on my network anymore, I'm mad for this reason. There's a big jump between that and let me get in front of the camera, let me make and produce a video so that I could put it on. And I want to put this person on blast, because there's a suggestion that they want to end you in their mind. If they had it their way, they don't want people watching you. They want to tarnish your reputation, which is interesting, right? Like, they running up there to
copyright strike us too. They threatened to freaking sue us or copyright strike us out of existence for.
I'm surprised they haven't.
Members only content.
I believe the word was nuke, Gavin. They threatened to nuke the Vanguard
or whatever.
So had to copyright strike y'all.
There was Anna saying that.
I'd have had to do it.
They don't want to
have to get y'all.
Oh God! Speaking of copyright strikes, we got a in the bonus content potentially. Which one is this? I think this is the legal karma one with Ethan Klein. Apparently, Ethan's legal team has been sending out letters to like random people on Reddit, little legal notices that are just fucking ridiculous. Chat. Anybody ever get a email or something from either from your ISP or from a lawyer when you were torrenting stuff, and specifically if you're seeding torrents back in the day, right? I remember I had a roommate who, oh God, this is so embarrassing, right? Because the internet was in my name, so I got everything, right? And all of a sudden, I go to log on to my computer one day, and it's like, you can't log on until you acknowledge this thing. And I'm like, wait, acknowledge this thing? What is this thing? And it's a letter from the lawyer of an erotic film, apparently, saying that that I have violated their copyright, and that they have the right to sue me. And there's they've got 2 years to sue me if they want me to, but just that I need to cease and desist seeding. I think it was, what the fuck was it? I'm trying to remember the exact. It wasn't just erotic film, chat. It was like a particular type of. I don't remember if it was MILFs or if it was. Whatever it was, but yeah, what I found out it was that one of my roommates was, downloading erotic cinema, and decided to also seed, probably because he's just not smart enough to say don't seed this, right? But he got popped. He got by the copyright holder of whatever it was, and as a result of that, I got to find out all about his taste in erotic movies, right? I got to find out exactly what I don't even remember it now. So, and I didn't want to know. I didn't have any interest. So I had to have the talk with him of like, hey, listen, you gotta stop seeding ass blasters, okay? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know it's probably a good movie. I'm sure Ass Blaster sounds like a great movie, right? But you just like turn the seeding, like don't seed these things, right? If you can't protect yourself right behind a proxy or whatever the fuck people do, if you can't protect yourself from getting popped, then don't fucking seed stuff on a torrent, right? But it was like that. It's like this is the kind of shit that Ethan Klein's attorney is sending out stuff that is like, you have violated the copyright of Ethan Klein, and I am his lawyer, and if you don't, you could be sued, your life could be ruined. You don't even know the legal team that's about to come down on you. So you know what we need from you? We need all your correspondence with other members of the Snark subreddit. We need this, we need that, we need that, like all this shit that is just not even germane to the infraction that they're accused of, right? Which is violating Ethan Klein's copyright, right? Just give us all the information, like it, and then the implicit threat is you will be publicly exposed. Your name, your private information will be made public, or could be made public unless you play ball with us. So That's what's going on in the bonus content.
You're enjoying it too much. I would have had to get you.
I will say one thing that's kind of crazy, you know, like you say, you know, ever since TYT has entered your space or whatever, you've only seen this bigotry or prejudice or whatever. But I think what's so crazy about this to a lot of people, and why some people even on the left like have struggled to grapple with it, is because it wasn't that long ago that Anna and Jank, but specifically Anna, was like full.
Oh my god, a lot of chat has experienced this. I'm bringing up some trauma from the 2000 aughts and 2000 teens.
Full SJW mode. Like back in 2016, 2017, like she was full on like BuzzFeed feminist, like woke, you know, whatever. I remember there was a TYT segment about how like the Harambe memes were racist that a bunch of people made fun of because it was like too woke, and they were like, come on guys, like people are just having fun. This isn't like what. Okay, well maybe there was
I knew a bunch of racist ass niggas in law school who were giving it up wild off that Harambe shit.
Okay,
like,
well, my point is they were like the opposite, and then for Anna to turn and go so bitter and so, you know, culminating in that comment that you referenced where she was like, yeah, I don't even, you know, feel comfortable talking to black people or people that aren't white because I feel like they're going to jump down my throat if I say the wrong thing, which is crazy because if you say the wrong thing, you can just apologize. I mean, she's admitting there that she's actually terrified of having to apologize and admit that she was wrong.
It also suggests that black people are her antagonists, which isn't true.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing that the problem, and that's what I said from the beginning when she originally decided to single me out of a sea of people talking about her, and I was like the most aside, like we're not even talking about you because I'm on this white people show and all of them are talking about you and I'm seated here, you know what I mean? But I said that then it's like this need to go. That's how I knew it was a right wing pivot. This need to go on to these right wing shows and frame it like this radical black left, like the left is represented by these black people who are jumping down your throat, and meanwhile. Is that the case? Like, look at y'all, pale as ghosts on their ass 24/7, Zach.
Well, yeah.
Well, I mean, oh no, Zach, please, you haven't said much.
Oh no, I was just gonna say that my analysis of Jank and Anna is that I think that they were really just clout chasing the entire Bernie era. I don't see a lot of legitimate progressive values there, but what it was the fucking gold mine, California gold rush of YouTube. If you were starting up, Gavin and I used to fucking lay up at night, get a little stoned and be like, God, could you imagine if we started our channel in 2015, bro? Like channels that were not very capable were.
Narwhal, I think I know what you mean when you say put mine towards double content. Is that what you meant? Split it up between the Ethan Klein ones?
Just blowing up out of control because people were desperate.
Or just put it on one.
To hear anybody talk about Bernie Sanders. And of course, there were really good content creators that were really riding that wave at a time. But it was a total cash grab. That's why they don't talk about, Gavin just pointed out the other day on air, they don't even call themselves the home of progressives half the time anymore. And what you see is that Jank really just wanted to grow his platform. You know, Sam Cedar was mentioning that he wanted to be on in airports. And if you look at his trajectory like that, it really makes sense. So he goes from being a Republican, which is when you're young, if you're 25 and you fucking hate, you know, people who are different than you, probably that's going to be in you when you're 45 too. Like, it's just very difficult for me to believe that you had an altruistic evolution at that age. Maybe you did, and God bless you if that happened, but maybe you saw a lane for yourselves. And instead of having you and this 19-year-old chick that you hired, no offense, Anna, talk about like, oh, this is how chicken nuggets are made, and this is a woman that got mauled by a chimpanzee, which are the two highest viewed videos in TYT history from before they decided to be progressives. Then in 2016, they're blowing up out of control. Jank's mind says, I am going to go take a venture capital fundraising round and raise over $20 million from West Coast elites, as I'm constantly looking at the camera and telling my audience we need to get big money out of politics. We need to get big money out of media. I'm trying to promote independent media companies, but really I'm just skimming 20% off the top of them like a mafia boss, which Sam Cedar also revealed. They weren't doing anything to promote their network of shows. They were allowing them to pay them money to optimize their content. That's totally not what they were presenting to the public. Then they get Joe Sandberg to do a cash infusion and convince their audience that there's a way to do progressive banking. That guy just went down for a $100 million fraud in California, and they did zero coverage of it on their network. Then they go out and in a very critical election to stave off fascism in the United States. We're not talking about Mitt Romney or Paul Ryan. We're talking about Donald Trump times two. They say, we're going to get in bed with Peter Thiel and Polymarket, a crypto gambling service that's illegal in the United States, where you run your freaking company and you're going to sell the naming rights of the People's Studio, which you
Don't forget, run
fundraised.
for president.
Run for president, run for Congress and fail. They had a studio that they got built with $400,000 in small.
All right, some of this is new to me, actually. Chat, did the banking I'm trying to remember what the banking thing was. Was the idea something like that? It was like the post banking crisis, post 2008. And so they're trying to be like, yeah, your bank might be playing with your money. They might be gambling, right? They're doing all this. They're buying all these, credit default swaps with your money. But if you don't want that to happen to you, then you can bank with like so and so. I vaguely remember that. I don't remember what the company was, but yeah, Vanguard's saying that whoever it was that they were working with, whoever it was that they were promoting, got outed as a scammer.
Dollar donations when they were at that same time taking venture capital money. Could you believe the con that they had to do to those people to then turn around and be like, we're going to name it the Poly Market Studios? People really believed that TYT was a home for progressive change. So Gavin and I just view them as a corporate news network that completely sold their audience down the river. And that's why we make a living lampooning.
First of all, that is an amazing rant, and it's why I love the Vanguard. And I thank you for bringing our attention to aspiration. The founder was found guilty of fraud, and that should be covered. I mean, if they're going to be honest, I don't think it's a problem to take money from, certain outlets.
I got some questions about Harambe. Harambe was a gorilla in a zoo that was put down over an attack. And I think a lot of people felt like the attack was the fault of the zoo patron rather than, being, a lot of people. Anyway, God, it's a weird meme, right? Because so many things kind of latched onto that meme, including probably some, there's some racist coded versions of that meme. But there's, Harambe, like, I'm trying to remember, was this the issue? They mentioned earlier that TYT's, two most popular videos prior to them being the home of progressives or whatever was included the woman getting her face ripped off by a chimpanzee. I don't think that was Harambe. I think that's a separate God, it all blurs together. Like, anything like prior to like 2014 just blurs together for me.
But like, be upfront, be transparent about it, especially when they're going down or they're wanted for fraud. Like, it's not a good look on you.
Thank you.
Here's what I'll say: I don't love the making fun of T.
So, Work Appropriate's telling me it's aspiration. Still got it. I got it because of TYT. I like it, but I'm thinking about moving my money from there now. I'm guessing if it was a scam or if the guy that was doing it was a scammer, he probably got forced to sell it or something. Gorilla shot for the kid. Okay, so yeah, the kid, that was a kid got into Harambe's cage and got hurt or something, and they put down Harambe. New way to bank. Oh, okay, yeah, sure, totally sounds legit to me. Yeah, I remember there was like a mobile company too that was kind of like, we're the left-wing mobile company. Other companies will take your money and they'll use it to support George W. Bush, but not us. Harambe made it onto a Boondocks episode. That's the thing that makes Boondocks episodes kind of like timeless, is the fact that they'll sort of curate these stories. No, I've said it before, but if you haven't seen the video of Jink freaking out at an airport because he missed a flight to a Bernie rally, so cringe, damn. Can't believe what a Karen he was. I'll have to see if I can dig that up. The Offspring may have been a hit or miss on with tunes, but I'll always appreciate that they said they were like, steal our shit, as opposed to Metallica. Yeah, people are talking about, oh god, Coney 2012. Yeah, that was another thing. God damn. It's all coming back to me, chat. Just imagine money laundering going on there. Yeah, Harambe was a gorilla, and then the woman that got her face ripped off, that was a chimpanzee. I thought the kid fell into the cage, and they had to shoot. Well, no, that was what they said. Like, a lot of people felt like that Harambe wasn't actually a danger to the kid. Like they, I guess, shot Harambe out of an abundance of caution, but I think a lot of people felt like, yeah, that they didn't need to do that. And also, yeah, obviously it's not Harambe, you know, it's not like an attack. It's not like Harambe pulled the kid into the cage, right? It was, remember that story about the chimp attacking the woman? I only vaguely remember it. And then there was a follow-up story where she gets like plastic surgery to kind of put her, you know, face back as much as they could, but it wasn't great. Shot him when he was protecting. Oh yeah, he was like protecting the kid seemingly. Yeah. They just like kind of. Harambe is a metaphor for levels of human stupidity and hubris. It's all coming back to me, yeah. Polymarket, the crypto place started by the guy who dropped out of George Mason. Wow. Is there a reason that like so much weird right-wing shit is like attached to George Mason? Gorillas aren't really dangerous. Wait, the band? It's an image built by popular... Oh, you mean gorillas with an S. Okay, yeah. The chimp and the pink slime chicken. That's the top stories. That was their... Yeah, I mean, they were living and dying by the algorithm even back then. Gorillas are dangerous, but only if you have giant subwoofers. Chimps are dangerous, but not gorillas. Yeah. Well, not general. I mean, I'm sure any animal could be dangerous if provoked, but yeah, in general.
TYT's early days for doing pop culture stuff. I think that's good. I think it's due diligence.
It is good. Yeah.
You know, I think it's due diligence to do pop culture. It's fine. Yeah, okay. Some of the stuff could be maybe salacious and misogynistic, whatever. But like, I'm not gonna like ream them over that.
Sure.
But it is interesting to see like who are they at their heart. And I think Cenk, and I say this, he's probably gonna see this because Hank's gonna clip it. It's gonna be a whole thing.
Shout out to Hank.
Thanks, Hank.
Say this with like also some care. Cenk is fairly delusional.
No, let's be real. Cenk would see it anyway. Cenk would see it otherwise. It doesn't need Hank to clip it for it to come across Cenk's desk.
And I just want to like make sure everyone kind of knows that. And just another story that I have, because again, anyone who's built what he's built, I have some admiration for. Anyone who, recently, one of the last private conversations we had was about going on Piers Morgan. I had a bad performance once and I was like, man, should I keep going on this? He was like, yes, you got to do it. So, we've had conversations that have been cordial. I respect the guy. And when I didn't respect him, I made sure, guys, I never tweeted at him. I never made videos about him. I never said shit about shit until I said, come on my show, we'll have it out. And then from there, yes, I clipped up that video. Yes, I then made a short video that kind of mocked how he was wrong.
You said his brain was broken? Come on.
Yes, I did say his brain was broken, offensive. But I do think, look, my brain was broken after the 2024 election, but I'm not to the point where I'm going right. But one of the times that he was running for Congress, second time he ran for Congress, was... No, yeah. Whatever the time he ran for Congress when the impeachment was going on.
Oh, Christy Smith, yeah.
So he was like literally said to me with a straight face, he goes, can you imagine? I win and they ask me to present the articles of impeachment to Donald Trump. That's gonna just like, can you imagine like that? And I was just like, wow, yeah. Like a
Jeez, look, we're in a business where, I guess, like, the overinflated egos are not something that that are new to me. All right. We're talking about people that walk in the footsteps of Vosh and Destiny. Demon Mama definitely exemplified this. Xander Hall was getting high on his own supply, right? It's not exactly unheard of, but Jesus Christ, like imagine I win and I get to introduce the articles of impeachment against Donald Trump, and I'm in the history book as the brave progressive congressman from, where did he run? Did he run in California? Chad, where did Cenk run? Was it it was California, or I don't even remember what district he ran in, right? But like, Yeah, bro is seeing himself in the history books. That's a little bit like I never got that from Demon Mama. I never got the idea that Demon Mama thought she was carving out a path that would end up with a place for her in high school history books. Like, you know what I mean? And she was very much up her own ass in a lot of ways. But yeah, Jink is a whole nother level. And granted, at their height, TYT was getting a lot more views than like Vosh or his orbiters, but
child, like I'm saying, like, dude really thought he was not only gonna win the election, but in his like, you gotta go into Congress and you gotta just crush everybody and make no friends and go in there and you gotta fight and I hate AOC and how dare you straight deals and how dare you, like,
so good.
His whole attitude about how you're supposed to be in Congress is basically make no friends, get nothing done.
Yeah,
and they were going to be like...
Be a wrestling heel. That's what you do.
But at least he was passionate about that. Like, I don't even sense that level of energy or excitement.
No, but if it's... But no, because make sure you know that when he's talking about anyone on the left,
yes,
he has so much passion and anger. What I'm saying is like...
bitterness,
They were going to be like, oh yeah, you should definitely present the articles of impeachment, Mr. Uger, now that you've won your... Like it's just like so much delusion. There's so much delusion.
He got 6% of the vote in that race, everyone, for posterity. He got 6% of the vote. It was not competitive.
Yeah. But I do think that he has like a childlike, or he did have a childlike excitement that you kind of just referenced there that I have seen totally evaporate. And I feel like that's a big part of the reason why the show has completely gone downhill too, is just that vibe, right? That exciting energy that used to make the show fun. Even in that era when their cracks were already starting to emerge, it did feel like more of a fun, journey you were on with the host, with the ideology, like this progressive mission. And now it just seems like, Jake left all that behind. He threw it all under the bus, everything that he stood for not that long ago. Like, it really wasn't that long ago that he was calling out Jimmy Dore for doing exactly the same thing that he is now doing. Jimmy was
doing much I would say that Jimmy Dore did the like left to right swing thing effectively, right? He did have he's not very influential anymore, right? But he did have a moment where was he even maybe outpacing TYT a little bit? Am I misremembering that? Like, right, he did it well. He exceeded the views of the platform that he came from by pivoting to the right. But Jink and Anna it's just a case study in how not to do that, right? They had so many examples that were successful to a greater or lesser extent. Dave Rubin, Jink Uger, sorry, Dave Rubin. There we go. Dave Rubin, Jimmy Dore, etc. Right? But TYT seems to have learned nothing from their former collaborators about how to leave the left.
Was going on Tucker Carlson and giving softball, interviews in the same way that the Jink is now doing that with Dr. Phil and Charlie Kirk and all this stuff. And he's just completely unaware of the blatant hypocrisy that comes out of his mouth every time he defends himself.
Yeah,
I think he doesn't care. Honestly, to me, like as it pertains to the hypocrisy, I think he doesn't care. He has to see and know they at the very least, we know that they are locked into all the criticisms that are being made of them. So they've heard it, they know they don't care. And it's two things that I guess I find interesting. Whenever I hear like people talk about what Jank's previous like political beliefs are, this is somebody who's a Republican, whatever have you, it makes me think of something that's happening today right now on the internet. On Threads, there's this big controversy because you see Cory Booker did his 24-hour thing, and then some white person who loves himself an ally and a progressive.
I think I saw this.
You see, look, yeah. Okay, well, he said he's selling a candle with Cory Booker on it. And so people were like, hey, no, like, don't go and profit off of Black people's labor. Like, don't go, that's not the way to do it or whatever. And he was like, what? I'm an ally. Don't tell me this or whatever, yada, yada. And then this other person comes in really trying to defend them. Is what is a big platform called Camp Callout, which is a person who's calls himself ex-MAGA. They were ex-MAGA like last year. They were doing interviews on group. They were a member of like groomers against the LGBT people against groomers. Yeah. You know what I mean? LGBT grooming and stuff, like real right wing supremacy type shit. And but now this person calls himself Camp Calla, and they're calling out all the right wing people, and they're like, oh, this big progressive person. And I think there's a parallel between that and the Cenk thing. The way non-black people are allowed to have reprehensible like views, schools of thought, ideologies, and then they just tell you they've left them. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I have a new position. You know what I mean? I'm newly this, and they immediately take a position as the head of something. Like, I'm not just progressive now. This is the fucking home of progressives, nigga. Like, I built it, I champion, I am the guy, you know what I mean? And I think there's something to that, because every time I see Anna and Cenk's like political views flipping all over the place, but also seeing like evidence of maybe like them always having had certain views, some changing. I think what that is I think that's illustrative of people who got into a line of work, you know what I mean? And they feel maybe some things, you know what I mean? And they're riding with the waves and the times, and those things are changed. And if you don't have a concrete, like, this is my school of thought, I passionately believe in, contradictions will arise, especially as you start being personally invested one way or the next. I also think, and I've always thought this, I think there's a check somewhere involved for Cenk and them. That's clear to me, because even just as a creator brain, this hasn't been going well for them. I think by art, like, I don't really think there's any metric that you could say they have been getting the kind they have been getting the kind of benefits that we can see. Like, if like, we're not seeing their viewers increase because they're doing this right-wing pivot. We're not seeing the right embrace them or championing them or somehow like coming over to their channel. You're seeing like them end up severing all the relationships with everybody on the left. You're seeing their numbers suffer. You're seeing all these declines. And it leads me to believe and that they're not, if you're willing to go over and to go talk to right-wing supremacists, and I know you're somebody that likes debate and that kind of content, and if you were chasing views, even if you couldn't stand these people like you're working with, who are you, or you call them the far left now, you would be willing to make that content with them. You would have that debate. You would do these things that you apparently see is so necessary that you do it on the right. You see it as essential that you talk to them, that you have these debates and all this different stuff. So you would do it even as a creator, like, even if you weren't principled, like principally a part of it.
And Ole, notice when they do that. Yeah. When they do say this is gonna do well because of the clicks, is when they want to platform a genocidal psycho like Ben Glebe. And I'm sorry, Ben, but like, you gone off the deep end, buddy. And it was.
And look, you know why they're keeping Ben around, right? He makes Cenk look reasonable. He makes Cenk look good. He makes Cenk look principled. When you've got somebody that's literally able to say, well, no, this is actually one thing that the Trump administration is doing right. At least that was the dent of what I got from I haven't watched the whole thing, right? But that was the vibe I was getting off of Cenk's debate with Ben Glebe. I mean, that's super useful you wonder why like Cenk would keep somebody so reprehensible around. It's because, yeah, compared to Ben Glebe, Cenk is looking fairly principled. And like what Olay, I didn't want to stop her because she was cooking, right? I didn't want to pause it, right? But she has identified a whole ass lane of content, right? Back in the day, like what, 2000 and like, 20 to 2022, 23, you having a history as having come from the right wing or come from an edgy community or you know what I mean, that was like a feather in your cap, right? With the idea being, well, if you're just you've always been on the left, you've always supported like intersectional politics, right? Are you really who we need right now? Because you're just preaching to the choir, right? Whereas these guys, they're going to get in there and they're going to talk to these edgy young men and they're going to bring them over. Do you see how this has worked out? 2024, all right? We've tried this out. We've lifted up these Vashas and these Destinies and these, suck done left and whoever the hell else, is in that orbit. We've lifted them up as like, yeah, no, these are the people that really know. We need these people. We need our edgy boy messiahs. We need our edgy boy messiahs out there because they know the way. Like, we can't do it. If you yourself are marginalized, or if you have always had, fairly solid, like, left intersectional politics, then you're not really the person that we need. We need this guy, right? And sure, he says the N-word, but that's going to get the right wing in. That's going to, these young men are going to hear Vash say the N-word, and they're going to be like, one of us. one of us, right? It's just, how did that work out? Seriously, look at the results in 2024. Look at the young male vote. Have the edgy boy messiahs been pulling anyone out of the alt-right pipeline? Or have they just kind of gotten their own audiences a little bit more comfortable with that, like, you know, that dude bro mentality? I would say it's the latter. But yeah, no, Olayemi is right on. That's a whole lane. That's a whole lane of content. That's a whole lane of content creator. And I gotta be honest, it was oppressive. Like, I was living under that. Like, that was the background of the start of my career. Was like, this is who you're supposed to be, right? You know, we'll accept you as long as you do your job and say, oh, actually, Dylan's doing great things for trans people. Vash is doing great things for trans people. Destiny's doing great things for trans people. Sure, we might have some disagreements here and there, but I'll let them kick my ass in I'll roll over for them in the debate. And I just wasn't about that. That's what made me an outsider, right? That's what took me from being, you know, somebody that was, you know, marginally, you know, accepted in these circles to being an acceptable target for these circles, right? That's what got me dogpiled, was that I didn't roll over for the edgy boy messiahs. And I am so glad that, like, some people say that, well, you know, these people have fallen off. You know, Vosh has basically become a internet meme. Xander Hall is a lol cow. Keffels is, I don't even know what the latest on. Keffels is also like, right. So some people kind of cry about the falling off of some of this content, but honestly, to me, it's just clearing the trees. It's clearing the trees, and it's setting out the possibility of something better growing in that place, right? And it makes me overall optimistic. We're not in a good place. The United States is a fucking fascist hellhole, right? And it's got so much influence over the world. And the United States isn't the only place with that fascist hellhole, you know, political and social dynamic, right? So in a lot of ways, you know, like, this is a scary world that we're living in. But if something meaningful in the online left is going to arise to fight it, it's going to be without all that garbage in our way.
Is one of the many people he's only tripled down on, and Cenk will have been on for a whole hour to basically shill out Hasbara talking points from the Israeli regime. And it's like, oh, this is great. Isn't this wonderful? Yeah. Do this every 2 weeks. But with, you know, defunding the police. Do this every 2 weeks with trans people. Do this every 2 weeks with someone to make the case for unhoused people and for, like, actual housing reform. Do this with any of the things. But again, to Ole's point about the internet, I also, in my talk with Anna around the birthing person stuff, and I think with Cenk to a lesser extent, it's always been like, look, the internet, the people on X or Twitter, they're not real. Like, they're real, but they're not, they're obnoxious. Everyone knows they're obnoxious. We're all obnoxious. It's not real people. That is not the left, to Ole's, you know, first point.
Look, yeah, are there disingenuous people on Twitter looking for a dunk? Are there people, you know, on Twitter waiting to capitalize on your every mistake, willing to take you out of context and you know, try to, you know, burn you for clout? Sure. I've dealt with them too. The difference is how you react to that. If your reaction to that is like, this is the left, like, the left is the, you know, Ben Shapiro straw man of the left. The left is the right-wing parody of what an SJW is from, like, 2015. If that's your reaction, then yeah, you're going to do this, you're going to do one of these leaving the left arcs, right? But if you recognize that, you know what, that's just people on the internet playing social media games, and you don't allow it to jaundice you, you know, against, you know, and what happens is essentially these people start to become reactionary against the intersectional left. They're like, it's all like that. And it's like, you ran into one person that was kind of disingenuous, that wanted to use, you know, that you know, wanted to use this stuff as a cudgel rather than actually engaging with you in good faith, right? Does that mean that the entire movement is wrong and that, you know, you're gonna carve out some third way? I mean, this is stuff that, like, the left, and I'm not talking about the online left, I'm talking about the left going back to, like, you know, 1980s, like the electoral left, right, has been wallowing in this shit of like, well, maybe, you know, I guess left is the left is bullshit too. Let's find a third way. Let's, you know, carve out a middle path or something like that. This has been a big loser. This is the essence of loser liberalism, and Jake and Anna are acting like they've invented this new populist form of the left, and they need to spread that religion, and all it is a rehash of the shit that the Democratic Party's been doing since like 1980.
That's not people who are organizing. That's not people who are in the streets. Those people don't have time. That's not people who are, you know, helping fundraise for the organization, whatever it is. Like, they're not on here doing that. So don't confuse someone who might get mad at you for a small little, what they perceive as a transgression, with this broader left. But they're so internet pilled that they can't distinguish between those two things, and they actually don't really care to
That means they're playing the same game. They're just playing the same game on a different side, right? They're doing the social media game, the same thing that annoys them about people coming at them in bad faith. And I think with Jink and Anna, I've seen very few examples of people coming at them in good faith. I've seen a lot of examples of what Francesca was talking about earlier in terms of, you know, call-in type politics and oh my god, sorry chat, the thing is pausing. What am I snacking on? Omega Star asks in a super chat. This is jackfruit. So for anybody that's just joining us, all right, this, in my estimation, is the most delicious fruit in the world. It might be partly coming from the perspective of, you know, this is a fruit that doesn't grow in the U.S. and that is you know, grows a lot in Thailand, but it tastes like a mix of a banana and a pineapple, if you can imagine. That's, you know, and then it goes along with this, which is this is plum, sour plum dust mixed with salt. So you kind of like dip the jackfruit into the sour deliciousness, and it makes it even more delicious. Oh my god, chat. But yeah, thank you for the super chat and good question. Oh my god, now I'm hiccuping.
Platform real activists and movement folks. And here's my other point about that. To Cenk's credit, he is a movement person. Now, he's always wanted to be the head of movements, whether it was Justice Democrats or Wolfpack or whatever it is, but he at least tries. Even running for office, to his credit, he's tried to make a real world impact beyond, you know, the network itself. So I will give him credit. Anna, meanwhile, openly is like, I'm not an activist and I don't like activism, basically. And so interestingly, they are very different. And so again, if I had Anna on my show, which she agreed to, but then obviously is not going to do it, you know, I would have really wanted to ask, you know, like,
jackfruit tuna is special. Let me just point out, right? There's two different kinds of jackfruit that you'll get. This is the adult Gotta find a better way to say this. The mature jackfruit, all right? This is jackfruit that's ripened on a tree, all right? There's also jackfruit that's cut green, and it's very useful for things that aren't supposed to be sweet, and that you know, that have like a certain almost like a meaty texture to them. Tuna fruit. What am I talking about? Tuna fruit. Wow. Tuna fish. Yeah, is what Legala is talking about. Jackfruit tuna is special. I've never tried that. But I've seen it more often used as a substitute for pulled pork, because the young fruit is kind of stringy in the way that like that barbecued pork is. So all you really got to do and it doesn't have a lot of taste to it. Also, like a lot of times people will pickle it or they'll soak it in brine, so it's salty. It's not sweet. It's got mostly a texture though. It doesn't have a lot of taste to it, right? But when you put it in a sauce, it absorbs the flavor of that sauce. So you can make some pretty convincing, barbecued pork type food with the immature jackfruit, with the green jackfruit. And then this one's just a delicious desserty treat. I don't know. It's one of my favorite things, right? Everybody talks about durian. I guess it's the king of fruit. It's definitely priced like the king of fruit. It's a very expensive. That's the one thing that's expensive here. I've noticed durians. I don't know when I'll have durian, chat. Maybe after I get into my place and I'm a little bit more comfortable in terms of like my, because again, chat, like to move in to an apartment, I gotta have 3 times the rent. So that's that's the thing that I'm facing right now. So I'm trying to be a little bit like not spending too much money for the moment. But yeah, eventually I'll do a durian mukbang on stream when I can afford it. It's pretty expensive, but wait, what is this? Plum powder plus chili plus watermelon? Oh hell yeah. I haven't tried it with the watermelon yet, but I'll have to do that. Tuna mammals. I had a fake meat barbecue thing that was made of jackfruit. It was like a very good shred. Now the one thing that ruined, oh my god, I probably shouldn't say this. Chat. No, I'm not gonna say this because there was one thing that kind of ruined the jackfruit that we're talking about, like the barbecue jackfruit. There was one thing that ruined the jackfruit for me, and it was an experience I had in Gross Lab. Did it that? Oh my god, I shouldn't have even said it, chat. I don't want to ruin it for other people. Is it starchy when it's not? I think so. Is it starchy? It doesn't really taste like a potato. I feel like it just takes on the it just takes on whatever, like a lot like tofu. You know the way how tofu, people are like, I don't like tofu. Well, so yeah, if you put a block of tofu in your mouth, you're not gonna like it very much. But if you take that same block of tofu, you slice it into little triangles, you fry those triangles, and then you soak those triangles in a delicious stir-fry sauce. It's so good. It's so good. Tuna fruit. Pulled pork is standard, but the tuna is... Yeah, I don't know even how you'd flavor that. Is it with seaweed, maybe? What's up, V? Manic Mermaid Ash says, I've had jackfruit veggie, or I guess fruit burgers. Yeah, that's the weirdest thing, is it's a fruit, but you don't feel like you're eating a fruit, because it's green, and it just absorbs the flavor. It absorbs the flavor really well. Hanna-Barbera mammals? What do we got? Some wacky races in chat? Wacky racers? That's exactly what I had. It was like a frozen vegetarian bao bun. Oh god. I haven't had one. Apparently you could get bao in 7-Eleven, but I haven't found it. Jackfruit is definitely FDW. Yes. Moving, paying 2 times the rent, it's awful. Yeah, I mean, look, at least they don't put you through like a, credit income verification, you know what I mean? Like in the US they'll do a lot of stuff to, like, before you can even think about moving in. Is durian tastier if it's stinkier? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. A lot of what makes durian like people say stinky. I don't think it's stinky. I don't mind the smell, but a lot of what, like, the flavor that people object to with durian a lot of times is that kind of onion or garlic, or even to kind of like sweaty socks kind of flavor that you'll sometimes get in durian. And I don't think it necessarily makes it tastier. To me, the tastiest durian is just sweet and creamy, right? God, I kind of like slept wrong. I don't know. So one thing about beds here in Thailand is they like them firm, but somehow that firm mattress is just picking up my... I usually don't have back pain either. I don't know. I must be sleeping on it wrong. You gotta say it now? Oh god, I did. Depending on the hotel the kind of tourist you are, opening a durian will get a lot of complaints. Yeah, that's the other thing. I don't want to. Actually, even the jackfruit, I would say it's got a smell to it. It's more like juicy fruit. It's a lot less stinky. But yeah, if I opened up a durian, I might stink up the hotel room. The durian stink and flavor is just like right-wing ego / intellect. Durian is the king of fruit. My ass. Nobody bought my durian scented perfume. I still want to try the durian juice from Steven Universe. I like raw tofu, but I know it's weird. I mean, yeah, it could actually. I like it with soy sauce, right? If you just put a little soy sauce on it, it's pretty good, even if it's just raw. Like there's like yeah, like I think I've had it before where you get soft tofu. I don't remember if it's like marinated in like rice vinegar or something, but the main flavor that you use on it is soy sauce, and it's actually pretty good. Just absorbs all flavors, so people overdid it when they thought of making tuna. I mean, I can imagine, like, I know vegans, right? They'll try to turn anything into anything, and when they try to make stuff that tastes like fish, a lot of times they'll use seaweed to get that flavor. The texture of tofu, that's what gets you. There are some things that you can do about the texture. I am Chinese and I grew up liking durian, but now I hate it. As an adult, I can't stand the texture and the scent. I've heard a lot of the good durian gets imported to China. A lot of the best durian. Is it the Dunning-Kruger of fruit? I mean, I'm not dogging durian. I like durian. But I can imagine that just like anything, like chat for me, like I love peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, and my mom used to always make peanut butter and jelly sandwiches for us for lunch, and it was awesome. But because she would always do it, she would like I got tired of it after a while. There was one moment in which I had to be like, Mom, can we do something different than peanut butter and jelly? Because I actually made myself dislike it. Like the smell, opening up my locker to get out my lunch, and that smell of peanut butter and jelly, it was just like kind of, people have said it's a foot smell, a poop sock. Durian's the poop sock of fruits. There's a place in Cincinnati area called Jungle Gyms. It's like an absolutely massive international grocery store, and they have durian out there just chilling all the time. Yeah, one way to kind of manage that smell is to freeze it, although your freezer will still smell like durian. I had a partner who slept on a bamboo mat bed. I don't know. Maybe that's what I need. Maybe I need to put my bed on the floor. A blender? I like stinky fish sauce or fish water. I love seaweed. I need to eat. Me too. Yeah, seaweed is really good for you. Especially if you come from, like, here's what's weird about seaweed, right? Like so there's these two minerals, right? Iodine and selenium. And I'm trying to remember how this works, right? On the coast, the soil, near the coast, the soil is rich with iodine and a little bit weak in selenium, right? In the middle of the country, the soil is rich with selenium and kind of weak with iodine. So, and most people get their iodine, honestly, from just eating, like, what do you call them? Like, foods that are, like, oh, what's the name for foods that are, like, made up of, like, I can't think of the name, chat. Why am I, like if you eat, like, a lot of junk food, basically, the salt that's in there is usually iodinized. So you got no problem with iodine if you eat, like, but if you eat too healthy and you're, like, always like, oh, sea salt, let's put some sea salt in there, right? Sometimes you'll actually not have enough iodine, right? And seaweed is great. It's a great source of iodine, especially kelp, right? Brazil nuts are a great source of selenium. In fact, there's so much selenium in a Brazil nut that to have your, recommended daily allowance, kind of need like I think 3 Brazil nuts in a month, right? Will give you all the selenium that you need. So fortified, what's the other word for it? Yeah, I mean it is like that salt is fortified with iodine. I'm trying to think of the name for like junk food. There's like a name for it that's like different. Anyway, chat, I am is selenium poisonous if you eat too much? I think you probably can get too much selenium. A lot of things, you know, have an upper limit. Yeah. I think that you probably shouldn't eat like if you had a Brazil nut based diet, you know, it might be too much. Not drinking enough water will make your lower back hurt. It's like my middle back. Right? It's like it's right above where my ribs end. That's where I'm feeling it. Processed is pretty much what I'm going for, Rooster Rick. There's like another name for it, but it doesn't matter. Let's get. I'm sorry. I'm like I'm stun locking.
You know, do you believe in social movement organizing? Do you believe in activism? Do you believe in, you know,
no,
like that has an impact on our country, on our democracy? What do you think the mechanism of change is if you want to do even the slim things that we might agree on? Corporations out of politics. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is the mechanism of change? And I think final thought before I shut up, they are also so internet pilled. And let me explain this. When you're online and you chase clicks for as long as you do, you know one thing: contrarianism sells. You've got to say the unexpected thing. Cenk always will say, and Gavin, you know this, he'll always be like, and coming up next, an unexpected opinion from me, different take you might not have thought. I'm going to say something you might not like. And it's like, ooh. And that's the moment that's the clicks. That's okay. I'm going to throw blank under the bus. I'm going to talk about this. I'm going to have an unconventional thought. And finally, to Ole's point about like, is it the money or because we know this is not good for them? No, they've also been told. Cenk sort of instills this. It's like, whatever you feel, that little thing in there that's like, ooh, birthing person bad, you got to exploit that. But you know what that id is also? That id is racist as fuck sometimes. You know, we all have that, but that id wants to say some shit. I mean, mine's not racist, but reptile, you know what I'm saying?
Brain, yeah.
Yo, chat, we're learning something new about TYT. This is what's great about having an inside source like Francesca, right? That's had maybe realer conversations with Cenk than maybe people on the outside. Like let me just rewind this because this is important knowledge right here. This is important to understand. I think this is what she's talking about is key to understanding how Cenk and TYT operate.
Me, different take you might not have thought. I'm going to say something you might not like, and it's like ooh. And that's the moment that's the clicks. That's okay. I'm going to throw blank under the bus. I'm going to talk about this. I'm going to have an unconventional thought. And finally, to Ole's point about like, is it the money or because we know this is not good for them? No, they've also been told. Cenk sort of instills this. It's like, whatever you feel, that little thing in there that's like, ooh, birthing person bad, you got to exploit that. But you know what that id is also? That id is racist as fuck sometimes. You know, we all have like.
You know when Hassan says, kill the reactionary within you? That's the reactionary within you. Right? This is not just contrarianism, right? Because contrarianism can be anything, right? Contrarianism to you know, Trump thought would be, I don't know, you know, would be like anti-Trump, right? But this is you know, this is contrarian in the sense of destiny, like contrarian within a left-wing milieu, right? This is the reactionary within. You know, and this is why right-wing politics, they have they're not facing the same uphill path that we on the left face, right? Because that id, in some ways, is in everyone, right? That id, that like uncomfortable, that disgust reaction that maybe you have, you know, seeing something outside of your comfort zone. you know, even if you're open on this, that, and the other issue, right? You know, there a lot of people will have one thing where they're just like, ooh, I just don't, like, I'm okay with gay people, but I don't know about something about trans people, right? Or, you know, I'm, you know, anti-racist except for when it comes to, like, you know, Arab people or something like that, right? There's a lot of this going around. There's a lot of and these people will kind of build themselves up with, like, well, because I'm so anti-racist, like, this couldn't possibly be a little bit of racism that I do have that's unacknowledged, that's like burbling up from deep underground, right? This couldn't possibly be that, because I know myself, I'm very progressive. It must be that it must be, you know, like you can very easily convince yourself, especially on the Islamophobia issue, that you are actually having a progressive thought, that there's something. I mean, this is the Ethan Klein thing, right? That the Islamophobia that he feels, he somehow codes as progressive. Well, because this group is so reactionary and so backwards, right? And again, how do you arrive there? How do you arrive at that thought? With tropes, with stereotypes, right? With racism. You know, then therefore, for me to oppose this group is actually quite progressive, right? And I mean, this is, you know, it's shit like this that breaks coalitions, right? It doesn't take much. It takes a lot to form solidarity. It takes a lot to build trust, especially with groups that have been fucked over and thrown off under the bus time and time again, right? It takes a lot, you know, to be able to build up that trust. And it's so easily broken down. It doesn't take much. You just let, like she's saying about Jink, you just let that little reactionary, you know, bug out of its jar and it goes wild.
But that id wants to say some shit. I mean, mine's not racist, but reptile, you know what I'm saying.
Brain,
we want to, you know, it's like paying attention to the most base little like voice, and that is what is at the heart of every boomer's anti-woke, you know, little midlife crisis. Is like, why can't I say the thing, you know? And like, but they've been told to exploit that feeling and go with that feeling and ride it into the ground. And that's just like, it's so internet. You know what I mean?
I think the weird thing, though, is, as we've talked about already on this episode, and also as Zach loves to bring up constantly, it's like Jane could have leaned even more, though, into exploiting these arguments and discussions, almost in a Piers Morgan way. And you brought that up, too. He's like, okay, you have the Ben Glebe conversations. As much as I find the guy distasteful, it is spicy content. It is very intense. You know, it's hard to look away from, right? So
who he is.
TYT could have, you know, transitioned into that style of a thing where it's like, all right, this week we're having a really intense, spicy debate about Israel. The next week we're having Francesca on to have a really spicy debate about,
and they don't want that. Like,
right,
and I think that's the thing to their real viewpoint. Like, they don't, it's very clear that the reason they don't want to platform leftist views, like, that's really what it is. And I think that's kind of been clear for years. Like, even when I first went on TYT, it was very specific. And and again, I've said this, I've shot Anna this bail and I'll continue to give it to her. I understand not wanting to work with people or not wanting to collaborate or platform people you don't like. I don't think that's crazy or unreasonable, right? But that was their position. Even with their position to me was like, I was basically, abolition is stupid, bail reform is stupid, these are fucking criminals, they don't deserve any rights, we all feel danger, we all feel scared, and so we should just double down on policing. And they hated how the radical left talked to them about it, but I was nice enough in how I like presented it to them or whatever, so they were like, okay, you were the only person, but they said to me, you didn't disrespect me, so you can come on, you know what I mean? And so I've always known they conduct like, that's their process for whether or not people get on there, and I'm not mad at that. Niggas I don't like don't come on Illuminati either. I just don't announce it. You know what I mean? Like, and that's what I think there's a difference on arrogance, on like their need to like let it be known who they don't like in the leftist spaces. If they think they're the king and queens that can essentially exile or decide who is the left. And every time they do it and the left doesn't respond to them that way, doesn't get rid of these people, I think that increases their rage. But I think
because they're recognizing that they did have that clout at one point, right? They were the kings and queens of YouTube at one point, right? You know, they could probably effectively gatekeep, you know, like, and you know, sometimes did a somewhat effective job at it.
Narwhal_by super chatted $5. Malibu's most wanted asked, when they gone, let our people go. 22 years ago, loudly crying it's fine. Everything's fine.
Oh my god. You know, I always get Malibu's Most Wanted. That's the movie, right? I always get it mixed up with there's like a Offspring video that actually features somebody from the debate community. I'm really important. Wait, I think it's a Destiny Orbit? Am I right about that, chat? I don't even remember. But definitely somebody in Twitch poll, IRI, right? IRI was literally the white guy in Pretty Fly for a White Guy, right? That's his claim to fame. That's why he's really important. That's why we have to listen to his political views. But yeah, Malibu's Most Wanted, same kind of similar vibe, but yeah, different actor, different movie. I'll have to rewatch that sometime. Or not. Anyway, thank you for the super chat, Narwhal. I wanted to read. Wait, there was another chat in here. Okay, the Work Appropriate says that's why the debate community was so toxic. It was super reactionary. I love that we can talk about it in past tense. That's a beautiful thing, chat. The fact that I have outlasted these fuckers and that I don't have to watch my back. You know, if they want to say some shit about me, they're going to do nothing other than helping me out. Be various. I have a memory foam mattress and it's worn out. Got to get a rock hard bed when I move. I always think that I want like a firm mattress, but this Thai mattress, it's almost like wood. IRI was a Destiny guy, but I don't think he is anymore. Well, good for him. Good for him moving past the Destiny community. He's definitely a Twitch pull guy.
I think the reason why they're not doing the debates and making...
Oh, God. I remember somebody else he was a friend with, if I'm not mistaken, Natalie.
What could obviously be great content is they know, we all know that when you bring up right-wing stupidness, all these straw men, you get what those people got talking to Sam Cedar.
I think I just need to do some yoga or something, maybe some cat cow. You know what I'm talking about? The cat cow. This cat and the cow. Cow says moo. The cat says meow, 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 meow. Oh wait, no, that's Tabby.
On Jubilee, you get ate up, you get embarrassed, and that's not what they want, because I truly believe that there is a right-wing check that says, get those motherfuckers out of there. Like, I truly think that.
Wait.
Yeah, I think you think they are maybe...
Whoa. Right-wing check that said, get those motherfucker lefties out of there. Wait, what is Olayemi talking about? This sounds important.
Respond to them that way, doesn't get rid of these people. I think that increases their rage. But
okay, yeah. So she's talking about Jink and Anna. They're used to being and I agree. They're used to being able to gatekeep the left a little bit, at least the online left, the YouTube left, whatever, right? And then when they say, fuck Olayemi, fuck Silly and Billy, or whoever it is that's in their craw that they don't like, now that doesn't get rid of that person. If anything, that kind of helps that person's career, and it's got to be maddening to them to see that reaction.
I think the reason why they're not doing...
To not have that control, right? These are people that are used to having control, and they've lost that control now.
The debates and making what could obviously be great content is they know, we all know, that when you bring up right-wing stupidness, all these straw men, you get what those people got talking to Sam Cedar on Jubilee. You get ate up, you get embarrassed. And that's not what they want, because I truly believe that there is a right-wing check that says, get those motherfuckers out of there. Like, I truly...
There's a right-wing check that says, get those motherfuckers out of there. That TYT is getting a check? Yeah, so they've talked about this earlier, like the fact that their pivot to the right has not been successful, and I agree. Like, in terms of what we've seen from like Dave Rubin or Jimmy Dore. Like, these are people that have been able to chase right-wing clout through turning on TYT, through turning on the left at large. Whereas TYT, when they do their leaving the left pivot, it doesn't work quite as well. So, what's keeping TYT afloat? Olayemi is proposing maybe it is a check. Maybe they are serving a purpose to somebody out there, and that's worth them underwriting TYT's efforts. And so she's saying, that it's not just Jink and Anna necessarily being pissed off at people to the left of them, but it's that maybe that's part of the deal of what's keeping them afloat, of the money that's going to them behind the scenes. Yo, Omega Star with 100. What a puppy nightmare. Wait, what's the puppy part? Either way, thank you for the bits. TYT seems so damn cheapy though. Yeah, been sleeping on a love seat for over a year. If I can get rid of enough stuff, I can get a firm mattress out of my sister's basement. I have no room for it. Oh, that's relatable. Cat cow to sun salutation. Is that this one? That's this one, right? Salutation is teal. I think I remember. Is it Daddy Teal? I don't know. Work Appropriate says, I know Jink is kicking himself now because Francesca has over 200k subs. Vanguard is over 100k, and they're doing really well right now. Yeah, and they've got, despite the fact that they're not as big as TYT, sometimes they're outdoing TYT in views. So Olayemi is definitely right, because the whole Tren de Aragua didn't take off until Anna and Jink was insistent about them being a source of crime. It's such a... Wait, I thought I couldn't read because it puts it out to me in a very small font. Maybe there was something else that you said that I misread. A Murphy bed? Ooh, is that an answer? Yeah, that's a bed that goes up in the wall. You can also get a Murphy chair. Chat, did you know about the Murphy chair? Right? Murphy chair is a chair that folds into the wall. Now, chat, tell me, what do you think about a Murphy toilet? All right, that's the real 70s technology. The Murphy toilet.
Truly think that.
Yeah, I think you think they are maybe smarter than they actually are. That's what I think is sad.
I don't want to call these people dumb.
No, I'm just saying I think it's sad because I don't actually think there's a check. And I say that with, again, I just don't think there is.
I believe you, and that's scary.
That's sun salutation. Well, I mean, this is Francesca, somebody that's been on the inside thinking that there is no check. That would mean that they're just writing off of their, previous performance, previous success, right? And that's a very dangerous... If there is no check for Jink and Anna, then wow, what the fuck are they doing?
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Gavin.
Oh no, you're good, bro.
But the thing about the rebrand that I think is also worth noting, that the one thing that would convince me that I think there was a check.
Is there such a thing as a Murphy chair? I don't know, Chad. It's from a Chapo. You know how Chapo had Chapo had this podcast called Episode 1, where they would do a one-off of a podcast that they think that should exist. They'd play the role of a podcaster doing their first episode. And one of these episodes is called Uncle's Boathouse, right? Uncle's Boathouse was, I guess, a group of white suburban backpack rappers, I guess, SoundCloud rappers, right? And they did a bunch. They did an album of what these guys rap would be like, right? And one of the ones was talking about a Murphy bed, and then they mentioned a Murphy chair, and then at the end of it he's like, and I've got a Murphy toilet as well. Now what the fuck do you think that is, right? It's just yeah, anyway, it's Chapo silliness. I feel like I'm the only fan of episode 1. I thought it was really funny, but it didn't take off. Had an apartment where we would pull out a table and 2 benches out of the wall, Murphy style. So there are Murphy bidet. Oh geez, yeah, we need a Murphy bidet. Murphy bidet sounds like a poo being thrown at the wall. Do people still say dirtbag left? I don't think Chapo claims that as much anymore. And the sort of reactionary dent that that took on, I feel is... I said, oh no, Olayemi, what a fucking nightmare. Where did... Oh, fucking! I read fucking as puppy. Wow. I'm so wholesome, chat. I'm so wholesome. Look at that. I just like I look at a word that I look at the word fucking, and I just like in my mind I'm like, oh, puppy. What a puppy nightmare.
Right. And I think that's maybe what it was. Like, I think that big,
but nonetheless, thank you for the super chat.
Money that they got in that 2017, 2018 era. And for people who don't know, Jeffrey Katzenberg is a name we throw around all the time. That's the guy who founded DreamWorks Studios. Okay. So if you guys have ever seen Shrek, the movie, right? Like, it's a lot of money. And I think that Cenk thought that he was going to.
It's big money, and understand specifically that it is big money that is going towards pushing Democrats to deal with the homeless crisis in a way that prioritizes, you know, out of sight, out of mind, right? That's what the Katzenberg money is doing, whether it's, you know, going to the city council in LA or whether it's going to TYT. That is the anti-homeless shit that you've heard from TYT. That's very much in line with the Katzenberg money that they received. Now, they said that they returned the money, or I don't know what the official story is, that like they found out that they I am wholesome. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I didn't realize how wholesome I was until I translated the word fucking into puppy. But anyway, thank you for the super chat. We are well on our way. Almost 2/3 of the way towards the bonus goal for today. I believe in it, chat. I believe we're gonna get some bonus content today, and maybe even a butterfly in my hair. We're at 5 out of 10. Oh shit! Wait, did we run through the 3 hours? Aw. Yeah, we did. We actually did run through the 3 hours. Damn.
To be able to ride this into the next.
Oh, well, chat. At least we'll get some bonus content today, I think.
Wave. And so what they did was they reached out to shows like The Humanist Report. Great content creator. Love Mike. He's always been fantastic.
Speaking of wholesome.
To us. They reached out to people like Lance from the Surfs. They reached out to people like Kyle Kalinske. I know Mike and Kyle for sure were a part of that TYT network of shows, right? And we found out from Sam, yeah, hey, they're not really doing anything for you under that network. They're optimizing your content. They're, you know, basically you're adding Cenk credibility. You're making Cenk look like a mafia boss when he really isn't one. And I think that that's a big part of what it all comes down to. Back then,
yeah, you're putting out the perception that is actually reinforcing this stream of income from TYT, right? If you pay TYT to optimize your YouTube content, then you're actually, you know, the fact that you as the majority report are willing to spend that money or willing to give them that percentage off of your ad money is what it is, right? You are, you know, other content creators will look at that and think, oh gosh, well, you know, that majority report is paying, you know, a percentage to TYT for this. It must be worth it, right? But yeah, I think they realized. So I don't want to get sidetracked again because I've explained I always do the inside baseball thing, right, of content creation. But what they're talking about is SEO. Like when they're talking about optimization, they're talking about what is your title, what hashtags are you using, what's in your description, right? This is SEO. In other words, you know, how the algorithm's going to treat your video and how the search is going to, you know, treat your video. And so now this is something that used to be the case, chat, that just having tags, like YouTube lets you tag your, I'm not talking about the hashtags, right? Sometimes you'll see the hashtags. I'm talking about tags, which is a part of the video that you can't really see, but it exists on a YouTube video on the back end, right? Tags used to mean the world when it came to algorithm and when it came to search, right? You know, what did you tag your video with? Leftist content creator, debate, you know, the subject matter that you're talking about, right? And so on, right? But people started to realize, well, wait, that's how the videos are being successful or not. So if you see a video that's successful, I guess you could just copy those tags and you'll have the same success. You'll have the same algorithmic boost. people started using this and it started working, right? There's a video that's big. You just copy the tags, you put the tags in your video, and now your video is getting views too, right? And YouTube didn't like that because it was a way for people to put substandard content in a place where it would get a lot of views, which is not good for YouTube, because what does YouTube want again? They want to keep you watching. They want maximum watch time. So whatever's going to keep those eyeballs glued, whatever's going to keep those people on YouTube, that's what YouTube wants. People taking their shitty video and putting the tags from like a PewDiePie video or something that was really successful, and getting a lot of views on a video that makes people want to turn YouTube off. That's not good for YouTube. So YouTube fixed that, right? But a lot of people were behind in the meta. At some point, chat, YouTube decided that tags aren't going to matter, with one exception, all right? If it's a word that's hard to spell, if it's a word that people are going to misspell, it is still worth your time to put various misspellings in as tags, right? Michaela Peterson is the example I always give. If you want to maximize your search for Michaela Peterson, you can't just put Michaela spelled the right way. You got to put, Michaela Peterson spells her name a little bit of a non-standard way. So you got to put the right way, you got to put the wrong way, you got to put another. Any way you can spell Michaela, any way somebody could misspell Michaela, you put that in there. That's the only thing that really tags are useful for anymore. But my suspicion is that Sam and other people were paying YouTube, or were paying TYT through this network thing to tag their videos to get them more views. And whereas in the past, TYT, putting the right tags in your video might help you, when YouTube moved off of that tag meta, it really didn't do. Like, there's whole paid apps for creators that were based on maximizing your tags. And when that meta moved on, when YouTube stopped caring about what tags you had, because they could easily just transcribe your video, and the tags are supposed to be what is your video about, right? Well, when that becomes unreliable and they have the ability to turn your video into a transcript, then they just use what are the words in your transcript? What are you talking about, right? And that's effectively your tags. So I think that's what Sam ran into, and yeah, they figured out after a while that they weren't that paying 20% of their ad revenue, that's a lot of money, to TYT was not worth it.
You would probably bite your tongue if you thought that Jank had like a boneheaded boomer take, right? And for a long time, people did. I mean, people forget Gavin and I have been at this shit probably a little longer than, most people realize. In 2020, we popped off the map and we were like, yo, we think this Katzenberg money is fucked up. Like, we got this guy, Robbie Yeager, on here. We're like, they are really misrepresenting how they're funding this show.
Work appropriate. Thank you for the super chat. Sorry, not super chat. Thank you for the membership. Smoke Walker, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
They're asking for member donations when behind them they have capital investment. They have big tier capital investment. And I was actually working for a VC locally at the time, so I was really thinking about that. I was like, yo, if I was using this money and channeling it into a news organization, would I consider that news organization independent? Fuck no, because I would know that my boss would be able to squash whatever the fuck he wanted because he would turn off the faucet that would fund that. Like, that's just how the VC world works. You have a bunch of clinical cold bastards that only care about ones and zeros and dollars and cents, and those are the people that Jank decided to get into bed with, right? And those people think exactly like how Jank thinks, which is that, oh, if you're not showing loyalty to me, if you're not showing fealty to me, then I'm going to cut you off. And I just think it was like the chain of command going down. You know what I mean?
I will amend what I just said, actually, speaking of the one person who does have sway and has actually preyed upon specifically pundits, podcasters from the so-called left, and that is Peter Thiel, right? We know that he has put money behind... I'm sorry?
He funded the takedown of Gawker, man. I mean, he literally bankrolled Hulk Hogan to be able to destroy that news outlet.
Well, doesn't he also support like a number of like so-called left wing, but they're not really, kind of like trad cath, like
No, she's right. There's a thing called Dime Square, I guess that would be the tag for that group of people. It's content creators like Red Scare, right? They were somewhat aligned to people like Chapo and some of the lefty podcast space. some of the dirt bag, right? That's the thing. That's the reason that dirt bag is not really a thing anymore, is that like that sphere of content spawned a bunch of shit that nobody on the left is proud of. Nobody on the left wants to be associated with Douglas Lane. Nobody on the left wants to be associated with Red Scare, right? Those are content creators that have pretty much embraced some very reactionary shit, more so in the case of Red Scare than of Douglas Lane. But yeah, when she says Tradcath, right? I'm pretty sure Francesca's thinking of Red Scare. That is Dasha. Can't remember her last name. Dasha and Anna, I think, are the two Red Scare hosts, and yeah, they've fully become like, you know, Tradcath, MAGA supporting. You know, they've fully embraced the right wing. And yeah, so Dime Square was it's a part of New York, I think. And Peter Thiel, for a while, was just like doling out money to anybody who had a kind of like, you know, left but anti SJW, left but anti-intersectional, anybody who had any kind of you know, any kind of like a swerve to their left content, right, was somebody who could get that Peter Thiel money back in the day. And Peter Thiel, what he was really trying to do was fund like a cultural, like artistic movement of I mean, you could read about it even today. I think there was a article in New York Magazine, New York Times, called the Cruel Kids Table, a playoff on Cool Kids Table, you know, talking about this kind of attempt at really what it was trying to do was like create a space for right-wingers to be cool. That's the goal of Dime Square.
Dirtbag, like,
and that Peter Thiel money
podcasts like Red Scare, like they were like they were all kind of like
Scare's
in bed
funded
with
by him.
In part, they had
you know, let's just be real clear. Allegedly, all right. I don't think we've ever gotten confirmation on that. Red Scare is the kind of podcast that would have been funded by Peter Thiel. If Peter Thiel didn't fund Red Scare, he probably funded some similar stuff, and there's a decent chance that some of that Peter Thiel money found its way to Red Scare, but we don't know for sure. We don't know what we don't know. We just know that this was what Peter Thiel was interested in promoting for a while.
Dabbled with Thiel. I don't want to speak out of turn.
I'm not surprised that they're connected in some way. I'm not.
But they absolutely. There's been a coalescing between Thiel and funding the kind of like, again, like Tradcath, but like dirt baggy left, but like not, you know. And
still some Douglas Lane takes. Some Douglas Lane tea. His takes are very sus. I don't know. I used to watch the Zero Books channel back in the day, and there were some things that I appreciated about it, but it's a whole story. It actually brings me back to some people that I used to be friends with that, yeah, they were, you know, nominally on the left, but just had such a strong problem with what they viewed as the, you know, SJW left or whatever, that they basically chuddified themselves. And yeah, Douglas Lane is kind of part of that, but it's been so long, and Douglas Lane is so much less influential than he used
to. And so I actually, now I'm sort of amending. The only thing I could imagine is like, hey, Thiel gives you this infusion of cash. What is his investment currently in Polymarket? I mean, I'm not even clear on that. Maybe he was there in the beginning. And then it's like, maybe give a little more hat tip to X, Y, and Z, you know, on these issues, steer folks. And it's like, okay, we're kind of already doing that sometimes, so it's all good. Like, that's the only thing. But I think it's really important to remember that much of the right-wing pivot can go unnoticed by the average TYT viewer.
This is crucial. This is crucial, because if this wasn't the case, there wouldn't be as strong of a reasoning for calling them out, right? It would just be like, okay, well, I don't agree with that. I'm going to go over here and do my thing. You go continue doing your thing, right? if you could reliably count on the fact that the audience was savvy enough to, when Jink and Anna started to pivot away from the left, the left audience would leave them, and they would, be, they would be appealing to a different group. That's not what happens. There's a lot of people that just parasocially attack. I mean, we see this with Vosh, right? We see this with Vosh. Like, people get parasocially attached to a content creator and his impure interest in underage anime women doing stuff with horses is not a deal breaker. They want to somehow tell themselves it wasn't really Loli that was in that folder. There wasn't anything bad. Or if it was, like, I don't know. I mean, like, look, that's what his context video was about, is saving as much of his community as he possibly can, right? There's like a parasocial aspect to content creation, which causes people to stick with a content creator even when the stuff that they're saying is actually kind of reactionary. And so that's the reason that, people make videos on Jink and Anna. Otherwise, it would just be like, all right, cool, you used to be left, now you're leaving the left, bon voyage, have a nice trip, tell Dave Rubin hi for me, right? That would be, other than that, there wouldn't be a reason to call him out. But yeah, the fact that some of the TYT audience is still not quite got the message that they're being served not the breakfast of progressive champions anymore, but the breakfast of intellectual dark web champions, then,
because where it really shows its head is on Twitter and is on the other shows that they do. So that's why I said, I think
Destiny defended Loli 2 days ago. Destiny famously said when Vosh's scandal broke out, gee, Vosh, wouldn't it be nice if there was somebody that to defend you, considering that you did nothing wrong, right? And Vosh's takes on Loli and all that kind of stuff, all of his sus takes, right? Down to the incest stuff, like it's all shit that he got from Destiny. He was a Destiny fan back in the day. He got big by debating Destiny on Destiny's stream, right? So a lot of the shit that's wrong with Vosh is just recycled Destiny talking points, despite the fact that they are no longer friends. And yeah, Destiny absolutely hates Vosh. But as far as, the Loli thing, yeah, Destiny, Lonerbox do not have a problem. People in the Destiny orbit generally are like, this is like, art is inherently subjective, my dude. Like, how could you say that this little girl isn't actually a 5,000-year-old dragon and therefore completely fair game?
Improperly said code switching. It's not obviously code switching, but it is a speaking out of both sides of your mouth. Like, I'm going to tell one person one story and the other person a different story. And
present differently depending on who you think the audience is.
Exactly. And so you could watch TYT now and you're like, oh, they're covering Trump great, they're doing this great. But then on Twitter or on Substack or on like a podcast, you're like, wait a minute, why are you saying all these things about how, Josh Hawley's a real populist and people on the left don't take a win? And
they said Josh Hawley is a real
That's what Jank told me.
Yeah.
That's
I remember that.
Just to throw this out there for everyone. So Peter Thiel and Vitalik Buterin, who, if you don't know who that is, he is the guy that came up with Ethereum, the alternative to Bitcoin. Those were the two leaders in the first funding round for.
Wait, I'm sorry, Vitalik Ethereum? Is that what Zach just said?
Hawley's a real populist and people on the left don't take a win. And
they said Josh Hawley is a real
That's what Jank told me.
Yeah. And just to throw this out there for everyone. So Peter Thiel and Vitalik Buterin, who, if you don't know.
Vitalik Buterin. Yeah. Anybody know who Gavin, who Zach is talking about here?
Who that is? He is the guy that came up with Ethereum, the alternative to Bitcoin. Those were the two leaders in the first funding round for Polymarket, and they gave it $70 million. And it looks like Peter Thiel's venture capital firm Founders Fund is the leading bankroller of Polymarket. So it's definitely a lot of overlap there.
Yeah. And Jeffrey Katzenberg is also an anti-homeless activist.
Wait, say that again?
I just said Katzenberg, too, the original guy that took money from, is also a huge anti-homeless activist, and it's around the time they took that money that pivot began, too. So, just another piece of sort of anecdotal.
I truly think that's what it is, honestly. I'm like, I feel like
yeah, so you got this, I mean, this Casperian effect, I call it the Casperian effect because Anna exemplifies it. Please don't ever confuse that and think that I'm saying that Anna started that. I don't think she started that. I think that Katzenberg is probably a good example of that sort of corrupting influence on the coastal left, right? That you've got, so you got the United States, all right? On the coasts, things are blue, right? Especially the cities. The cities on the coast, that is the bastion of left-wing voting, right? And in places like that, it's just, you don't even have to wonder, right? It's always going to be, they're always going to be supporting the Democrat, right? In the middle of the country, with the exception of states like, let me make sure I'm getting this right, Colorado, New Mexico, Illinois, and Minnesota, I'd say, it's very right wing in the center of the country, right? But Northeast, West Coast, and those few states that I mentioned are fairly left wing. Now that sounds like wow, most of the country is right wing. Well, yeah, by geography, but land doesn't vote, people vote, right? So in those in the states where those red states, they don't have as many people in them, with the exception of like Texas, Florida, etc., right? So there's this effect where you've got wealthy people on the West Coast that are culturally left-wing, but they got some bug up their ass about something or other. They either, SJWs or the homeless or crime or, immigration in some cases, where they kind of break with the left and they're like, no, I'm actually kind of right-wing. And especially on local politics, right? They will vote for a Republican like Rick Caruso over a Democrat, all day, right? And so it's like a corrupting influence. It's like like the people with money that, like, okay, sorry, the second part I didn't say about these states is like the bad thing about the West Coast and the East Coast being the bastions of progressive politics is that these are also the bastions of extremely high rent. And many people are being washed out of these areas, or having to move, or in some cases losing their homes, in some cases out living in their cars, if they even have a car, right? Because the rent is too damn high. And so, the people that can afford to live in these areas are, very wealthy, or tend to be very wealthy, and the wealthy people are like, yeah, you know what, I love my city, I love the the progressive culture that it's created, but this one thing, like, if we could just do something about the homeless. And they don't mean doing something for the homeless, right? They don't mean making the homeless not homeless anymore. They mean making the homeless disappear, right? They've got these right-wing leanings, and they're kind of corrupting the progressive movement in its natural habitat to make it, and the fact that these places are too expensive to live in for a lot of people is a feature, not a bug, for these Casperian Effect liberals, because they would rather, you're too poor to live in the city. I'm sorry. They love the fact that you can't afford your rent and you got to move somewhere else, because they don't want to see you. And they definitely don't want to see the homeless, right? So, yeah.
Like, listen, the way I see it is this, right? Like, in terms of like my day-to-day work, it's like I work with a lot of different like organizations and stuff that I try to like help with messaging and try to get, help attract attention to the movements and things you work. Like an example of that is like Unlock the Box, right? Like Unlock the Box, they do a lot of work against solitary confinement, and there are people that I'm always like working with, and I will try, they tell me about something and I'll try to like incorporate that, you know what I mean? Think about that messaging and what I do. And to me, I see TYT as doing that for the right. Like, to me, me, that seems as though it's clearly happening. Like I will and that's why I think maybe it seems clearer to me all along, because I've always seen like the way I kind of do a lot of my like political content is in conjunction with like these movements I work with on the ground, right? Like there's no change of money or anything like that. It's just like, oh, I want to do these things. I have a platform. I realize that I know all these like local organizers. I know these people working in these movements. So, oh, you're working on solitary confinement. Like in my Greg Abbott video, Krish Gundu is in my video. She's someone who works with the Texas jail projects. It's like, okay, I know you. I have access to this information. So I'll talk to these different organizers and be like, what's important to y'all this year? Like, what are we working on? What do we care about? And I'll try to see how I can have those like goals in mind in my content this year. And I think that the TYT does that for the right with a check. Because to me, that's the only, and I know a lot of people do that. And that's why I think that's the only thing that makes sense, that you could see people doing something that's so unsuccessful in the metrics we measure by and is alienating everybody, but they fucking keep tripling down on it. I think there's a level of your views, but I also think it's a level of, I think when you're money focused, which I'm not even saying that to be like, to just make an aspersion about them. That seems very, and when I've listened to all of Anna Casperian's complaints and Cenk's complaints in the last like few years, it seems very, very clear that at least she is very upset about what she perceives as like success that they should have earned, more money that they should be making. Like every time she brings up Hassan, it's this, look how much fucking money these people are making and I'm not making this money.
Hassan sits online all day playing video games and gets millions of dollars thrown at him. Yeah,
like this is undeserved in some way. So I think when that's your focus and you like that becomes your agenda, I think that can, and you feel like this is what's necessary to chase that money, you can end up becoming so upset at what you see is preventing you from that success. And I think there's a lot of that wrapped up in how they feel about the left. I also, to Jenks, I don't know if this is I don't know if there's a compliment or credit. I just think this is a fact. I think this is how he ends up in this position. Cenk seems, to his credit, incredibly loyal to Anna Casperian. If no one else, incredibly loyal to Anna. Because like I've watched all the Vanguard videos too, right? Like I keep up on all the drama. And what it seemed like to me is I feel like I could see a bunch of different instances where Cenk seems as fed up as everybody else by what, like when Anna first started like, you know, moving like this. I could see a bunch of different instances where you could tell he's like, Jesus fucking Christ. But like, that's obviously his homie. And it's like, like no matter what, like every time she keeps, like it seems like every time she starts something, but she didn't like somebody, like before Cenk went on Francesca's, and I see when Cenk got real anti-Francesca, when Anna got real openly anti-Francesca, like on there, it was like,
well, who do you think produced the whole video about me? Who do you think produced that? That was Anna. That was not
100%.
Cenk. Cenk wouldn't do.
Executive producer Anna Casperian.
Cenk was rising above it. He was rising above it. He tweeted back at me, but he wasn't going to stoop to that level. I'm a contractor. What are you going to do, right? He privately texted me. He was like, "Why do you want to go on this network if you think, if you think it's so awful, if we're, if we're fascists or whatever?" And I think I didn't say this, but I was like, think of me as the resistance. And that's sort of how I felt about it. But no, that was a 100% Anna produced production. And I will say this, and I've told the guys this before, and this is my analysis. Cenk spent a lot of years ignoring Anna and not letting her have her say, not letting her be involved in decision-making at TYT, even though she made up so much of the reason that it was successful. She presents the news. She's the one who's packaging everything. She's working her ass off every single day, okay? And eventually it broke through to him and he gave her more editorial reins. Sadly, the Black Lives Matter uprising also happened, and so did COVID.
So yeah, the idea that maybe Cenk was somewhat intellectually captured by Anna, that there's not a lot of intellectual gas in Cenk's tank, right? He's just kind of, he was a Republican when he was younger. At some point, maybe during the Bush administration, he saw the drawbacks to that, right? He saw things about the right wing that he didn't like. And Anna, the funny thing though is, like, from what I remember, back in the day when there was an Anna versus Cenk argument, it was generally Cenk being like somewhat reactionary and Anna clapping back at it. At some point, that reversed. It was Anna pulling Cenk along towards not only, burning a bunch of bridges, but yeah, like embracing the intellectual dark web that they used to criticize, although not very well, because like I said, there's not a lot of gas in Jake's tank intellectually or ideologically.
And a lot of people became real Karens. And so he feels indebted to her because of the years.
Got More Soul says it's not intellectual gas, it's just fart gas.
That, you know, she was iced out of you know, decision making. I don't know if she has a big role now, but that is why there is loyalty. And she has convinced him, I mean, truly on some like poison pill, like just sort of like real hypnosis that like everybody's against.
I think it's just that Jink doesn't have a lot of real, like, Jink will repeat talking points, but he's not giving an argument. He's not coming from a place that's really, you know, sort of, like, he doesn't have that connection from ideology to logic to, you know what I mean? He's just kind of spouting talking points, whereas Anna has read IDW authors and she has internalized their logic. And when Jink sees like this logic, he just doesn't have an argument against it, right? When you ask him, well, why, you know, yeah, I know they're home of the progressives and we've always said this, we always believe this, but why is that? And Jink's like, huh, you're right. Why do we say, you know, right? Why don't we ride the anti-homelessness wave? Why don't we ride the anti-immigration wave? Huh? No, you're right. A lot of people are saying that. And even, you know, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris in a lot of ways have kissed the ring of anti-immigrant rhetoric. Why not us too?
Him, he's exactly like her, the left's never gonna learn this and this and that, give up on that. Like there's a lot of like
they're like a toxic brother and sister, I feel like.
Totally.
And on some level I kind of respect it.
And what?
I do. I think it's so funny, like Jen and Anna. I think Jen and Anna, as far as people in this world who don't like me and have said negative things about me, I think I feel least like I like them the most of people who talk shit about me, in the sense that I don't fuck with you, but I still like appreciate your level of toxic duo crazy, and I think I like.
Normal by Nature, thank you for the donation on the throne. That gets us to, I believe, 100%. Boom.
I appreciate the loyalty of the frustration of like, what is this bitch talking about? And she's sinking the ship, but I'm gonna go down with my ship with my bitch. Like that's clear. Like it just comes across so deep. And I'm like, you know what? If you're not gonna be loyal or give a flying fuck about anything else, and this movement, these marginalized groups, these progressive values, at least you know Jane fuck with Anna the long way.
Hang on, let me just say.
Yeah, I gotta say, I got some experience with this, right? One of my first would have been scandals, right? One of the first time that you know, somebody called me out back when we were trying to create a like a Twitch team, right? How do I explain this, right? Twitch teams, they raid into each other. It's usually a gaming thing, right? You know, similar people that play similar games, and they'll all so what it takes is somebody that's a Twitch partner, and then people that are Twitch affiliates, right? And so you know, there was we were trying to, me and a bunch of streamers that I was friends with were trying to set up one of these Twitch streams around a partner who ended up being incredibly problematic, right? So it's probably a good thing this didn't happen. But there was somebody that I'd gotten into a argument with in a chat, and they had just in super bad faith, super disingenuously, like made a bunch of accusations against me, which if they were true, I wouldn't want to fuck with me. Like if the stuff that this person, you know, the stuff that this person was saying was false, but it was the kind of thing that, you know, if it was true, like that's, you know, real damning shit against me, right? And I had this one friend who ended up long-term not being a friend, spoiler, who said, Irene, I'm going to stick with you even if you did the bad thing, right? even if you really were racist and ableist to this person, I'm going to stick with you. And the level of disgust that I had there was like palpable, because this person didn't know whether I had done the thing I was being accused of, and they didn't care. Like they would go on stream and say that they, you know, cared about, you know, they were against ableism, they were against racism, they were, you know, like, right? But they were letting me know behind the scenes that they didn't give a fuck. Like they were ride or die with me. And that's not a good thing, right? If I did something wrong, I want to be surrounded by people who aren't going to let me get away with that, who are going to call me out over that sort of thing. If there's any hope of me learning or growing or changing, it's going to come from being in an environment where people are not like, you know, the other content creators are not, you know, just giving me the pass. And this person was just letting me know in no uncertain terms, I give you the pass because I, you know, and I think in her case, it was that she believed in my potential. And she wanted to hitch her train to that potential, and no amount of problematic behavior on my part was gonna like get in the way of that, right? So it's kind of gross. You're like, wait, who did I surround myself with? Like, who are my friends, right? But yeah, this is anything
else, and this movement.
That's what Olayemi's talking about with Jink and Anna. Like on some level, Jink doesn't care, and it's in his case, it's because of a friendship. It's because you know, he's ride or die with Anna because Anna's been part of his team from early on, right? In the case that I was citing, it was because of the perception that I was going places, right?
These marginalized groups, these progressive values, at least you know Jake fuck with Anna the long way.
Hang on, let me just say that before the election, it was heading in a different direction. Before the election, and it was very clear that Anna and Cenk were going to have some sort of
it seemed that way too
between the two of them.
Interesting.
When I say that the election broke his brain, I mean it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you spend all this time being like, you know, my side is right, and then your side loses, and you feel a big way about having to like sit and think. You want to be with the powerful people. You want to do what everyone else is doing now. You want to do what Mika Brzezinski and Joe Scarborough are doing, what other mainstream media outlets are doing. You want to be next to power. You don't want to look like a loser, and you don't want to have been caught out having been wrong. Like the rest of us have to sit there and be caught out because, of course, we're, you know, used to losing with these Democrats. But no, instead, he pivoted. And so then I was like, uh-oh, now we're in for some real crazy Thelma and Louise shit because they're now stuck together. But I do think it will come from more and more people, right? Emma Vigeland, former TYT. Ben Dixon, former TYT. You know, me, like
Mondale.
Benny, Mondale. And I just want to say, I'm not going to name their names, but you know who they are. If you've seen specifically women of color and specifically Black women ever on TYT Network over the years, you've not seen them recently. You know who they are. You haven't seen them. And it is for the same reasons, but they are just not going.
Yeah, that's right, Woody Red. She thought I was going to be the next Destiny. Little did she know I'd turn out to be the trans femme Chud Logic. That's right.
Going public, talking about it. Don't care, don't want the smoke, whatever. But I know, like firsthand.
Actually, I probably should stop saying that. Is Chud falling off? Woody, can you help me with this? Is Chud falling off?
Back end that is why they've left.
Yeah.
And
I can't tell. Just the numbers that I've seen from him lately are not what I'd expect. But
so, you know, it's gonna come for them eventually. The two of them, it's gonna happen. Because you can't be that toxic to everybody else and not have it fester. Who's gonna be next? Is it gonna be JR? Is it gonna be Dr. Richie? Is it gonna be John? You know, and like, it's just like, I mean, right? Because it can only continue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have just cue the Britney Spears music, you know. I'm addicted
I hope that most of chat can tell when I'm joking.
to you. Let you know that you're
Exactly. No, it isn't. They are doing like
I don't know.
Gavin been doing. It's crazy. Like this desire, it's so insane, right? Because like I mean, obviously it happens every election season. Like, I'm not surprised. You always see these people willing to go like, oh, okay, the right one, let me go and
He seems to be doing okay. Where is he hiding his numbers? On Kick, on Twitch?
race the right, let me go in, like, backpedal. But in this particular instant, I'm like, we are quite literally, like, and I don't give a fuck about anybody.
Is he hiding his power levels?
On the internet who loves to pretend or downplay with Trump and the Republican administration. They downplayed it during the election. They downplay it now. And I'm saying, we are watching the dismantling of democracy. It has never been more unsafe. Like I like, as an immigrant who does not feel safe to travel domestically, let alone abroad. Like it is so bad. And I think that's what makes it so extra egregious to see these.
Chud who? That's right. That's the rules, chat. That's how things go. That out of that whole group, out of that whole cohort, I'm the one that survived.
People, like, I'm not confident we're having another free and fair. I do not see Donald Trump just leaving office. I don't see, like, to me, I truly feel like it's a totalitarian regime. And as soon as you start looking at it through the eyes of analyzing it as authoritarianism is what's happening, and that's what I thought was going to happen, that makes it so sick. Like, it's a different level of, oh, let me, like, pandering to white supremacists.
He still gets good YouTube numbers. Yeah, I must just be checking in at the beginning of his stream or something. Maybe I'm just seeing his early numbers.
Trying to be buddy with literal white fucking supremacists, like people who if they had it their way, they'll get rid of anybody they could deem other out of here. And all you have is, let's go have a
beer.
Which is an
admission.
Go and get a beer with the Charlie Kirks of the world. Charlie Kelly says, Jink thinks he can survive the fallout from his audience like Mika and Joe, except he doesn't have an institution like MSNBC protecting him. Are Mika and Joe actually going to survive? Because that's a fucking goddamn tragedy. Right? I am more invested in Mika and Joe falling off than Bosch, Destiny, Chud Logic, what have you. Right? Like, Mika and Joe truly deserve to lose their audience. Are people just gonna, like, forget, like, what fucking ass kissers they are? Like, that you can call somebody a fascist before the election, then he wins the election and you go and have mimosas with his ass?
People know that you consider progressives is like, oh, fuck you, don't ever be on my network again, never fucking talk to me, you radical nut bitch. But the supremacists, they're like, woo, let's have a beer, we gotta kick it, don't let these little issues divide us, baby, we friends.
I mean, to be honest, given the dent of their, burgeoning intellectual dark web ideology, I'm sure that they're more, intellectually stimulated by the likes of Charlie Kirk or I don't know, whoever, Brett Weinstein or whoever.
It's an admission that it's all of a show, right? I mean, it's the same. Someone had an interaction with was it what's his name, Bill? Oh God, I'm so sorry. The far right, anyway, but like he's just like
Bill Maher.
No, not Bill Maher, but it wanted to come from Fox News for forever.
Bill O'Reilly?
Bill O'Reilly. So thank you. Someone had an interaction with Bill O'Reilly that was like, they were like taking a smoke about, and it's like, this is all like, we're just doing this for the show. Right?
Yeah.
We did, it's all, I don't hate you or immigrants, whatever. And it was like a moment that kind of descended on this person, was like, oh man, like this is all just a joke for them. This is all
I
just
did knew that.
Play acting. Yeah. And that's what Cenk wants to say is like, at the end of the day, even if we disagree about whether we should be locking up students for their speech or holding a Palestinian flag, we can have a beer. And it's like, we absolutely cannot.
And they can have a beer. The reason why he feels like he can have a beer with the right, but he can't have a beer with the left is because they don't give a shit on their side. The reason why people don't talk, like, every time everybody's always trying to applaud the right, like they're so good at uniting and coalition building and all this, but I'm like, it's because they don't give a shit. It's everything is under an umbrella of white supremacy and capitalism, and as long as it gets, like, the means always achieve the ends to them, so they don't care. There isn't a real substantive, and I know this, like, people have an example, Robbie on Rising, right? Like, Robbie and I, every single time you ever seen Robbie and us on there, we are debating, we are fighting. But Robbie in real life, the minute that's done, Robbie and I go to prom. Robbie doesn't give a shit. You know what I mean? Like he does not. He's real pleasant to you in real life because he doesn't give a fuck. But meanwhile, like the left, like we feel that way. If I sit up with you, if we go talk, and you as somebody who's supposed to be a progressive like me start spewing a bunch of anti shit that literally will destroy the lives of they're designed to get rid of people. Like if what I know you on your platform of millions are advocating to basically increase the criminalization of Black people, of homeless people, of immigrants, I'm not going to like you. Like, you know what I mean? Like we're like that's going to be a real conflict if you just.
Yeah, this is kayfabe politics, right? And if you actually care about stuff, you can't live like that. Like, I mean, you might be able to be cordial, like I think Sam Cedar is, enough to have the kind of business relationship that it takes to, to go on these different platforms, but you're not trying to have a beer with somebody who, wants to see people that you care about, thrown along the wayside, thrown under the bus.
Just afterwards, like expected to just be nothing. And that's what Cenk wants it to be. And it can be that on the right. The right doesn't care. They don't care once the camera's down. They don't give a shit that you disagree with them. They don't care because they don't care about any of it. They don't care about these people. They don't care about the real, like it's, I used to, this racist white guy I went to law school, used to call it, what do you used to call it? An intellectual exercise. Yeah. That's how they see it. To like rile you up and upset you and start spewing bigotry for fun while you getting upset is an intellectual exercise for them. Meanwhile, the people on the left are in community with these people, like are answerable to people who feel, and that's the thing, that's the problem that he really has. His problem he has is that he considers you like, oh, you're supposed to be my friend or somebody I work with. Like you shouldn't actually care so much about these things and these values that.
Let's put it this way. There's an advantage rhetorically to being right wing. And that is that the things you care about are conceptual. Right? Nobody's questioning your right to exist. They might be questioning your ideology. They might be questioning your policy prescriptions. But it's all kind of cerebral. It's all kind of intellectual, right? And even in a class situation like Olayemi's talking about, right? Somebody that's going to argue, from a point of like a privileged point of view, they got an advantage in that they're not going to be subject to the same kind of fear and anger reactions when what's being called out is your identity, your right to exist. When your identity is politicized, it makes it more difficult. Because what wins in an argument? Cool heads, right? Not taking things too seriously, not getting emotionally perturbed. And that shit is so much easier to do from a right-wing perspective. Now, Cenk and Anna see this. They see the other side, being able to be kind of, savoir-faire about everything. And they in some way envy it. And when they're presented with a, intellectual dark web argument of like, oh yeah, you want to get here? Well, here's the steps to, that you take to get there. And the first step is like a call out against the people that are holding you accountable. I'm sure that's really tempting. I'm sure that's very tempting. And that's, that's the advantage that they have. We are fighting at all points an uphill battle. We are pushing a boulder up the hill, and time again, we will fail because it's an uphill battle. And that's the nature of, the haves and have-nots.
That you are really having a problem with what I'm doing. Like my problem is that you truly care about it and you are bringing attention to something fucked up I'm doing.
And in the interview that I did with him, and I got to jump after this, but in that interview, it was really clear because when I said, I was trying to make the point that like Chinese people are being targeted, right? People who don't have their papers. And he kind of scoffed at me. First of all, he scoffed that, oh, you think there's going to be detention centers? And there are now. But then I mentioned that, Chinese people. And I was like, I'm Chinese, like this part. But he laughed at that because precisely to Ole's point, he's like, no, you and I are safe from all this.
Yes.
It's not about us. Like, we're in a protected, like, come on, you know? And these other people, we don't care about them, really.
That's exactly it.
And so that is the, like, don't sit around and pretend. And at no point did I ever say, I am afraid of being rounded up. I never claimed that. But, like, he wanted to make it look like I was trying to make myself a victim. And it's a little bit of a, like, who are we talking? This is all the undesirables who are going to get rounded up.
When we look at what Trump is actually doing with immigration, and especially as it regards, people with a student visa or even a green card, and their contribution to the Free Palestine movement, right? We can see that the ultimate goal isn't just about immigrants. Right, you can say that they're coming for the immigrants, and I don't care because I'm not an immigrant, but eventually that will be you, and your complicity in letting them take away immigrants will be your undoing, will be what lets them send your ass to a gulag in El Salvador.
They love to do that. There were people doing that to me during the election. Because I'm like, I've said this during the whole time. Like, I am very concerned for myself as a Black woman immigrant that is well known for being politically outspoken. I am fucking nervous about that. And there were so many people who like wanted to make a mockery of that, like make you out to be like, paint you out to suddenly be like, they were doing that, but not even in a way to be like, oh, you or me. It's like, oh, you are the petite bourgeois immigrants. Like, oh, it's not coming for you. Like, oh, you're not the immigrants to matter. Only these kinds of immigrants matter.
Totally. That's exactly it. It's exactly it. I have to go, but this is the best.
No, it is okay. This has been beautiful.
Got a question from Good for Gabby. Who was the primetime commentator that yelled wrong at his guest? That was John McLaughlin. Yeah, so he's died in like 2017 or something. I might be missing. Did a raid happen? For some reason it didn't show me. But welcome Raider. Welcome streamers. Welcome Raiders, welcome streamer. Gotta get the plural and the singular correct. But yeah, good to have you along for the ride. We are just finishing up this little, I'd call it a Kiki, right? This is a Kiki with Olayemi, Francesca, and the Vanguard, Cillia and Billy, talking about TYT's rightward shift. They're leaving the left, and how it just wasn't as successful as the Dave Rubins of the world.
Narwhal _ super chatted $5. You got a Gokanaru raid on YT.
Yeah, interesting. I don't know, for some reason it's not showing me that, but I do believe you. I see the numbers, so yeah, good to have you all along for the ride. Yeah, this is
thank you so much, Francesca, for coming on Olay and Chill. Thank you for coming back, my Vanguard. And congratulations. This is my first time seeing y'all. To tell you congratulations on
100K.
100,000.
Thank you so much.
And I think didn't Francesca recently get 200K?
Much. Really appreciate it.
I was so excited for you. I saw it and I was like, oh,
yeah. Olay, you specifically have been a real, comrade of ours for a while. It's so awesome, lately to connect with you more, Francesca, and collaborate a little bit. It's been so awesome sharing. I love
y'all. Y'all are my babies. Every time anybody comes for y'all, they be like, I'm unsure about them. Those are my babies.
You guys are great.
Shout out to Francesca, everybody. Almost to 200,000 subscribers also.
Dude,
2,000 more.
I mean, the real thing is that it backfired heartily on them. They could have let me just go by quietly.
I'm playing. That video did beautiful.
And at this point, I'm near 200,000. And, Vanguard have always been there and supported me. And thank you guys. And, I'm going to be tuning into you tomorrow.
Hey, everybody.
Good chat. So, yeah, yeah, the Vanguard Francesca got to 200K, Vanguard got to 100K. Glad to see Irene and Goka fighting the same. It's the same Ethan BS. Well, I don't want to take that. I don't want to assume that, right? Gokanaru's criticisms of Ethan, go back to a seminal video that was made a long time ago. I'm sure that things have changed in the meantime. In other words, I don't want to assume that Goka's criticisms of Ethan are identical to my own. But I will say that I think that the overarching point of Gokanaru's Ethan video from back in the day, that Ethan Klein is a bully, I think that stands, right? I think we still see him punching down, so definitely respect. Gokanaru has been talking about the lawsuits. Nice. I'll have to catch up with his recent content. Wait, did I miss a Twitch raid too? Am I just totally not observant? No, it's like literally not showing it to me. But I believe you. I believe you, and good to have the raiders along with us. All right, so we've hit this bonus goal. We hit the bonus goal, right? In fact, we've exceeded it by 5 points, meaning that we're going to get some bonus content. What bonus content? Well, first I've got to look at the polls, all right? And I'm seeing that people are choosing by 55%. 149 votes in the tank, 55% voting for Ethan Klein gets hit with legal karma. If I look at... Oh god, the Vox Populi is at, I think it's, I don't even know if I've counted this all up, but yeah, it's at least 26%. It looks like, yeah, so that's reinforcing the vote, right? As well as the 10% for Ethan Klein gets hit with karma, which is reinforcing the vote. So I think that's what we're going to do. Ethan Klein gets hit with legal karma. That's the Hassan video. And then the mutual friend tries to unburn the Ethan Hassan bridge. That would be Steiny from the Nelk Boys, trying to get Hassan and Ethan, trying to put Humpty Dumpty back together again. Probably a Sisyphean task, if I ever saw one. But who knows? He made the proposition to Ethan. Ethan did not seem to be biting at all. But it looks like that's where we're going. It looks like that's what we're going to take a look at, since it was the Ethan Klein gets hit with legal karma. I'm going to start off with that. I believe it's a Hassan video. If I can find it via history. Here it is. I kind of want to play the Songkran music again. We'll do that before the end of the stream. I like that official Songkran song. It's making me feel renewed.
Constant.
Okay, so here we go. From the Hasanabi Industrial Complex, we have a video talking about Hassan's reaction to the Ethan Klein attempted legal intimidation. This is his lawyer contacting people that have put up videos on Reddit and the like, making it sound like they're gonna face some, you know, life-destroying legal repercussions unless they do what the lawyer is asking. The lawyer is asking some really weird stuff, like, you know, for them to narc out all of their snark comrades and you know, all this stuff, lest they themselves face not just legal ramifications, but being de-anonymized, being having the target put on your back by Ethan Klein and his legal team, and publicly identified, which, you know, in this kind of atmosphere, with Ethan Klein being the bully that he is, and having no problem punching down, and yeah, using his Fupa Troopas, using his chat, using his parasocials to go after people, kind of creating his own Kiwi farms, if you will. That can be intimidating. That can be scary. So let's watch this Hassan video. I gotta pee really quick, but I will be right back.
Yeah, gross. Big, powerful man, Ethan. You feel powerful, dude? You feel big? Or do you feel small? Do you feel small that all of your efforts seemingly have failed? You confirmed the letter is from his lawyer? Wait, no. A former E-fan leaked the letter they received from his lawyer? What is this? Do this or get sued. Someone asked me to post this by itself, so here you go. In a previous post, I shared the email I received from Klein's lawyer over an alleged minute-and-a-half clip. Upload this snark page that they are claiming does not fall under fair use. The rest of the letter is basically just legal jargon.
Speaking of intimidation, I'm going to take off the must have followed for 5 minutes in order to talk, to let any of our raiders also make their voices heard as well. Just to take off that little bit of intimidation of that you have to like the stream to talk. That is no longer true, so everybody can talk.
About what
everybody can chat.
Fair use is, what the clip posted apparently doesn't fall under the umbrella, yada yada. But the good part is the demands, so I don't face litigation, mind you. They address this to an incorrect name and address me as Mr. when I'm a woman, so not sure how people are going to Google me. Anyways, enjoy and maybe check your emails. 2, you provide our office with all the correspondence you have had with the moderators of H3 Snark. What? 3, you provide our office with all the correspondence you've had with other H3 Snark users. 4, you provide our office with all the correspondence you've had with Reddit. And 5, you provide our office with information regarding the identities of H3 Snark moderators. If you do not or cannot satisfy all 5 conditions, TEI will sue you for copyright infringement and misrepresentation. Keep in mind that the federal court filings are public. Anyone performing a simple Google search on you, let alone a background check, will discover this information. Once judgment is entered against you, the court's finding that you engage in copyright infringement and lied in a legal document will also be publicly available. You have until March 25th, 2025 to agree to these terms. Oh my God. That letter is real? This letter is real? The letter that this lawyer sent to random anonymous Redditors is real. Ethan confirmed it. That honestly surprised you? Yes. And not because of like the depravity of Ethan Klein. No, the reason why I'm shocked is because what lawyer would write this legal mechanism of extortion? Let me introduce you to this dick. He posted a clip to Snark that we DMCA'd. That should have been it. But then filed a fraudulent counter notification to bring the video back up, thereby forcing our hand to enforce our IP. We got his email address from the forum, and subsequently, with very little work, his real ID, I will be suing him, but he needs to get in line. He's very low priority, but we have in 3 years to sue. Plenty of time. By the way, dude, 8 years in university, please, bro, get a job. As someone studying accounting and finance, I think you'd have a better sense of risk management. Oh, well, some lessons come free. Free in proverbial sense. It will cost you quite a bit. Hope the 15 minutes of clout from Snark was worth it. Yo, dude. You're doing the tweet. You never believe us. Yeah, I saw this earlier. Chatter. Hassan tells a completely true story about Ethan. What? That's not true. I don't believe you. He wouldn't do that. No, because it's so insane. And it's not because of Ethan. He's very clearly insane. He's at this stage, he's like Kanye level at his posting. Okay.
Yes, I was muted. Thank you for letting me know, chat. Right, the question that's been asked, right, is whether that letter that Hassan just read off, was that really written by Ethan's lawyer, right? We got the other letter that was supposedly from Ethan's lawyer, who is what was he, like a had like lived in, oh god, I keep on hearing all these different things about the lawyer and I'm not sure which ones of them are true or not, so I don't want to be saying anything especially about a lawyer that might not pan out. But yeah, this is the person that at least penned their name or allowed their name to be penned to the Noah Samson what was it, like it wasn't even a cease and desist. It was a request for retraction, I believe is what they called it. Right, request for Noah to publicly retract his video and retract his claims and basically, bow down before the content god that is Ethan Klein. lest he find himself named in a defamation suit from Ethan Klein's lawyers. And now we have this letter to a anonymous user on Reddit, making more requests. And these requests are like, I mean, this is the Kiwi Farm shit of like, give me all your correspondence with other users of Snark, all your correspondence with Reddit, basically help me take down my enemies, or else you will be one of the enemies who's taken down. And by taken down, they don't just mean, it's not just a legal case, which like, Hassan's going to comment here is, just somebody that doesn't have money, that doesn't have clout, that doesn't have a platform, right? That's really scary shit. But also the potential of having, your name publicly searchable due to not requiring these just petty requests from Ethan and or his lawyer, right? And to Hassan and to most people, this is a pretty obvious intimidation tactic. It's you're not taking this seriously, and indeed the person that is receiving it said that they were like misgendered, not like a trans person being misgendered, but that they'd been misidentified, right? Their gender had been assumed wrongly, and in other words, the lawyer doesn't seem to know who they are, but has sent this to their email nonetheless. And they're not taking it very seriously, but you can imagine to somebody else receiving this might be some scary shit. I compared it to the kind of letter that you might receive were you to be found to be seeding a torrent, right? And receive a email from a lawyer, right? This is kind of the same sort of thing. And it's, that's intimidation, right? That they're trying to use intimidation in place of actual lawsuits.
With seemingly no avail. Like, no one is stopping him, right? But I would have expected a lawyer who wants to maintain their reputation to not tell his client, to stop his client from making such a ridiculous demand. Also,
Narwhal says, the letter sounds like a middle schooler pretending to be a lawyer to intimidate somebody from gossip. I mean, this is essentially what it is. Yeah, this is essentially what it is. I'm Ethan Klein, bitch.
So why is it that everyone that defends Israel ultimately turns into like Rabbi Shmuley, a anti-Zionist because of their output? It's shocking that he volunteered this information, that he was so petty that he would go after random anonymous Reddit account.
That is actually legitimately a good question, right? Whether it be Ethan, whether it be Destiny, there is like a certain Shmulification phenomenon that we're seeing where the people, defending the indefensible just become more and more, Rappaport too, right? They just become more and more ridiculous versions of themselves.
For posting Ethan's own words, okay? And then simultaneously volunteer this information. He told Steiny if he was a real friend, he wouldn't have had you on the pod. Dude, who talked with Steiny today?
What?
Do we all know Steiny? I mean, I guess the important thing for you to know about Steiny is that he's one of the Nelk Boys. He's part of the Nelk Boys podcast. That's with Bradley Martin, and I don't even know who else. Chat, I don't keep up with these podcasts, but they're a pretty large podcast, right? They in fact, didn't they I think they talked to Donald Trump. I think they brought Trump on the Nelk Boy. That was part of Trump's podcast tour, was to go on the Nelk Boys. And Steiny is a mutual friend, and I guess Bradley Martin too, mutual friend between Ethan Klein and Hassan Piker. And Ethan called Steiny over, I guess, a recent episode of Nelk Boys where they brought somebody on who was complaining about Steiny, saying that Steiny had kind of stabbed them in the back. So Ethan wants Steiny's side of the story, and then Steiny wants to talk about the fact that his friends are fighting, right? Hassan, Ethan, can I get you two back together again? Can I get you two to stop fighting? I don't know if he just hasn't been paying attention to what's going on. I think that anybody that had watched a decent amount of the content, especially the content that Ethan has done, it'd be really clear that on the Hassan side, all that it would take is for Ethan to say, all right, I'm not going to do this anymore. And you wouldn't hear anything from Hassan. If there wasn't a constant attempt to deplatform Hassan, to go after his friends, and you know, to basically try to ruin his life in any way he could, there would be no coverage of Ethan Klein by Hassan. Hassan has covered, has covered Ethan's continued obsession with him kind of against his will. And that were that obsession to end, there'd be no reason to say anything. And while on the other end, Ethan is invested in this, and for whatever reason, it just doesn't seem likely that he's going to back off.
Let me ask you something positive, dude.
Listen, okay, try.
Like, yo, how is yours and Steve's relationships now? Oh, it's really great, H3. After the podcast, we mended the relationship. Since you didn't watch the whole thing, it ended very positively. We shook hands.
Okay, good.
Showed love to each other.
Good.
Something that adults do. And good. Hopefully you and Hassan can do one day.
Oh, bro, you are literally walking with the sheep. If you were my friend, listen, if you were my friend.
Maybe.
Can anybody explain that phrase to me? Can anybody explain that expression? What is, you are literally walking with the sheep, my friend? I guess you're naive? Is that what he's trying to say?
If you were my friend, you wouldn't even have had him on. It wouldn't even be a question.
I'm just letting you know, and maybe he fooled me, but it seems like that guy actually...
He did fool you.
At this point...
Yeah, Hassan fooled you, Steiny. That's right. Reality fooled you. I'll let Hassan speak for himself, but I think most of chat knows what's wrong with what Ethan's about to say, which is that Hassan has tried to ruin his life. It's basically Darvo. He's basically making his accusation is a confession in this case. His accusation against Hassan, it corresponds with what he's been doing to Hassan, and with the fact that even after the podcast ended, there was no desire for Hassan in even saying anything bad or implying anything bad about Ethan. Hassan very much wanted to, go his own way, and had nothing against Ethan, continued to defend Ethan, continued to maintain that the bad takes that the audience was noticing from Ethan Klein on Israel-Palestine were the results of misunderstanding, lack of understanding on Ethan's part, and not truly a reflection of who the man was at his core. In other words, Hassan was, I think we can all agree, way too forgiving towards Ethan, way too good faith, and just gave Ethan, way more benefit of the doubt than he actually deserves.
Maybe not at this point, it's different, but it seemed like he actually genuinely cared or cares about you.
Yeah, he did fool you. He's a psychopathic piece of shit that spent the last year trying to destroy.
Utana 2 says Hassan literally avoided talking about Ethan for months, even while Ethan openly smeared him. Yeah. It was only after just after attempts to deplatform him. I think isn't that what finally got Hassan to react? I don't think he started reacting until Ethan was basically trying to get him banned off of Twitch. I followed to let you know you're muted, which with the 10-minute follow wait. I think you're okay. I think we're okay. I think I was muted for about 30 seconds.
Destroy me.
What I'm talking about with the Darvo. Hassan's trying to destroy you?
Yeah, he did fool you. He's a psychopathic piece of shit that spent the last year trying to destroy me.
Bro, come on, man. Come on, dude. Someone, please. Anyone that is in his vicinity that he still listens to, you have to do an intervention, dude. This is crazy. Oh my God.
And by the way, and just lying, clipping, doing all this ridiculous shit.
Darvo.
And he, that's part of his shtick, is that he shows up to other people's show and
First of all, Steiny invited me. Also, I never clipped him. The only times that I looked at his clips were when he was talking shit about me. As a matter of fact, for an entire year, people would send me clips of Ethan, and I was like, bro, I don't want to talk about Ethan. There's a genocide going on. I don't give a shit. That was my first deception. I tricked him into inviting me on. Yeah. How you're obsessed with him, lol, lol, lol. Yeah, oh my God.
A psychopath who can perform on a high level to charm and trick people. That's what he does.
All right, man.
And
Look, I've never thought about, what kind of diagnoses might apply to Ethan Klein. All right. But going by the amount of the sheer force of the projection from Ethan Klein, I've got to say, Ethan, say less. All right, say less about yourself.
He's explicitly said it, that he does it for the explicit purpose of running normies through into his funnel to radicalize them.
Ethan is Cartman from South Park? I mean, look, he's definitely a bully. He definitely loves to punch down. He definitely uses people for content.
He didn't get me.
He did. It sounds like he got you. It sounds like he got you. But that's okay.
Shit.
I hope it's a good episode. Yeah. But you know they say psychopaths are very.
We're not here to diagnose anybody or anything like that, but I gotta say there is something going on with Ethan Klein's personality. All right, I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it at that. He's got a little something going on with his personality. All right.
Charming. It's that thing. Like on the surface, they're very charming.
Yeah, well, I know you think I don't do anything all day, but my Postmates just got here, so I'd like to go enjoy that.
What'd you get?
And, dude, at Papa John's, bro, it's my cheat day.
I feel like at this point, I mean, it's projection, but it's also, God damn. I love that he thinks it's like a secret. I'm the one who volunteers this information. Like, it's not a secret that, yes, I want to pull people away from right-wing attitudes, right-wing politics. Okay? That is not a secret. You didn't find this. I volunteered it on a podcast. And I talk about it all the time. I've been interviewed by...
Yeah, and unlike Ethan, Hassan doesn't have, like, super villain, like, leaks of his consciousness, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? When Ethan, like, says more than he probably should. Like, right, that sort of super villain behavior. Like how the supervillain in a comic book will always be like, yes, and my secret plan is to blah, 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 but you'll never be able to tell anyone because I've got you tied up to the death machine, which is about to execute you. Now I'm going to conveniently leave the room while my machine, while you break out of my machine, basically. Like, it's like, but he's always got to give the supervillain speech, right? And he's like acting like Hassan. So Hassan said that Well, I mean, like, let me put it this way. The way he says be normal, the way he talks about normie coding, it has a strategic purpose, and that is to bring people in that aren't specifically ideological or that might have some aversion to, if you dropped them right into the deep end and you were like, all right, we got to do a working class revolution. We got to seize the means of production. Capitalism is fucking us all over, and it's got to go by the wayside, right? There'd be a certain number of people that just are not ready to hear that yet. Whereas if, you hear like Hassan's opinions on pop culture or, even the political issue of the day, it's less likely to put you off. So that's what he's talking about, is that he's not 100% like on the fucking Marxist grind set, right? That's all Hassan was saying. And Ethan's making it like, oh no, he's hiding his power level to radicalize the normies.
The New York Times, CNN, NPR, numerous outlets where they...
Good for Gavi is here to diagnose Ethan with weaselitis. A clear case of weaselitis, related to rabbititis, I believe.
Oh, Hassan, how do you do what you do? And I tell them, I'm like, hey, what I do requires a lot of charitability. And I'm very fortunate enough to look a certain way, to have these kinds of affinities, to have these kinds of interests that allow me to penetrate through otherwise inaccessible routes to talk to people about my worldview. That's what I do. Yes. It's not a secret. This is not disingenuous. It would be disingenuous if I hid my true perspective. If you ask me what my perspective is, including what I'm doing, I will tell you. I have no shame in this process. I don't think this is a shameful thing. I think this is an honest thing. This is a good thing. As a matter of fact, I'm almost certain I talked to Steiny about this on the
Nelk Boys
podcast too, to a certain degree, because he was asking me, I don't want to leak it. You'll see when it comes out, but because he asked me like what my
wait, was there there's some more recent appearance on the Nelk Boys? Wait, was Hassan actually on the Nelk Boys? I'm trying to remember, Chad. I can remember Ethan being on, I think it was Bradley Martin's. Was it Bradley Martin's podcast or was it Steiny's? I don't remember. I feel like though, like, I don't think Hassan would have been on the Nelks, right? They're not, super ideologically driven. However, there is a prevailing ideology in that room, and it is very much MAGA adjacent. It is very much red pill adjacent, right? I can't imagine Hassan being on the Nelk Boys. I can't imagine him being on. I could imagine, he's talked to Bradley Martin, who voted for Trump. I think Steiny supported Trump as well. He's been on with them, but as far as being on Nelk, I don't see that happening.
My gripes were with the Nelk Boys. And I was open with them. I was honest. You're a snake for teaching empathy. I know. It's really up. My goal that I explicitly state all the time is to make people more empathetic to others. That's my goal. Oopsie. I leaked it. I want people to be more empathetic to others. Hassan's content helps shift my perspective, and I'm genuinely grateful. I'm 20. For a while, I was a pretty big Trump supporter, mostly because he came off as bold, confident, and I like the challenge. I like that he was challenging the system. It was easy to buy into that image without fully understanding the bigger picture. Over the last couple of months, I started watching Hassan's content more regularly. The way he breaks down policy, history, and current events made me reflect on a lot of what I used to believe. I've gained a much better understanding of economic issues, especially around things like tariffs, class structures, and how political narratives are.
Is Hassan related to Sam Cedar? Not by blood, but he does call Sam his unk. So, as far as found family, yeah.
Shaped. It's made me realize how surface level my previous views were and how important it is to actually understand the systems at play. Just want to say thanks to Hassan and the community. Y'all helped open my eyes in a big way. Hell yeah. I actually came across a clip of Hassan on TikTok randomly and it just pulled me in. It's wild how much your perspective can shift when someone takes the time to break things down in a clear, honest way. One thing led to another, and here I am. Forget that. The one and only reason you shifted your perspective is because you have an open mind. The difference between a conservative and a leftist is how open they keep their mind. Most people here are brought up not knowing about what gay or trans even means. We're even brought up as, rah, America good, USSR bad, communism. But keeping an open mind is really what differentiates us. Yeah. I do think, yes, that's all it takes is charitability and keeping an open mind. But a part of that is quite literally me going on these podcasts and doing stuff like that so that people realize that I'm not the monster that even people like Ethan present me as to their audiences, with the sole purpose of trying to convince people not to be assholes. It is pretty wild that is considered like indecent somehow, even or people act as though I hide this goal that I have, that I explicitly detail all the time, virtually every single day, and also on numerous outlets. People think the center is inherently good, so the further away from the center you are, the crazier you are. Yeah, but the center keeps shifting to the right. It's not that I'm shocked that Ethan would do something so insane. No, not at all. I didn't believe it because I thought that a lawyer that went to law school, that paid their way through college, that went and studied for the bar exam, passed the bar exam, would write such a ridiculous cease and desist order, privilege of confidential settlement communication pursuant to Federal Rule of Evidence in California Evidence Code section, where he straight up goes, hey, because you're in violation of fair use, we want you to do completely random shit that is utterly irrelevant. Although the office only received it as today, as set forth below, under no circumstances does your use of TEI's work on H3 Schnark constitute as fair use. Your 12-5-24 fraudulent counter notification constitutes misrepresentation, an opportunity for you to avoid a lawsuit for copyright infringement. And in a countersuit for fair use, your only option to avoid litigation is if you provide our office with all correspondence you have had with the moderators of H3 Snark. You provide our office with all the correspondence you've had with other H3 Snark.
What I don't like about this is the appearance of the lawyer procuring like the same kind of information that Kiwi farmers would look for, right? That there is this dynamic in Ethan's community that is very similar, you know, to an internet hate forum that's you know, not interested in really adjudicating, you know, the right and the wrong of the situation, not interested in, except with a few notable exceptions, in holding somebody accountable for something actually wrong that they've done, but really seeks to expose personal information as an end in its own, right? And it's one thing for the Fupa Troopa, you know, H3 Reddit community to be doing this kind of stuff, because this is, you know, on some level stand behavior. But the lawyer as well, to be like, yeah, no, give us information on people's identities, give us information, give us, you know, give us the leaks, right? Give us the emails, give us the DMs, give us, you know, give us all this privileged information, right? For us to, and also the threat being that, yeah, you know, like, you know, you whether wherever the lawsuit goes, whether you end up having like legal exposure in this lawsuit, the real cudgel that they're kind of using against this person, or that they're trying to intimidate them with, is the idea that their personal information would be spread all over the internet, and that this would have ramifications on their career and on their real life.
Snark users. This is literally a subreddit. Like, can you imagine you posted one of my videos on a subreddit, so now I own you? Like, the idea that you can do this is so crazy. It's just extortion. Imagine if you started DMCing all those clips his Snark subreddits post about you and threatening to sue random redditors in E subreddit. All those drama slop tubers who are defending E would make videos about it, dunking on you. They're all a bunch of hypocrites. Yeah, 100%. If I did this, if I went into H3 Productions, the subreddit right now, and went through a bunch of these things, or even Destiny subreddit, both at certain points have been used as a Hassan Snark subreddit. If I were to literally get a lawyer who is, I guess, stupid enough that they would put their name on such a frivolous piece of litigation, okay, and I demanded that these people give me like personal details about themselves, or reveal information about anonymous users that I speculate they're in coordination with in the process. How many YouTube videos would every single one of those drama slop tubers make? How many? Oh my God. It would get like 7 billion views, dude. Every single one of them would be going crazy. They'd be like, oh, Hassan, he did it again. He's the worst guy. Yeah, there'd be a movement. They'd be like, save Reddit. We have to save Reddit. It's crazy. But when Ethan does this, not a peep from those very same drama slop tubers. Now, why? is there not a peep from those guys? Because there's one guy that they hate more than they hated Ethan at the time, as they got millions of views over all the ridiculous shit that Ethan was doing at the time, and that's me.
Has anybody checked out ChatGPT lately? They've added a lot more GPTs, everything from legal to psychologist talk. ChatGPT is nicer than Perplexity. Wait, Perplexity AI? You know, I haven't checked on ChatGPT in a while, but I do have a friend that really likes using ChatGPT.
Speaking of organizing a protest to save Reddit, wasn't Ethan supposed to organize a protest against Reddit?
At Reddit. He was supposed to go to San Francisco to protest Reddit until they do what you want and ban Snark, I guess.
Gonna do a Laura Loomer thing and chain himself outside of Reddit headquarters. Yeah. Look, I'm not a lawyer, as you guys know. I don't think I could ever pass the bar. But having said that, I feel like it's pretty crazy for a lawyer to be like, yeah, you violated copyright and then tried to countersue us or to claim that you have fair use here in violation of copyright. So for that reason, you now have to be my butler for 30 days.
That sounds like a good plot. Wait, isn't that a Seinfeld episode? Isn't there some kind of Seinfeld thing where he's like, they're trying to write something and they're like, yeah, it's like they're trying to write something and they're like, yeah, and then this guy decides that like somebody hits somebody's car or something and they have to be their butler.
Or you have to tell me your deepest, darkest secrets. You have to tell me, you know, what your mother's favorite food is. You know, you have to give me your mother's maiden name. Like, that's like, it seems like that's an insane demand to make. It's basically extortion because you want to bury someone with legal paperwork, knowing full well that a college student is not going to be able to deal with that financially. Very cool. If it's billable, I promise most do not give a shit. I mean, don't these guys care about their reputations? Like, I don't get it. They know she's a college.
Ethan's talking about his lawyer. Maybe it's his ChatGPT lawyer. I mean, they've attached the name of a real lawyer and a real law firm to this. So there are points of the letter that look like that they could be written by ChatGPT. And from my understanding, from somebody who works, you know, kind of adjacent to, you know, some legal firms, it's not unheard of for a lawyer to try to get ChatGPT to do their work for them, right? So that's potentially
student too, making fun of her. Yeah, I know. Yeah, gross. Big, powerful man, Ethan. You feel powerful, dude? You feel big, or do you feel small? Do you feel small that all of your efforts seemingly have failed, and that most people think you're a loser? And I do mean it when I say I wish him well. In spite of all of the things that he's done to me, all the things that he's done to my friends, all the constant efforts of smearing and deplatforming, constant demands, some of which have been successful, to, you know, get Zionist as a term banned from Twitch alongside the ADL. I do still want him to just get better. Because I think if he gets better, he'll stop doing this. If he just like stopped streaming for, I don't know, a month or two and just completely cleansed his timeline, didn't go on his phone, went to therapy, tried to deal with it, I think he would return in glorious fashion. Perhaps maybe even apologize for all of the...
What do you think, Chad? Is there anything that Hassan could be doing to give Ethan more face-saving opportunities? Because that's generally, like, in a conflict like this, right? When you've got a conflict that's lasted way too long, you know, and you want to ask yourself, is there anything that I could do to, you know, like the only thing that you can tell people sometimes is like, well, did you give them a face-saving, you know, are they looking for an off-ramp, in other words, but they can't find, every off-ramp that they have is like, is too embarrassing, right? So for Ethan to say, like, I was wrong, I'm out of my depth. You know, something like that. Like, right? That's you know, something that maybe Ethan's ego won't let him do. But I do feel like there's been off-ramps offered by Hassan. I do feel like Hassan's probably done enough, you know, in the service of granting Ethan a face-saving way out of this.
The stuff that he did and say, look, I wasn't all right. I was not, you know, I was not in the best mindset. I think I'm being honest when I say, like, I wish that he would get better, because it's clear that this kind of stuff he hopes will magically change people's attitude about him. But the only thing it does is it makes him sadder. Girl, he's using his summer vacation off YouTube to film Nuke Part 2.
God damn.
O'Brien Potatoes in the chat. Hey, what up, O'Brien Potatoes? Let's see what Chris Kunzler had to say, by the way.
There have been moments, to speak to some people in chat, right? There have been moments where Hassan's responded to Ethan and I've kind of been like, oh, you know, I just know, like, as soon as I see it, I know that what Hassan's, you know, that Ethan's going to, that essentially that Ethan's going to use this for content. Ethan's going to react to this moment right here, and it's going to give him a way to kind of, you know, that being said, I don't trust that Hassan ignoring Ethan would, you know, would stop, like, for instance, like he says he's going to use his summer break, chat. So he takes, you know, he's most weeks he does like three main shows a week, right? 3 podcasts a week, and then 2 member shows. So, you know, and then there's a couple times or 3 times a year that he takes like 1 or a few weeks off, Christmas, summer break, etc., right? And he's already used his Christmas break to make the content Nuke. He is threatening to use his summer break to make a part 2.
We watched this video yesterday about Ethan, so we'll see.
Last night, Ethan Klein spoke about me on his podcast, and he is still choosing to ignore my video. I'll just show you what he said.
Yeah, surprise, surprise.
So this is, I understand, a guy with a Middle East Studies degree that's made a video just going over the nuke and a bunch of the other stuff that Ethan has said, and you know, kind of exposing it as the propaganda that it is. And instead of responding to him, what Ethan's done.
Right, Noah is promoting Ethan Zionist confirmed. By the way, I can't get over it, man. It's just so easy to get views on YouTube right now by using my name. I'm pretty sure this channel, it popped up on the subreddit, his normal videos get like 200 views, and then all of a sudden this guy's he's an expert on Zionism and Israel history.
I mean, he is. He quite, like, I mean,
literally went to school for it. Literally went to school for it. Right? He's applying, you know, Saeed to what Ethan is doing, and you know, I think correctly identifying a lot of where Ethan is coming from as an Orientalist viewpoint, right? That being where you cast the non-Western culture, you cast all non-Western cultures in kind of the same light, right? Which is obviously, you know, a racist, you know, perspective.
I mean, it's as close as you can get to being an expert on Zionism. He has a master's in Middle Eastern studies, so he's definitely more knowledgeable than you, Ethan.
Now he's got 80,000 views, probably his most viewed video by far.
Now, if you're wondering what this is in relation to, it's about a long-form video I made on YouTube called The Confused Zionism of Ethan Klein. But I have a lot to say to this, because first of all, I did not become an expert in Zionism overnight. I started learning about this when I was 17. I literally had no idea what Zionism or Palestine really was before this point. But I read the work of Ilan Pappé and Noam Chomsky on Palestine, and I was shocked. I wanted to learn more. I got an undergraduate degree in Middle Eastern Studies, and last year I got a master's, for which I received a prize for having a high average, and also received a distinction for my dissertation. I spent time around some of the foremost experts in Israel, Palestine, and also the Middle East as a whole. And on the topic of my YouTube channel being small, of course it is. I've made about 5 videos that are all rather low quality because I've always been a TikToker. I've been doing this for 2 years. I founded a platform with the literal goal of teaching young white Western people who look like me.
I mean, it is funny. I really like Chris because I saw his TikToks from a long time ago, and I thought he was. It's not that I'm shocked that. And made a lot of very convincing arguments that I think more people should hear. And I never really thought that he would do this, like get involved in Ethan's madness. But like, there was never a moment where I thought to myself, like, this guy's not knowledgeable at all.
More about Palestine, because as I say, I didn't know anything when I was younger. I should have known, because what's been happening in Palestine is not some distant thing. It is British policy, it is Western policy, and it is our history. Britain literally created the problems that are there today. And
British mandate, yeah.
On the topic of using Ethan's name to get...
Yeah, the OG anti-Semitic Christian Zionist archetype is quite literally how Israel, the inception of Israel began. Okay, Lord Balfour and his declaration. And ironically enough, the only guy who at the time was against it was a Jewish dude who was like, what do you mean? You want to send all the Jews to the desert? That seems rather weird. That seems like a weird scheme, man. I don't know.
The British guy Balfour, that Lord Balfour that they're talking about, that enabled and wrote the whole project was doing so partly from a place of anti-Semitism.
Know about this.
Views. Yeah, of course I did. It was on YouTube. I wanted to grow my channel on that platform, and I wanted to highlight someone like you, Ethan, who spreads dangerous Zionist propaganda to an audience of impressionable people who follow you regardless of what you're saying. You tell people you are going to Israel to show them the real side of a country that is currently perpetrating unimaginable crimes against humanity. And I'm sorry, but this is the name of the game with talking about Palestine. Content around this topic is so suppressed by social media algorithms. So what you need to do is tap into things that people are interested in, whether that's world events, politics, streamers, drama, shit like this, because through this you can force out information to a far larger audience, perhaps even to impressionable people who you can sway the opinion of, and you can teach them something about something that matters so much more than all of this drama. In fact, I'm ashamed to say it, but there is an old video on my platform from around August of 2023 when I am very sympathetic towards you. I am really ashamed of it. I used you and Healer when I was a fan of you because of Leftovers and thought that you were actually doing more for Palestine than other content creators. But look at you now. That's why I'm doing this, Ethan. It's not just drama. It's not because I don't know anything about Palestine. And it's not just because I wanted views. What I did was I forced out information about you to hundreds of thousands of people. And I grew my YouTube channel, and I am now going to keep on doing that.
All he's hearing of this is that Chris is manipulating him. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, Chris Kunzler on TikTok. He's great. And his video also was great. The Confused Zionism of Ethan Klein. I should post it on my fucking Instagram. That's what I'm going to do. It's not about right or wrong. It's not that Ethan is not a small child with a small brain. He's not duped. Okay? He just doesn't want to be wrong, and he can't deal with it because he's so goddamn narcissistic. So instead of reflecting on what he has said and why people are reacting the way that they are reacting to him, he's decided to take the path of just torching his career and any kind of remaining goodwill that he could have gotten from people. It's just pure, it's pure ego, and that's what it is. And he just...
Yeah, well, in some ways, it's just Ethan Klein returning to his origin point as a, as edgy anti-SJW, content creator, right? It's Anyway, chat, if you've been paying attention to the words in the bonus content thing that won, it's Ethan Klein gets hit with legal karma. Now, I've shown you a lot. I've shown you the mutual friend trying to unburn the bridge. I've shown you Ethan Klein going after randos on Reddit with his legal team. I don't think I've shown you the legal karma that he gets hit with. Let me see if I can get that. Yeah, like I think it's. Oh, we'll see, chat. It might take a little bit of looking around. So I think it's this one.
Ethan would do something so insane. No, not at all. He confirmed the letter is from his lawyer. Wait, no. That letter is real? This letter is real? The letter that this lawyer sent to random anonymous Redditors is real. Ethan confirmed it. That honestly surprised you? Yes. And not because of like the depravity of Ethan Klein. No, the reason why I'm shocked is because what lawyer would write this legal mechanism of extortion? Let me introduce you to this dipshit. He posted a clip to Snark that we DMCA'd. That should have been it. But then filed a fraudulent counter notification to bring the video back up, thereby forcing our hand to enforce our IP. We got his email address from the forum, and subsequently, with very little work, his real ID, I'll be suing him, but he needs to get in line. He's very low priority, but we have in 3 years to sue. Plenty of time. By the way, dude, 8 years in university, please, bro, get a job. As someone studying accounting and finance, I think you'd have a better sense of risk management. Oh, well, some lessons come free in proverbial sense. It will cost you quite a bit. Hope the 15 minutes of clout from Snark was worth it. Yo, dude. You're doing the tweet. You never believe us. Yeah, I saw this earlier. Chatter, Hassan tells a completely true story about Ethan. What? That's not true. I don't believe you. He wouldn't.
All right, so this is obviously stuff that we've already been over. This is the shiny thing. I know I watched it this morning. Let me try once more. Was it on the animated channel? I kind of hope it was, chat. I really like this animated. Anybody watch this Hassan animated?
Well, you have until March 25th, 2025 to agree to these terms. Oh my God. Is this real? Someone attached a legal letterhead to this? Like, this is what a goddamn fall from grace for Ethan Klein. Holy
It's mainly because the Kaya, the animated Kaya is so cute.
A former E-fan leaked the letter
Oh, Kaya.
they received from his lawyer. What is this? Do this or get sued. Someone asked me to post this by itself, so here you go. In a previous post, I shared the email I received from Klein's lawyer over an alleged minute-and-a-half clip. Upload this Snark page.
Go. I think it's here.
This reads like it's fake, but they made it seem like it's from said law firm. I just can't believe an actual lawyer would write something this dumb. I know. Like, Ryan, not Brian. I apologize. His website defaming his counterslap is lost against his as an intimidation tactic. It works on people who are truly powerless, like random anonymous Reddit users, you know? What a fall from grace. What a goddamn fall from grace for Ethan Klein. Holy yeah, Ethan Fair Use Klein. Fucking with poor people, like broke ass college students and shit. It's so pathetic. Holy god damn. To add insult to injury here, aside from Ethan's history in successful litigation to defend fair use, how ironic this moment is. This very same lawyer, if I'm not mistaken, or at least this very same law firm that has been defending.
Is this what I'm looking for?
Ethan in a counter slap is lost against that other billionaire guy that he hates.
Yeah, this is the legal karma that I was talking about. This is Ethan's lawsuit. People have been talking about this in chat. This is Ethan's lawsuit, or the lawsuit against Ethan from Ryan Kavanaugh, I believe is his name. And this is the guy that was part of, or was involved with the Triller case. It's some kind of it's actually an actual defamation suit against Ethan that Ethan tried to defend by using anti-slap, right? Tried to slap it away, saying this is a guy just trying to use a slap lawsuit, or again, what is it, like the litigation against public participation, strategic litigation against public participation, the slap lawsuit. That's when you try to use something like a defamation suit, not because you think that you've actually got a real claim that's going to be verified by the court of defamation, but that you feel like you can drive up the cost of public participation. In other words, making a public criticism of somebody like Ethan Klein, or in this case of somebody like Ryan Kavanaugh, in order to disincentivize the, somebody saying something that you don't like, that you don't want to be characterized in this way.
Who he apparently kept calling a Ponzi schemer, Brian Kavanaugh. This reads like it's fake, but they made it seem.
So yeah, you know how Ethan will find anything that he can, true or not, discredited it or not, a stretch or not, and he'll use it against you. You've seen this, but of him going after Hassan like this, right? Anything that Hassan says, he'll try to twist it. Anything that's written about Hassan, he'll believe it, right? And in this case, he did this to Kavanaugh. He found an article, apparently, accusing Kavanaugh of a Ponzi scheme. This article was then retracted, and Ethan kept using it. Right? You could imagine what happens, right? So now, when you file a lawsuit, and in the state of California, like a defamation lawsuit, you're the person you're litigating against has the ability to, file like an anti-slap, like saying that, I believe that this is a strategic lawsuit, strategic litigation against public participation. And if they find that that's what it is, that there's not like a serious substantive element to this lawsuit, then they can not only does the defamation case go away, right? Not only are you not liable for that, but also your legal fees can be assessed to the person filing the faulty defamation case against you. So that's what Ethan tried to use, right? But because we got a situation in which Ethan's, pushing out an article against Kavanaugh that he finds out has been retracted and keeps at it, right? You're giving Kavanaugh everything that he needs to win against that anti-slap action.
Seemed like it's from said law firm. I just can't believe an actual lawyer would write something this dumb. I know. Like, Ryan, not Brian. I apologize. His website defaming his enemy, Brian Kavanaugh, comparing him to Harvey Weinstein, was just taken down. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. YouTuber Ethan Klein loses anti-slap appeal in producer Ryan Kavanaugh defamation case. California Court of Appeal upholds a prior ruling that the influencer may have defamed the film financier by falsely claiming that he was running a Ponzi scheme. YouTuber Ethan Klein lost a motion to dismiss the defamation case brought against him by producer Ryan Kavanaugh.
Wait, is that right? Is Hassanimated actually formerly Ethan's basement?
After the California Court of Appeal,
I can't believe I didn't put that together.
Upheld a prior ruling on Thursday. Klein, who was famous for his H3 issue podcast and internet troll persona, filed an anti-slap motion to try to get the former Relativity Media CEO and film financier's initial complaint stricken, claiming his comments fall under free speech after Kavanaugh accused the influencer of defamation.
Okay.
Ryan Kavanaugh brought an action against...
I think I get it. So, you remember Ethan's Basement, a former H3 fan that used to do animations for H3? He's the artist. So he's the artist behind these... oh my god. Behind this fluffy Kaya jump shipped with Poopy going... oh, with Poopy going... yeah, he jumped the ship, the H3 ship. With Ethan going...
against Ethan Klein and
Poopy.
TED Entertainment, TEI, Inc., for defamation and defamation by implication, alleging they falsely accused him of running a Ponzi scheme, the court explained in a summary in documents obtained by the Wrap. The trial court denied defendants' anti-slap motion to strike Kavanaugh's complaint. We affirm. So Ryan Kavanaugh, who is a billionaire and not exactly a great guy himself, okay, sued, as far as I understand, brought a defamation case against Ethan Klein.
So do I understand this right? Like Ethan's Basement, was in the chat the other day, under that account. But is this like a it's just like a new project for them?
And
or is this like a collab?
And Ethan Klein tried to dismiss the defamation case and failed to dismiss the defamation case as of, I think, like last week, April 6th, as of 4 days ago. He's been deleting all the YouTube VODs where he defamed Ryan and took down the website. He's probably going to try to settle now that he lost the appeal. Apparently, E kept using an article to show proof of Ryan's Ponzi scheme, but the article was quickly taken down, but E kept using it as proof anyway. When you get the anti-slap dismissed, you go straight to damages, if I recall correctly. When you fail an anti-slap in California, basically that just means that it was decided that he defamed Ryan, so now they just have to settle on damages. I'm pretty sure that the anti-slap is pretty powerful as far as tools goes, as far as legal tools goes in the state of California, as in...
is there a YouTube chat? Yes, we are dual streaming.
If he had won the anti-slap, he would have been able to...
Although the YouTube chat is nocommentchick, whereas the Twitch chat is nocommentchick CT, which is hopefully Whisper of a Dream someday, our website.
Literally make Ryan Kavanaugh pay for his litigation as well, because it's anti-slap is basically a tool that...
Yeah, I gotta say those stickers are pretty good merch for this channel. You can get a Kaya sticker, a Bernie, it's like a Bernie sticker, but it's like in the font of Barbie.
Allows, ironically enough,
looks like Bernie, himself. There's a Hassan face sticker.
People like anonymous Reddit users and people who are less powerful to successfully defend themselves against frivolous litigation that tries to stop them from exercising their free speech. So after, I'm not saying Ryan Kavanaugh is a good dude, by the way. I'm not saying that at all. I don't know enough about him. It seems like the courts have determined he wasn't doing a Ponzi scheme, though. So I will not be saying that, let me tell you, okay? Yeah, they do not go to damages. That's incorrect. It just means the trial can proceed as normal. Even if frivolous lawsuit is a nightmare for most people, expensive, stressful, complicated, and time-consuming, yes, except Ryan Kavanaugh and Ethan Klein both have enough money to continue this, the process of litigation. Being friends with Lolo has given you an artificially high opinion of the intelligence and competence of lawyers, I guess. Yeah. SLAP is a strategic lawsuit against public participation.
Strategic lawsuit. Sorry.
Ironic, he lost the appeal the day after he sent Noah the retraction demand letter and went on a tirade about suing everyone, including you. Talk about karma. Yeah. The irony of him using...
Here's the karma.
Anti-slap, but also openly complaining on the show that his lawyers restricted from actions against Redditors because of Section 230. Anyway, not only do we have Trump and Israel silencing pro-Palestine sentiment and blackbacking people, but on top of that, Ethan Klein is doing his own little version of that. Yeah, I mean...
I will say Ethan's doing his own little version of Kiwi Farms. I would not compare it to what Trump is doing, right? Ethan cannot send you to the gulag. All he can do is send a strongly worded letter from his lawyer, mostly.
He's just doing it in a very frivolous manner, in a much smaller, in a much smaller manner. Okay, that's not, I mean, he's doing it within his own confines, and seemingly, at least as it stands currently, the courts would probably not comply with his ridiculous little lawsuits, but who knows?
Yo, there's the stickers. That's some good merch. That is some damn good merch there, Hassanimated. Here, let me make sure I'm subscribed. And if you want to be subscribed, click here. Boom. Boom. Speaking of cute, Kaya, chat, I'm seriously, so I'm like I said, I'm trying to get I'm trying to get an apartment here, right? I'm trying to move out of my out of this hotel room into an apartment. And one of the things that I've started looking at that makes the search so much harder is that I want an apartment that allows cats. I mean, maybe I'll have to maybe it's a dream that I'll have to let go of, because there's so many of these apartments that do not allow cats. The default is to not allow pets, right? They're not big about allowing pets unless it's a house, which it's funny though, the houses that are for rent here, I have seen a number of them even with like 3 bedrooms that are the same price as the apartments. The difference is though that the houses are usually like out in like they're so far away that I'd need to get a car or a motorbike to be able to come into town, right? But what I've been thinking of is like I kind of want to adopt a cat. I was a cat owner for a number of years, and kind of had my heart broken because cats don't live human lifespans, they live cat lifespans. And always before, when I thought about adopting, it felt like I'd be trying to replace somebody that I never could. But yeah, I kind of I feel like maybe it's time. I feel like maybe it's time, chat. This is like the first chance I've had to maybe. I just want to make sure that I'm ready to take care of. Used to have 5 cats at one point. So that's what he read. Yeah, I just don't want to, I want to be able to, do whatever is needed to take care of a pet before adopting again. Did Hassan visit Amy? Wait, sorry, Amy? Yeah, there's like a lot of the like in in this country there are a lot of cats and dogs that are just like roaming, and some of them find a home, they get taken care of at the Buddhist temples in the area. In fact, that's one way that you can kind of do something for cats and dogs, is by visiting the temples and feeding them. Having a pet is hard. Being a pet is harder. Yeah, probably. It's a big responsibility. Too many people underestimate that. Yeah, so I want to make sure that I'm ready. But my idea was just to like try to get an apartment that allows cats, and not necessarily adopt just yet, but just like make sure that I'm financially and time-wise ready to take care of a cat before adopting. Yeah, that's one of the things that I'm looking for. I'm looking for a place that allows me to have a cat. Oh wait, speaking of which, I said I was gonna put on the song on again because it was kind of slaps. I really need the lyrics. Let's see if we can find a lyrics video. I want to find a if I can. English version with lyrics? Wait, is this the same song maybe? Ramwong Lang Lang. It is. It's the same song, right? So do they? I wonder if they're gonna sing it in English or if
Here comes the Thai New Year, Songkran is here, we sing Thai tune. Hear the beat, no back on corn, the hits, the feet dancing Songkran. Enjoy the holiday, the game we play, let us enjoy. Let Songkran come, have lots of fun. Let everyone come splash all day. Oh, what I say, my honey lady. Let come and play Songkran. Let's sing this pretty song. Let's come rum wong and enjoy Songkran. Let's sing this pretty song. Let's come rum wong and enjoy Songkran. Here comes the Thai New Year. Songkran is here. We sing Thai tune. Hear the beats from back on the hits. Your feet dancing Songkran. Hear you, my dearest love, my heart's holding and fluttering. My little soul will keep dancing, the drums beating. We dance, we sing, oh my baby, let's splash away. We dance all day, Songkran. Let's sing this pretty song. Let's come rum wong and enjoy Songkran. Let's sing this pretty song. Let's come rum wong and enjoy Songkran. Here comes the Thai New Year. Songkran is here. We sing Thai tune. Hear the beats of that ton, the hits, the feet dancing Songkran. Enjoy the holiday, the game we play. Let us enjoy. Let Songkran come, have lots of fun. Let everyone come splash all day. Oh, what I say, my honey lady. Let's come and play Songkran. Let's sing this pretty song. Let's come rum wong and enjoy Songkran. Let's sing this pretty song. Let's come rum wong and enjoy Songkran. Here comes the Thai New Year. Songkran is here. We sing Thai tune. Hear the beats of back on the hits, the feet dancing Songkran. Hear you, my dearest love, my heart's pounding and fluttering. My little soul will keep dancing, the drums beating. We dance, we sing, oh my baby, let's splash away. We dance all day, Songkran. Let's sing this pretty song. Let's come rum wong and enjoy Songkran. Let's sing this pretty song. Let's come rum wong and enjoy Songkran. Here comes the Thai New Year. Songkran is here. We sing Thai tune. Hear the beats of back on the
do you see the lyrics?
dancing Songkran. Here comes the Thai New Year. Songkran is here. We sing Thai tune. Hear the beats of back on the hits, the feet dancing Songkran.
Happy New Year. It's coming. Yeah. God, you know what? I would stay up with you and do like a New Year's countdown. But I know for most of you, you're gonna be asleep. Then wait, what the fuck? I'm so confused. Why does it say? Oh, it's 1 a.m. Yeah, and or no, it would be in the morning for you, I guess, when the year will change here. 2568 to 2569. Yeah, thank you everybody for hanging out with me. Thank you to the Film Gang. You are awesome. You make my videos get noticed and seen by people who would never notice and see them otherwise. Delightful music to cook dinner to. I'm about to try to get myself some dinner here. Gilligan's Island theme song is 62 years old. Really? The composer of Gilligan's Island theme song ripped this off. Oh, it kind of does have that. What kind of dance is there? Wait, to Songkran or we could look that up. Songkran dance. I feel like there's Songkran dance. But yeah, this is like the bit adopted as the official song of Songkran. Okay, this one slaps. It's a little bit more modern, at least the music. Okay, that's cool. Oh, thank you. Oh my God, Sarah. All right, yeah, there's like a lot of apparently there's a lot of ways to dance for Songkran. I don't see. Wait, is this is the one to that song, right? Oh my God, that's really sweet of you, Sarah. Thank you so much. Thank you for the super chat and thank you for supporting me on Throne. And I'll try to put some other stuff up there, you know, as soon as I get into my apartment to try to increase the stream quality again. I left so much behind at my old apartment. Some of the stuff that I was able to put into storage, but I just didn't have time to put all of it in. I do still have the background, you know, from the stream. and I have the lights with me, so I'll be able to make that, the background that you're used to. I'll be able to make that happen again. I'll just have to have hopefully somebody can send that to me from I've got a friend that's coming to collect all the stuff from the storage, and she can use most of it, but like that I'm hoping to get sent over to me in Thailand. But this is the official song. I think there's an official dance that goes with the official song. Michael McDonald level saxophone. So that's the if you Buddhist monks I've seen like walk around in the morning with a like a steel pot or something, and I think people give them donations, because part of being a monk is that you are part of the lifestyle is that you gotta beg for your food. You gotta depend on the on people's generosity. Okay, so there's one way to dance. Yeah, so the pouring of the water on the statues of Buddha is part of the religious like this is the stuff, this is the like kind of stuff that's going on at the temples, right? In contrast to the water fights. All right, so chat, I will see you again. I will see you again when it is the new year in 2569. I will see you once again. Oh, it's a cat emoji. Much love, everybody. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to Patreon. I'll be shouting out as soon as I could get my HDMI cable, which I should have. Don't get a mid apartment, says Sarah. Get the best one. Also, one of the best ways to honor your beloved kitty that passed. Another kitty in. Oh my god. That is so sweet of you. That is so incredibly sweet of you. Thank you. God, I'm gonna cry if I don't get off here soon. I also probably need to get something to eat. Thank you, Sarah. And thank you, mods. And thank you, King. Thank you, everybody. I'll see you again. 560. Peace and love. Yes, peace and love, but for real though. There's a story behind the H3 saying peace and love. They found, I can't remember who it was, but somebody saying peace and love to somebody they were like calling out, and they were like, oh yeah, that's the way to. I don't know. There's a story. I forget what it was now.